What if every great civilization that ever rose was never truly the first, or the last? What if humanity's story isn't a straight line, but a circle, endlessly repeating, rebuilding, and forgetting? Imagine standing at the edge of a desert where wind carves patterns into ancient stone. Beneath your feet lie the remnants of cities that once thrived with voices, markets, temples reaching toward heaven. Now there is only silence. The sand has claimed everything, the names, the faces, the songs they sang. And yet, if you listen closely enough, you might hear something beneath the wind, a whisper, a rhythm, the faint echo of a pattern that repeats across millennia, across continents, across every corner of this world where humans have dared to build something lasting. We tell ourselves that history moves forward, that we are the culmination of progress, standing on the shoulders of those who came before. We believe our cities will endure, our knowledge will compound, our legacy will stretch into an unbroken future. But what if that belief is the very thing that blinds us to the truth? What if the story of humanity is not one of steady ascent, but of rise and fall, creation and collapse, memory and forgetting, played out again and again, like waves breaking on an eternal shore? Tonight, we journey into that pattern. We will walk through the ruins of civilizations that vanished without warning, explore the myths that speak of worlds before our own, and ask the questions that haunt the edges of archaeology. They find gaps, sudden disappearances, civilizations that reached extraordinary heights and then vanished so completely that even their names were forgotten. Consider the Indus Valley Civilization, which flourished along the rivers of what is now Pakistan and northwest India more than 4,000 years ago. At its peak, it was home to millions of people living in planned cities with sophisticated drainage systems, standardized weights and measures, and a script that remains undeciphered to this day. Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa were marvels of urban planning, their streets laid out in perfect grids, their buildings constructed with precision that would impress modern engineers. And then, around 1900 BCE, it all ended. The cities were abandoned, the people scattered. No invasion is evident in the archaeological record, no great fire, no obvious catastrophe. They simply left. Or take the Maya, whose cities rose like stone dreams from the jungles of Central America. For centuries they built pyramids that touched the clouds, developed a calendar more accurate than the one used in Europe at the time, and created art of breathtaking beauty. Their astronomers tracked the movements of Venus with precision that wouldn't be matched for 1,000 years. And then, during the 9th century CE, the great cities of the southern lowlands were abandoned. Tikal, Palenque, Copan, all left to be swallowed by the jungle. The people didn't vanish entirely. They moved, dispersed, continued in smaller settlements. But the Golden Age ended abruptly, and the reasons remain debated. Drought, warfare, environmental collapse. Perhaps all of these, or perhaps something we haven't yet imagined. The pattern repeats across the globe. The Mycenaean civilization of Bronze Age Greece collapsed around 1200 BCE, taking with it the art of writing for centuries. The Akkadian Empire, the world's first empire, fell after 2 centuries of dominance, possibly due to a prolonged drought that turned fertile lands to dust. The ancestral Puebloans of the American Southwest built elaborate cliff dwellings at Mesa Verde and Chaco Canyon, then abandoned them in the 13th century. Easter Island's inhabitants carved nearly 900 massive stone heads, then saw their society collapse as resources dwindled and the island's forests disappeared. Each of these civilizations left behind monuments that speak of ambition, intelligence, and sophistication. Each reached a level of complexity that took generations to build, and each fell, often rapidly, leaving future generations to wonder what went wrong. The ruins stand as silent witnesses to a truth we find uncomfortable, that advancement is not permanent, that complexity can unravel, that the things we build can be unmade. But here is where the story deepens. Because when we look at the myths and legends preserved by cultures around the world, we find something unexpected. We find stories that suggest these collapses were not isolated incidents, but part of a much larger pattern. We find tales of worlds that existed before our own, worlds that rose to great heights and then were destroyed, making way for the world we inhabit now. The ancient Greeks spoke of 5 ages of man, each one ending in destruction. First came the Golden Age, when humans lived like gods, free from toil and suffering. Then the Silver Age, less perfect but still blessed. The Bronze Age followed, marked by warfare and violence. The Heroic Age gave us the legends of Troy and Thebes. And finally, our own Iron Age, the age of struggle and decline. Hesiod, writing in the 8th century BCE, described this progression with a sense of loss, as if humanity had fallen from grace through successive cycles of creation and destruction. The Hindus conceived of time in vast cycles called yugas, each lasting thousands or millions of years. We are said to be living in the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness and discord, which will eventually end in fire and flood before the cycle begins anew with the Satya Yuga, the age of truth and perfection. This wheel of time, the concept of eternal return, is woven into the fabric of Hindu cosmology. The universe itself breathes, expanding into existence, contracting into dissolution, then expanding again in an endless rhythm. The Maya, too, believed in cycles. Their long-count calendar tracked time in units called baktuns, and the completion of 13 baktuns marked the end of one world age and the beginning of another. This is what caused the misguided panic about 2012, a misunderstanding of the Maya concept of cyclical time. For the Maya, the end of a cycle wasn't an apocalypse but a transformation, a moment when the cosmic order reset itself and began again. Even the Abrahamic traditions contain echoes of this pattern. The story of Noah's flood describes a world so corrupted that it had to be washed clean, with only a remnant preserved to start anew. The Book of Revelation speaks of an end times followed by a new heaven, a new earth. These are not presented as unique events, but as fulfillments of a divine plan, suggesting that destruction and renewal are built into the very structure of existence. What are we to make of these stories? Are they merely metaphors, attempts by ancient peoples to make sense of natural disasters and social upheavals? Or could they be something more? Inherited memories of actual catastrophes that reset human civilization, passed down through generations until they became myth. The geological record offers tantalizing hints. Around 12,800 years ago, the Earth entered a period of rapid climate change known as the Younger Dryas. Temperatures plummeted, ice sheets advanced, and the planet was thrown back into near-glacial conditions for more than 1,000 years. What caused this sudden shift remains debated, but some researchers have proposed that a comet or asteroid impact triggered the change, possibly fragmenting over North America and causing widespread fires, floods, and environmental devastation. If such an event occurred, it would have been catastrophic for any human societies existing at the time. And here's the intriguing part. This period coincides roughly with the end of the last ice age and the beginning of the Neolithic Revolution, when humans transitioned from nomadic hunter-gatherers to settled agriculturalists. It's as if the slate was wiped clean and humanity had to start over, rebuilding civilization from the ground up. Could there have been advanced societies before this reset? Societies whose achievements were lost when the world changed? The idea seems far-fetched by conventional standards, yet it persists in the margins of archaeology and in the collective imagination. Plato wrote of Atlantis, a powerful civilization that sank beneath the waves in a single day and night of catastrophe. He claimed the story came from Egyptian priests, who said it happened 9,000 years before Solon's time, placing it roughly in the period of the Younger Dryas. Mainstream archaeology dismisses Atlantis as allegory, a philosophical device Plato used to explore ideas about ideal societies and their corruption. and perhaps that's all it is. But the story resonates because it touches something deep in human consciousness. The fear that everything we build can be lost, that our greatest achievements can vanish as if they never existed. Other legends speak of similar lost lands. The Hindus tell of Kumari Kandam, a continent that once existed south of India before being swallowed by the ocean. The Japanese have stories of Mu, a Pacific civilization that disappeared beneath the waves. Native American traditions speak of previous worlds that were destroyed by fire, flood, or ice before the current world emerged. These stories span cultures that had no contact with one another, yet they share common themes: advanced societies, sudden destruction, and the survival of a remnant who carried knowledge into the New Age. Are these stories evidence of actual lost civilizations, or are they universal archetypes, the human mind's way of processing the impermanence of all things? The answer may lie somewhere between. Perhaps there were no cities of crystal and gold, no technologies beyond our imagining, but perhaps there were societies more sophisticated than we've given credit for, societies that left few traces because they built with wood and fibre rather than stone, or because their remains lie beneath hundreds of feet of ocean water, submerged when sea levels rose at the end of the Ice Age. The coastlines of 12,000 years ago are now underwater. Vast stretches of land that were once habitable are now part of the continental shelf, buried under sediment and waves. If people lived there, and why wouldn't they have, given that coastlines offer abundant resources, then their settlements are lost to us, accessible only through expensive underwater archaeology that has barely begun to explore these drowned landscapes. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey has already forced us to reconsider what we thought we knew about prehistoric humans. This massive complex of carved stone pillars, arranged in circles and decorated with intricate reliefs of animals, dates to around 9600 BCE, before the invention of agriculture, before pottery, before metal tools. It was built by hunter-gatherers, people we assumed were too busy surviving to create monumental architecture. Yet here it stands, proof that our ancestors were capable of far more than we imagined. What else might we have missed? What other sites remain buried, waiting to challenge our assumptions? And if people 12,000 years ago could build Göbekli Tepe, what might they have achieved in the thousands of years before that? During the long stretches of the Ice Age when humans were already anatomically modern, already possessed of the same cognitive abilities we have today. The conventional narrative tells us that civilization began around 5,000 years ago in Mesopotamia, that everything before that was primitive and simple. But this narrative is based on the evidence we've found, not necessarily on the evidence that exists. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. The Earth is vast and time is deep, and we have excavated only the tiniest fraction of what lies beneath our feet. So we return to the question, what if the cycle is real? What if human civilization has risen and fallen multiple times, each iteration building on the ruins of the last, each one eventually succumbing to forces beyond its control? What if we are not the first to ask these questions, but merely the latest in a long line of societies that reached for the stars and then fell back to Earth? The idea of cyclical time feels alien to the modern Western mind, which has been shaped by the concept of linear progress. We believe in evolution, in development, in the march toward an ever better future. This belief is relatively recent, a product of the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution, when it seemed that human ingenuity could solve any problem and that each generation would live better than the last. But for most of human history, and in most human cultures, time was understood differently. It was seen as circular, seasonal, eternal. The year moved through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, then began again. The moon waxed and waned in endless repetition. The sun rose and set, marking days that were fundamentally the same even as individual events changed. Life itself followed a cycle: birth, growth, decay, death. And then, through children, through the continuation of the community, birth again. This cyclical understanding of time wasn't pessimistic. It was realistic, even comforting. It acknowledged that loss was inevitable, but also that renewal was certain. The harvest would fail, but spring would come again. The king would die, but a new king would rise. The world might end, but a new world would be born from its ashes. The ancient Egyptians built their entire civilization around cycles. The Nile flooded every year, depositing rich silt on the fields and making agriculture possible in the midst of desert. This annual inundation was so reliable that the Egyptian calendar was based on it, and the prosperity of the kingdom depended on it. The Egyptians saw in this pattern a reflection of cosmic order, Ma'at, the principle of truth, balance, and harmony that governed all things. The pharaoh's role was to maintain Ma'at, to ensure that the cycles continued, that chaos did not overwhelm order. Even death was understood cyclically. The sun god Ra travelled through the underworld each night, battling the serpent of chaos, and emerged victorious each dawn. The deceased pharaoh became one with Osiris, the god of death and rebirth, and through proper rituals could be resurrected into eternal life. The pyramids themselves were not just tombs, but machines for transformation, designed to facilitate the king's journey through death and into the next phase of existence. The Aztecs took the concept of cyclical time to an extreme. They believed that the universe had been created and destroyed 4 times before the current era, each world age ending in catastrophe. The first world was destroyed by jaguars, the second by hurricanes, the third by fiery rain, and the fourth by floods. We live in the 5th sun, which will eventually be destroyed by earthquakes. To prevent this, or at least to delay it, the Aztecs performed elaborate rituals, including human sacrifice, to feed the sun and keep it moving across the sky. From our perspective, this seems barbaric, but from theirs it was necessary. They were maintaining the cosmic cycle, ensuring that the world would continue to exist. The Norse had their own version of cyclical apocalypse, Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. In this final battle, the gods themselves would fall, the world tree would shake, and the earth would sink into the sea. Fire and flood would consume everything. But after Ragnarok, the earth would rise again from the water, green and fertile. 2 human survivors would emerge to repopulate the world, and a new generation of gods would rule. The cycle would begin anew. These myths are not mere stories. They are cosmologies, frameworks for understanding existence. They suggest that the people who created them had observed the pattern of rise and fall, not just in nature but in human affairs, and had concluded that this pattern was fundamental, inescapable, perhaps even necessary. Modern science, interestingly, has begun to circle back towards cyclical thinking, though in different terms. Ecologists speak of succession, the process by which ecosystems develop, mature, and eventually collapse, making way for new ecosystems to emerge. A forest fire destroys the old growth, but it also clears the way for new plants to take root, and within decades, a new forest rises. The fire is not an aberration but part of the cycle. Evolutionary biologists recognize that mass extinctions, while catastrophic, also create opportunities. When the dinosaurs were wiped out 66 million years ago, mammals, which had been small, marginal creatures, suddenly had room to diversify and evolve. Without that extinction event, we wouldn't exist. Destruction and creation are intertwined, 2 sides of the same coin. Even in physics we find cycles. The universe itself may be cyclical, according to some cosmological models. The Big Bang might not have been the beginning of everything, but merely the beginning of this particular universe. Before it, there might have been another universe that collapsed into a singularity, then exploded outward again. And our universe, billions of years from now, might collapse or dissipate, only to give birth to another. Time without beginning or end, existence as an eternal rhythm of expansion and contraction. But let's bring this back to human civilization, because that's where the pattern becomes most visible and most unsettling. When we look at the archaeological record, we see that civilizations don't just decline gradually. They often collapse suddenly, within a generation or two. Complex societies with elaborate hierarchies, specialized labor, long-distance trade networks, and monumental architecture can unravel with shocking speed. The Bronze Age collapse around 1200 BCE is a prime example. Within a few decades, the great powers of the Eastern Mediterranean, the Hittites, the Mycenaeans, the Egyptians, the Assyrians, all experienced severe disruptions. Cities were destroyed, trade routes were severed, writing systems were abandoned. The Hittite Empire vanished entirely. Mycenaean Greece entered a dark age that lasted centuries. Egypt survived but was greatly weakened. The causes are still debated: invasions by the mysterious sea peoples, earthquakes, drought, internal rebellions, or some combination of all these factors. What's clear is that the interconnected system that had sustained Bronze Age civilization reached a breaking point and collapsed. The Roman Empire too fell with surprising rapidity in the West. In 400 CE, Rome was still the centre of a vast empire stretching from Britain to North Africa. By 476 CE, the last Western Roman emperor had been deposed, and the empire had fragmented into barbarian kingdoms. The infrastructure that had connected the empire, roads, aqueducts, trade networks, fell into disrepair. Literacy declined. Cities shrank. For centuries afterward, Europeans lived in the shadow of ruins they could no longer build, reading texts they could barely understand, surrounded by evidence of a greatness they had lost. Why does this happen? Why do civilizations collapse? The archaeologist Joseph Tainter proposed that societies become increasingly complex over time as they solve problems and adapt to challenges. But complexity has costs: administrative overhead, infrastructure maintenance, social coordination. Eventually, the costs of complexity outweigh the benefits. The society reaches a point of diminishing returns, where additional complexity doesn't solve problems but creates new ones. When a crisis hits, environmental, economic, military, the society lacks the resilience to respond. It collapses not because it's weak, but because it's too complex, too rigid, too invested in maintaining structures that no longer serve their purpose. Jared Diamond, in his book Collapse, identified several factors that contribute to societal collapse: environmental damage, climate change, hostile neighbours, loss of trading partners, and the society's response to its problems. Often, these factors interact in devastating ways. A drought reduces agricultural output, leading to food shortages. Food shortages cause social unrest. Social unrest weakens the government's ability to respond to external threats. External threats disrupt trade. Loss of trade further weakens the economy. The system spirals downward, each problem amplifying the others. But here's what's fascinating. Collapse is not the end of the human story in that region. People survive, they adapt, they simplify, they rebuild. The collapse of the Roman Empire didn't mean the end of people living in Europe. It meant the end of a particular form of social organisation. Life continued, just in a different way, and eventually new forms of complexity emerged. The medieval kingdoms, the Renaissance city-states, the nation-states of modernity, each represented a new cycle of growth and organisation. This is the pattern: rise, peak, decline, collapse, and then, after a period of simplification, rise again. Not in the same form, not with the same people, but following the same basic trajectory. It's as if civilization itself is subject to a kind of natural law, a rhythm that plays out regardless of the specific culture or time period. And if this pattern is real, if it's been happening throughout human history, then we must ask, where are we in the cycle? Are we still rising, still building towards some future peak? Or have we already reached the top and are now in the phase of decline, unable to see it because we're too close, too invested in believing that our civilization is different, that we've transcended the limitations that brought down all the others. The signs are there, if we're willing to look. Not with panic or despair, but with a clear-eyed recognition that patterns repeat, that what has happened before can happen again. Consider the environment. Every civilization that has collapsed left behind evidence of environmental degradation. The Maya deforested their lands to build cities and grow crops, leading to soil erosion and water shortages. The ancestral Pueblones of Chaco Canyon depleted their forests for construction and fuel, contributing to their eventual abandonment of the region. Easter Island's inhabitants cut down every tree on the island, destroying the ecosystem that had sustained them. The pattern is consistent. Societies exploit their environment to fuel growth, and when the environment can no longer support that level of exploitation, the society contracts or collapses. We are doing the same thing, but on a global scale. We've cut down forests, depleted fisheries, drained aquifers, and pumped greenhouse gases into the atmosphere at a rate that's altering the climate. The difference is that previous civilizations could collapse locally while the rest of the world continued. We've created a global civilization, interconnected through trade, communication, and shared resources. If our civilization collapses, there's no untouched region to carry on independently. The climate is changing faster than at any point in human history. Temperatures are rising, ice sheets are melting, sea levels are creeping upward. Extreme weather events, hurricanes, droughts, floods, wildfires, are becoming more frequent and more severe. These changes are already displacing people, disrupting agriculture and straining resources, and we're only at the beginning. The full effects of the carbon we've already released won't be felt for decades. This isn't meant to be alarmist, it's simply observation. The Earth's climate has changed many times before, and each time it has reshaped the conditions for life. The question is not whether change will happen, but how we will respond to it. Will we adapt, simplify, and find new ways to live within the planet's limits? Or will we cling to the systems and structures that are no longer sustainable until they collapse under their own weight? Then there's the question of complexity. Our civilization is the most complex that has ever existed. We have global supply chains that deliver goods from one side of the planet to the other. We have financial systems so intricate that even experts struggle to understand them. We have technologies that most people use daily but couldn't begin to explain. This complexity has brought tremendous benefits: medicine, communication, transportation, entertainment. But it has also created vulnerabilities. A single disruption can cascade through the system in unpredictable ways. A pandemic shuts down factories in one country, and suddenly there are shortages of computer chips, cars, medical supplies on the other side of the world. A cyber attack on a pipeline causes fuel shortages and panic buying. A ship gets stuck in a canal, and global trade slows to a crawl. These are small examples, brief disruptions that were resolved relatively quickly. But they reveal how fragile the system is, how dependent we are on everything working smoothly all the time. Joseph Tainter's theory of diminishing returns applies here. We keep adding complexity to solve problems, but each new layer of complexity requires more energy, more coordination, more maintenance. At some point, the system becomes so complex that it's brittle. It can't absorb shocks. A crisis that would have been manageable in a simpler system becomes catastrophic in a complex one. And then there's the social dimension. Civilizations don't just collapse because of environmental or economic factors. They collapse because people lose faith in the institutions that hold society together. When governments can't provide security, when economic systems don't deliver prosperity, when the social contract breaks down, people withdraw their support. They stop paying taxes, stop following laws, stop believing in the shared project of civilization. The center cannot hold. We see signs of this, of fragmentation today. Political polarization is increasing in many countries. Trust in institutions, government, media, science, religion, is declining. People are retreating into tribal identities, viewing those with different beliefs not as fellow citizens, but as enemies. The shared narratives that once bound societies together are fracturing into competing stories that can't be reconciled. This doesn't mean collapse is imminent or inevitable. Societies can recognize these warning signs and change course. They can simplify, adapt, redistribute resources, rebuild trust. But history suggests that this is difficult. Elites resist changes that threaten their power. Institutions become rigid and self-serving. People become invested in the status quo, even when the status quo is unsustainable. And so the society continues on its trajectory until something breaks. The Roman Empire had centuries of warning signs before it fell. There were economic crises, military defeats, civil wars, plagues. But the empire kept trying to maintain itself through the same methods that had worked in the past: raising taxes, debasing currency, recruiting barbarian soldiers. These measures provided temporary relief but didn't address the underlying problems. Eventually the system could no longer sustain itself, and it collapsed. Are we in a similar position? It's impossible to say with certainty. We might be in the early stages of decline, or we might be experiencing growing pains as we transition to a new form of organization. The future is not predetermined. But the pattern suggests that we should at least consider the possibility that our civilization, like all civilizations before it, is subject to the same forces of rise and fall. And here's where the perspective shifts, because if we accept that collapse is part of the cycle, then it's not something to fear as an ending, but to understand as a transformation. Collapse doesn't mean extinction. It means simplification, reorganization, the clearing away of structures that no longer work to make room for new ones. It's painful, certainly. People suffer during collapses. Knowledge is lost, lives are disrupted, the future becomes uncertain, but life continues. People adapt, and eventually they rebuild. The Dark Ages in Europe were dark only in the sense that we have fewer written records from that period. People still lived, loved, raised children, told stories, created art. They built new communities, developed new technologies, laid the groundwork for the medieval civilization that would follow. The collapse of Rome was traumatic for those who lived through it. But it wasn't the end of the story. It was a chapter break, a pause before the next chapter began. If our civilization were to collapse, and again, this is speculation, not prediction, what would come after? What would the next cycle look like? Would it be a return to simpler, more localized communities? A new form of organization we can't yet imagine? Synthesis of old and new, combining ancient wisdom with modern technology in ways that are more sustainable? The answer depends on what we preserve and what we let go. Every collapse involves loss, but it also involves selection. Some knowledge survives, some practices continue, some values endure. The people who live through the collapse carry forward what they deem most important, and that becomes the foundation for the next cycle. This is why myths and stories matter. They are the vessels that carry knowledge across the gaps, the bridges between one world and the next. When civilizations collapse, libraries burn and databases corrupt, but stories survive. They're told around fires, passed from parent to child, adapted to new circumstances but retaining their essential truths. The myths of flood and fire, of worlds that ended and began again, might be more than metaphors. They might be actual memories, encoded in narrative form, of collapses that our ancestors lived through and wanted us to remember. What would we want to preserve? What knowledge, what values, what practices would we pass on to those who come after? These are not idle questions. They're the questions that every generation should ask, because even if collapse doesn't come in our lifetime, change certainly will. The world our grandchildren inherit will be different from the one we know, shaped by choices we make and forces we can't control. Perhaps the lesson of the cycle is not to prevent collapse, which may be impossible, but to prepare for it, to build resilience rather than rigidity, to value adaptability over efficiency, to maintain connections to the land, to community, to the skills and knowledge that don't depend on complex systems, to remember that we are part of a pattern much larger than ourselves, and that our role is not to escape the cycle but to navigate it with wisdom and grace. But let's go deeper still, into the philosophical and even mystical dimensions of the cycle. Because if we're willing to entertain the possibility that civilizations rise and fall in a pattern, we must also ask, why? Is this pattern random, a product of chance and circumstance? Or is there something more fundamental at work, something woven into the fabric of existence itself? The ancient philosophers grappled with this question. Heraclitus, the Greek philosopher who lived around 500 BCE, famously said that you cannot step into the same river twice. Everything flows, everything changes. Fire transforms into air, air into water, water into earth, and earth back into fire. The universe is in constant flux, and this flux is not chaos, but a kind of cosmic order, a logos, a rational principle that governs all change. For Heraclitus, conflict and opposition were necessary for existence. Day and night, hot and cold, life and death. These opposites define each other and create the tension that drives change. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Without death, there can be no life. The cycle is not a flaw in the universe, but its essential nature. The Stoics, who came later, developed this idea further. They believed in a concept called ekperosis, a periodic conflagration in which the universe is consumed by fire and then reborn. This wasn't a one-time apocalypse, but an eternal cycle. The universe expands, develops, reaches a peak, and then contracts back into pure fire, only to expand again in exactly the same way. Every event that has ever happened will happen again, infinitely, in an eternal return. This idea was later picked up by Nietzsche, who used it as a thought experiment. What if you had to live your life over and over again, exactly as you've lived it, for all eternity? Would you embrace this fate or recoil from it? The eternal return was Nietzsche's way of asking whether we truly affirm life, whether we can say yes to existence in all its joy and suffering, creation and destruction. But perhaps the cycle is not just philosophical speculation. Perhaps it reflects something real about the nature of consciousness and evolution. Consider this. Consciousness seems to require contrast. We appreciate light because we've experienced darkness. We value peace because we've known conflict. We understand creation because we've witnessed destruction. Without these opposites, without the movement between them, consciousness might stagnate. What if the cycle of civilizations is a mechanism for the evolution of consciousness itself? Each civilization rises, explores certain possibilities, reaches certain insights, and then falls. The next civilization rises from the ruins, carrying forward some of what was learned, but also bringing new perspectives, new questions, new ways of being. Over vast stretches of time, consciousness evolves not in a straight line, but in a spiral, returning to similar themes but at higher levels of understanding. This would mean that collapse is not a failure, but a necessary phase in a larger process. Just as a forest fire clears away dead wood and allows new growth, just as death makes room for new life, the collapse of civilizations clears away ossified structures and allows new forms of organization to emerge. It's painful, yes, but pain is often the catalyst for growth. Some spiritual traditions go even further, suggesting that the cycle is intentional, guided by forces or intelligences beyond our comprehension. The Hindu concept of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva represents this. Brahma the creator, Vishnu the preserver, Shiva the destroyer. But Shiva's destruction is not malevolent. It's necessary for the cycle to continue. Without destruction, there can be no new creation. The three gods work together, each playing their role in the cosmic dance. In Tibetan Buddhism, there's the concept of the bardo, the intermediate state between death and rebirth. It's a liminal space, a time of transition and transformation. What if the collapse of civilizations is a kind of collective bardo, a period when the old forms have died, but the new forms have not yet been born? A time of uncertainty and possibility, when the future is fluid and anything might emerge. These are not scientific theories. They're frameworks for meaning, ways of understanding our place in the larger pattern. But they offer something that purely materialist explanations don't: a sense of purpose, a reason to embrace the cycle rather than resist it. If we see collapse only as tragedy, as the end of everything we've built, then we'll spend our energy trying to prevent it, clinging to structures that may no longer serve us. But if we see collapse as transformation, as part of a larger rhythm that includes both endings and beginnings, then we can approach it differently. We can ask, what needs to die so that something new can be born? What are we holding on to that we should release? What seeds should we plant for the future, even if we won't live to see them grow? This doesn't mean we should welcome suffering or be passive in the face of injustice. It means we should recognize that change is inevitable, that the forms we've created are temporary, and that our task is not to make them permanent, but to ensure that what comes next is wiser, kinder, more aligned with the deeper patterns of existence. There's a concept in ecology called succession. After a disturbance, a fire, a flood, a volcanic eruption, an ecosystem goes through stages of recovery. First come the pioneer species, hardy plants that can survive in harsh conditions. They stabilize the soil, create shade, begin to build complexity. Then come the intermediate species, which require the conditions created by the pioneers. Finally, if enough time passes, a mature ecosystem emerges, diverse, resilient, capable of sustaining itself. But mature ecosystems can also become stagnant. They reach a climax state where change slows, where the dominant species crowd out newcomers, where the system becomes stable but also rigid. And then a disturbance comes, a fire, a storm, a disease, and the cycle begins again. Human civilizations follow a similar pattern. We start with pioneers, people who settle new lands or develop new ideas. They create the conditions for growth. Then comes expansion, increasing complexity, the development of institutions and hierarchies. Eventually the civilization reaches maturity, powerful, sophisticated, but also rigid and resistant to change. And then comes the disturbance, the collapse, and the cycle begins anew. But here's the crucial point. Each cycle doesn't just repeat the previous one, it builds on it. The soil enriched by the previous forest supports a richer ecosystem. The knowledge preserved from the previous civilization informs the next one. The spiral moves upward even as it circles back. This is why the cycle is not pessimistic, but ultimately hopeful. Yes, what we build will fall. Yes, the civilizations we create will eventually collapse. But the human story doesn't end. It continues, transformed, carrying forward the best of what came before while leaving behind what no longer serves. And perhaps, over many cycles, over thousands or millions of years, consciousness evolves towards something we can't yet imagine. Perhaps each cycle is a lesson, a step in a journey whose destination we can't see from where we stand. Perhaps the universe itself is learning, growing, becoming more aware through the countless cycles of creation and destruction that play out across space and time. This is speculation, of course. We can't prove any of this, but we can't disprove it either. And in the absence of certainty, we're free to choose the story that gives our lives meaning, that helps us navigate the challenges we face with courage and grace. So let's return to the present moment, to the world we inhabit now, and ask, what does the cycle mean for us, here, today? We live in a time of extraordinary change. Technology is advancing at a pace that would have seemed impossible a generation ago. We carry in our pockets devices more powerful than the computers that sent humans to the moon. We can communicate instantly with people on the other side of the planet. We have access to more information than any previous generation could have dreamed of. At the same time, we face challenges that are equally unprecedented. Climate change threatens to reshape the planet in ways that will affect every living thing. Economic inequality is growing, with wealth concentrating in fewer and fewer hands. Political systems are straining under the weight of problems they weren't designed to solve. The social fabric that holds communities together is fraying. Are these the signs of a civilization approaching collapse? Or are they the birth pangs of a new form of organization, a transition to something different and potentially better? The answer may be both. Transitions are messy. The old forms break down before the new ones are fully formed. There's a period of chaos, of uncertainty, when it's not clear what will emerge. We may be living in that period now, the bardo between one world and the next. If that's true, then our task is not to prevent change but to guide it. To be conscious participants in the cycle rather than passive victims. To ask ourselves, what do we want to preserve? What do we need to let go? What kind of world do we want to create for those who come after us? This requires a shift in perspective. We're trained to think in terms of progress, of building toward a future that's better than the past. But what if the future is not a straight line but a spiral? What if progress means not accumulating more but understanding more deeply? Not building higher, but building wiser? Indigenous cultures around the world have maintained this perspective for thousands of years. They speak of 7 generations, the idea that every decision should be made with consideration for how it will affect the next 7 generations. This is cyclical thinking. It recognizes that we are not separate from the past or the future, but part of a continuous flow, receiving from those who came before and passing on to those who will come after. Many indigenous cultures also maintain a relationship with the land that modern civilization has lost. They see themselves not as owners or masters of nature, but as participants in it, subject to the same cycles of growth and decay, abundance and scarcity. They practice reciprocity, taking what they need but also giving back, ensuring that the land remains healthy for future generations. This is not romanticization. Indigenous peoples have faced their own challenges, their own collapses and transformations. But they've also demonstrated a resilience that comes from being embedded in place, from maintaining knowledge that doesn't depend on complex systems, from understanding that humans are part of nature, not separate from it. As our global civilization faces increasing instability, there's much we could learn from these older ways of knowing. Not to abandon technology or return to some imagined past, but to integrate ancient wisdom with modern capabilities. To build systems that are resilient rather than brittle, that work with natural cycles rather than against them, that value long-term sustainability over short-term gain. This is already happening in pockets around the world. There are communities experimenting with regenerative agriculture, which builds soil health rather than depleting it. There are architects designing buildings that produce more energy than they consume. There are economists developing models that measure well-being rather than just GDP. There are educators teaching children to think systemically, to understand connections and cycles rather than just linear cause and effect. These are seeds being planted for the next cycle. They may not prevent collapse. The forces driving our current civilization may be too powerful, too entrenched, but they offer alternatives, possibilities, ways of living that could flourish in the spaces left when the old structures fall away. And perhaps that's the real lesson of the cycle, that endings and beginnings are not separate but intertwined, that every collapse contains the seeds of renewal, that our task is not to cling to what's dying, but to nurture what's being born. This requires courage. It requires letting go of certainty, of the belief that we can control the future, of the need to know how the story ends. It requires trust in the pattern, in the resilience of life, in the creativity and adaptability of human beings. It also requires humility, We are not the pinnacle of evolution, the final chapter in the human story. We are one iteration among many, one cycle in an endless spiral. What we build will not last forever, and that's okay. What matters is not permanence but participation. How we show up, what we contribute, how we treat each other and the world we inhabit during our brief time here. The ancient Stoics had a practice called memento mori. Remember that you will die. It wasn't meant to be morbid, but liberating. When you remember that your time is limited, you stop wasting it on things that don't matter. You focus on what's essential. You appreciate the present moment because you know it won't last. Perhaps we need a collective memento mori. Remember that this civilization will end, not to induce despair, but to clarify priorities, to help us distinguish between what's truly important and what's merely urgent, to remind us that we're part of something larger than ourselves, a pattern that extends far beyond our individual lives or even our civilization's lifespan. When you stand in the ruins of an ancient city, Machu Picchu, Angkor Wat, Petra, you feel this perspective viscerally. These places were once alive with voices, with commerce, with the daily dramas of human life. Now they're silent, reclaimed by jungle or desert, visited by tourists who marvel at what was lost. But they're also beautiful in their decay, testament to the impermanence of all things and the enduring human impulse to create, to build, to reach for something beyond mere survival. We will leave ruins too. Future archaeologists, if there are any, will dig through the layers of our civilization and try to understand who we were, what we valued, why we fell. They'll find our buildings, our technologies, our art. They'll piece together our story from fragments, just as we've pieced together the stories of those who came before. What will they conclude? Will they see us as wise or foolish? As a civilization that learned from the past or one that repeated its mistakes? As people who face the cycle with courage or with denial? The answer depends on what we do now in this moment with the knowledge we have. We can't prevent the cycle. It's too fundamental, too deeply woven into the nature of things. But we can choose how we move through it. We can choose to be conscious participants rather than unconscious victims. We can choose to plant seeds for the future even as we acknowledge that the present is changing. We can choose to face uncertainty with curiosity rather than fear. The mechanics of memory. There's a particular kind of tragedy in the loss of knowledge, not the loss of a life, which is singular and immediate, but the loss of understanding accumulated over generations, refined through centuries, tested by time. When a civilization falls, it doesn't just lose its buildings and its borders, it loses its memory. Consider the Library of Alexandria, that legendary repository of ancient wisdom. The numbers vary depending on the source. Some say 400,000 scrolls, others claim as many as 1 million, but the precise count matters less than what it represented. Humanity's attempt to gather all knowledge in one place, to create a memory palace for civilization itself. When it burned, and it burned multiple times, in multiple ways across several centuries, we lost works we'll never recover. The complete plays of Sophocles and Euripides, treatises on mathematics and astronomy, histories of peoples whose names we no longer remember, gone, not just destroyed, but forgotten so thoroughly that we don't even know what we've lost. But here's what haunts me about Alexandria. It wasn't just the fire. The library had been declining for decades before its final destruction. Funding dried up, scholars left. The culture that valued such a place, that saw the preservation of knowledge as a sacred duty, had already begun to fade. The fire was merely the final act of a longer tragedy, the physical manifestation of a civilization that had stopped believing in its own future. This is how knowledge dies, not usually in dramatic conflagrations, but in slow erosion, in the gradual shift of priorities, in the moment when a society decides that maintaining the old wisdom is less important than addressing immediate concerns, in the generation that forgets to teach what the previous generation knew. The Dark Ages in Europe, misnamed, as we've discussed, but dark in one specific sense, saw the loss of tremendous technical and intellectual knowledge. The Romans had concrete that could set underwater, aqueducts that moved millions of gallons with perfect precision, surgical techniques that wouldn't be rediscovered for 1,000 years. They had a postal system that spanned a continent, a legal framework of stunning sophistication, agricultural practices refined over centuries. And then, within a few generations, much of it was simply forgotten. Not everywhere, of course. This is crucial. Knowledge doesn't vanish uniformly. It retreats to pockets, to refuges, to the margins. While Europe fragmented, monasteries became arks of literacy. Monks in cold stone rooms copied manuscripts by candlelight, preserving texts they sometimes couldn't even read, in languages they didn't speak because they understood that memory mattered. They were the bridge across the gap, the thin thread of continuity between the classical world and what would eventually become the Renaissance. Meanwhile, in the Islamic world, the House of Wisdom in Baghdad was gathering and translating the works of Greek philosophers, Indian mathematicians, Persian astronomers. They weren't just preserving this knowledge, they were building on it, extending it, creating new synthesis. When Europe finally emerged from its fragmentation, much of what it rediscovered came back through Arabic translations, knowledge that had been kept alive in a different civilization's memory. This is the pattern. Knowledge flows like water, seeking the lowest point, the path of least resistance. When one civilization can no longer hold it, it seeps elsewhere, finding new vessels, new guardians. The question is never whether knowledge can be preserved, it's whether there are people willing to do the preserving, and whether the conditions exist for that preservation to matter. Indigenous cultures understood this deeply. Without written language, they developed oral traditions of stunning complexity and durability. The Aboriginal Australians maintained songlines, navigational maps encoded in story and song, for tens of thousands of years. These weren't just directions, they were cosmologies, legal systems, ecological knowledge, all woven together in narratives that could be passed from generation to generation with remarkable fidelity. The songs contained information about water sources, seasonal patterns, the behaviour of animals, the properties of plants. They were living libraries carried in human memory. But oral traditions are fragile in their own way. They require unbroken chains of transmission. They need communities intact enough to pass knowledge down. When colonization shattered these communities, when children were taken from their families and forbidden to speak their languages, entire libraries burned, not in fire, but in silence. Knowledge that had survived ice ages and continental shifts vanished within a single generation. Now we live in an age of unprecedented information storage. We have more knowledge accessible at our fingertips than any previous civilization could have imagined. The entire library of Alexandria could fit on a device smaller than a book. We've digitized millions of texts, created redundant backups, distributed information across global networks. Surely we think we've solved the problem of memory. Surely our knowledge is safe. But is it? Digital storage is remarkably fragile. Hard drives fail. Formats become obsolete. The websites we built 20 years ago are already archaeological sites. Their links broken, their content lost. We call it link rot, this gradual decay of the digital world. But it's more than that. It's the same process that claimed Alexandria, just faster. We're creating more information than ever before, but we're also losing it at an unprecedented rate. And there's something else, something more subtle. We're losing the context. We have access to vast amounts of data, but we're losing the frameworks that make that data meaningful. A medieval monk copying a manuscript might not understand Latin perfectly, but he was embedded in a tradition that gave the text significance. He knew why it mattered. We have search engines that can find any fact in seconds, but we're losing the deep literacy that connects facts into understanding, that transforms information into wisdom. This is the paradox of our moment. We have more memory than ever, but it's increasingly shallow. We can access the surface of everything but struggle to go deep into anything. We've optimized for retrieval but not for integration, for storage but not for meaning. What gets remembered and what gets forgotten is never neutral. It's always a choice, conscious or unconscious, about what matters. The victors write the history, yes, but it's more than that. The powerful decide what's worth preserving. The dominant culture determines which languages, which stories, which ways of knowing get passed down and which get erased. When the Spanish conquered the Americas, they burned the Mayan codices, books of stunning complexity containing astronomical observations, historical records, mathematical knowledge. Only 4 survived. 4 out of thousands. The Spanish saw them as pagan, as dangerous, as obstacles to conversion. They couldn't read them, didn't value them, and so they destroyed them. And with them went knowledge we'll never recover, not just facts, but entire ways of understanding the world. This is happening now, in our time. Languages are dying at an astonishing rate, 1 every 2 weeks by some estimates, and with each language goes a unique way of categorizing reality, a distinct set of concepts and relationships, knowledge about local ecosystems and traditional practices. We're experiencing a mass extinction of human knowledge, and most of us don't even notice. But here's what gives me hope. Memory is more resilient than we think. It hides in unexpected places. It survives in fragments, in traces, in the margins of the dominant narrative. Archaeologists keep finding evidence that rewrites what we thought we knew. Linguists discover that supposedly dead languages left traces in the languages that replaced them. Geneticists find that populations we thought were wiped out actually mixed with and influenced later peoples. The cycle doesn't erase everything. It transforms, it recombines, it carries forward what's essential, even if the form changes beyond recognition. The question for us, living in this moment of potential transition, is: what are we choosing to remember? What are we fighting to preserve? And what are we willing to let go? Because we can't save everything. The attempt to preserve all knowledge equally is itself a kind of forgetting, a failure to discriminate between what's vital and what's merely interesting, between wisdom and trivia. Every civilization has to make choices about what matters enough to carry forward. Those choices reveal what we value, what we believe about the future, what we think is worth the effort of transmission. The monasteries that preserved classical texts through the Dark Ages didn't save everything. They made choices, often based on religious criteria that seem arbitrary to us now. But they saved something. They maintained the thread. And that was enough for the Renaissance to eventually pull on that thread and begin weaving again. We need to think like those monks, not in terms of their specific values, but in terms of their commitment to preservation even when the immediate utility wasn't clear. They copied texts they couldn't fully understand because they trusted that future generations might need them. They were good ancestors. What would it mean to be good ancestors now? What knowledge should we fight to preserve, not just in databases and servers, but in living practice, in communities of understanding, in ways that can survive disruption? What are the essential seeds that need to be carried through whatever transition is coming? These aren't abstract questions, they're urgent, practical matters. Because if the cycle continues, and everything suggests it will, then what we choose to remember now will shape what's possible later. The memory we maintain becomes the foundation for the next beginning. The psychology of endings. There's a cognitive bias psychologists call normalcy bias, the tendency to believe that things will continue functioning the way they always have, even in the face of evidence to the contrary. It's why people don't evacuate before hurricanes, why they stay in their homes as floodwaters rise, why they go to work on the morning of a coup. The mind struggles to accept that the normal patterns of life are breaking down. It's easier to believe that this is temporary, an aberration, that things will return to normal soon. Civilizations suffer from normalcy bias too, perhaps even more acutely than individuals, because civilizations are made of institutions, and institutions are designed for stability. They're built on the assumption of continuity. They have procedures for dealing with known problems, but they struggle to adapt when the fundamental conditions change. The late Roman Empire is a masterclass in civilizational normalcy bias. For decades, centuries even, the signs of decline were visible to anyone willing to look. The borders were increasingly difficult to defend. The economy was stagnating. The political system was producing emperor after emperor through violence and instability. The population was declining. The tax base was shrinking. The infrastructure was crumbling. And yet, life went on. The Senate still met. The games still happened in the Colosseum. The wealthy still built villas and threw elaborate parties. The bureaucracy still functioned, processing paperwork, collecting taxes, maintaining the fiction of imperial power. Because what else would they do? The Roman Empire was the world as they knew it. It had existed for so long that its end was literally unthinkable. There's a letter from Sidonius Apollinaris, a Roman aristocrat writing in the 5th century CE, that captures this perfectly. He's describing a dinner party, the food, the conversation, the literary games they played. It's charming and cultured and completely oblivious to the fact that the Western Roman Empire is in its final decades. Germanic kingdoms are carving up the provinces. The emperor is a puppet. The old order is collapsing. And Sidonius is writing about dinner parties. Is this denial? Decadence? Or is it something more human? The need to maintain normalcy in the face of overwhelming change? Maybe it's all three. Maybe they're not as different as we think. We judge the late Romans harshly for not seeing what was coming, for not acting to prevent the collapse. But would we have done differently? Are we doing differently? Because here's the uncomfortable truth. We're living through our own version of this. The signs of systemic stress are everywhere. Climate change is accelerating. Biodiversity is collapsing. Inequality is widening. Political systems are becoming increasingly dysfunctional. The social fabric is fraying. And yet, we go to work. We plan for retirement. We argue about trivial things on social media. We maintain the routines of normal life because the alternative, accepting that the fundamental conditions are changing, is too destabilizing to contemplate. This isn't stupidity. It's how human psychology works. We're pattern recognition machines, and the patterns we know best are the ones we've experienced. We have no experiential template for civilizational collapse, because it happens so slowly, across generations, that no individual experiences the full arc. What we experience is a series of small changes, each one explicable, each one manageable, each one not quite enough to break the pattern of normalcy. The psychologist Robert J. Lifton studied survivors of Hiroshima and found that many of them, in the immediate aftermath of the bombing, tried to maintain normal routines. They went to work, or tried to. They worried about being late. They apologized for their appearance. The mind, confronted with the incomprehensible, reaches for the familiar. Civilizational decline is different from a bomb. It's slower, more ambiguous, but the psychological response is similar. We normalize the abnormal. We adjust our expectations downward incrementally. We tell ourselves stories that make the changes seem less significant than they are. It's always been this way. Things were worse in the past. Technology will solve it. Someone will figure it out. These aren't lies exactly. They're coping mechanisms. They're how we maintain psychological equilibrium in the face of uncertainty. But there's a cost to this. The cost is that we don't prepare. We don't adapt. We don't make the hard choices that might ease the transition. We wait until crisis forces our hand, and by then, the options are much more limited. The Maya are instructive here. We know from archaeological evidence that they experienced a long period of environmental stress, deforestation, soil erosion, drought. The signs were there for generations, and yet the response was often to double down on the existing system. Build more monuments, conduct more rituals, intensify agricultural production, the very things that were causing the stress. Why? Because the system had worked before, because the monuments and rituals were tied to their understanding of cosmic order, because changing course would have required admitting that the fundamental assumptions were wrong. And that's psychologically very difficult, especially for the elites whose power and identity are tied to the existing system. This is the trap of success. The strategies that brought a civilization to prominence become sacred. They're not just practical approaches, they're part of the civilization's identity, its story about itself. To abandon them feels like betraying everything that made the civilization great. And so, even as conditions change, even as the old strategies stop working, there's tremendous resistance to adaptation. The Easter Islanders kept cutting down trees even as their island became deforested. The last tree that was cut, someone cut it knowing it was the last tree. What were they thinking? Were they in denial? Did they believe it would grow back? Did they simply not care about the future? Or were they trapped in a system where cutting trees was what you did? Where the immediate need outweighed the long-term consequence? Where the social pressure to conform was stronger than the individual impulse to preserve? We'll never know, but we can recognize the pattern. We can see it in ourselves. There's another psychological dimension to endings, the strange comfort of decline. This sounds paradoxical, but there's a relief in letting go, in accepting that you don't have to maintain the impossible anymore. The late Roman aristocrats, for all their denial, must have also felt the burden lifting. They didn't have to pretend the empire would last forever. They didn't have to solve unsolvable problems. They could focus on what was immediate and real, the dinner party, the poem, the conversation with friends. The Japanese have a concept called mono-no-aware, the pathos of things, the bittersweet awareness of impermanence. There's a beauty in autumn leaves precisely because they're falling. There's a poignancy in the cherry blossoms because they bloom for such a short time. The transience is part of the beauty. Can we apply this to civilizations? Can we find a way to appreciate what we have while acknowledging that it won't last? Can we hold both the grief of ending and the gratitude for what was? The Stoics thought so. They practiced negative visualization, imagining loss, contemplating impermanence, not to be morbid, but to fully appreciate the present. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his Meditations while the Roman Empire was already showing signs of strain, kept reminding himself that everything passes. All things fade and quickly turn to myth, he wrote. This wasn't despair. It was a way of staying present, of not taking anything for granted, of finding meaning in the moment rather than in the illusion of permanence. But there's a tension here, isn't there, between acceptance and action, between acknowledging impermanence and fighting to preserve what matters, between being a good Stoic and being a responsible citizen. Maybe the answer is that we need both. We need the wisdom to accept what we can't control, the fundamental nature of the cycle, the impermanence of all things, and the courage to act on what we can control, our choices, our values, the seeds we plant for the future. The psychology of endings is ultimately about how we hold paradox, how we live with uncertainty, how we maintain meaning in the face of loss, how we act with purpose while accepting that the outcome is beyond our control. This is hard. It's much easier to fall into denial or despair, to pretend everything is fine or to give up entirely. The middle path, clear-eyed acceptance combined with committed action, requires a kind of psychological sophistication that doesn't come naturally. But it's the only path that honours both the reality of the cycle and the dignity of human agency. It's the only way to be fully present in this moment of transition, neither clinging to a past that's gone nor fleeing into fantasies of a future we can't control. The Romans didn't have this wisdom, or couldn't access it, They clung to normalcy until normalcy was no longer possible. And then they were swept away by changes they hadn't prepared for. We have the chance to do better, not to prevent the cycle, that's not within our power, but to move through it with awareness, with intention, with grace, to be the generation that saw clearly, that chose wisely, that planted seeds even in the autumn of our civilization. In the year 476 CE, the last Western Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed. History marks this as the fall of Rome, the end of the ancient world. But in the monasteries of Ireland, something else was happening. Monks were copying manuscripts. They were preserving Latin texts, maintaining literacy, creating illuminated gospels of stunning beauty. They didn't know they were saving Western civilization. They were just doing their work day by day, believing it mattered. This is how renewal actually happens, not through grand plans or heroic interventions, but through small groups of people maintaining practices, preserving knowledge, keeping alive the seeds that will eventually grow into something new. The Irish monasteries became centres of learning while Europe fragmented. They sent missionaries back to the continent, re-Christianizing and re-civilizing regions that had fallen into chaos. They brought books, literacy, agricultural techniques, organizational skills. They were the bridge between the Roman world and medieval Europe, the carriers of cultural DNA across the gap. This pattern repeats throughout history. When the Mongols sacked Baghdad in 1258, destroying the House of Wisdom and throwing so many books into the Tigris that the river ran black with ink, it seemed like the end of Islamic intellectual culture. But the knowledge had already spread. Scholars had carried texts to Cairo, to Cordoba, to Samarkand. The network was distributed enough that no single catastrophe could destroy it entirely. When the Spanish conquered the Americas, they tried to erase indigenous cultures completely. They burned the codices, banned the languages, destroyed the temples. And yet, the cultures survived. They went underground. They mixed with Catholicism, creating syncretic traditions that preserved old knowledge in new forms. They maintained practices in secret, passing them down through families, through communities, through the very act of survival. This is the resilience of culture. It's not fragile in the way we often think. It's more like mycelium, the underground network of fungal threads that connects a forest. You can cut down all the trees, but if the mycelium survives, the forest can regrow. Culture works the same way. The visible structures can collapse, but if the underlying network of practices, values, and knowledge persists, renewal is possible. The Renaissance is the most famous example of this. We think of it as a sudden flowering, a rebirth of classical learning. But it was actually the culmination of centuries of preservation and transmission. The texts that inspired Renaissance humanists had been kept alive by Byzantine scholars, by Islamic translators, by medieval monks. When Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, Greek scholars fled west, bringing their libraries with them. They found an audience ready to receive what they carried, an audience that had been prepared by centuries of slow cultural work. This is the key insight. Renewal requires preparation. The seeds need soil. The knowledge needs people ready to receive it, to understand it, to build on it. The Renaissance happened because medieval Europe had developed the economic surplus, the social structures, the intellectual curiosity to make use of classical knowledge. The seeds had been there all along, but they needed the right conditions to germinate. What are the seeds in our civilization? What are the practices, the knowledge, the values that need to be preserved through whatever transition is coming? Some are obvious, scientific knowledge certainly, medical techniques, agricultural practices, engineering principles. These are the practical seeds, the ones that directly enable survival and rebuilding. But there are other seeds, less tangible but equally important, the idea of human rights, the practice of democracy, the value of education, the commitment to truth-seeking, the appreciation of beauty, the capacity for empathy. These are cultural seeds, and they're more fragile than the practical ones because they require not just preservation but active practice. You can store scientific knowledge in books, but you can't store democracy or empathy. They have to be lived. This is where communities become crucial. The seeds of renewal are always carried by groups, not individuals. The Irish monasteries worked because they were communities with shared purpose. The Islamic scholars who preserved Greek philosophy worked because they were part of intellectual networks that valued and supported their work. The indigenous cultures that survived colonization did so because communities maintained their practices even under tremendous pressure. What are our communities? Where are the groups committed to preserving what matters? Where are the networks that will carry the seeds through the transition? They're everywhere if you look. There are communities working on sustainable agriculture, on renewable energy, on local resilience. There are groups preserving traditional crafts, maintaining indigenous languages, teaching ancient wisdom traditions. There are networks of scientists committed to open source knowledge, of educators working to maintain critical thinking, of artists keeping alive the human capacity for beauty and meaning. These aren't preparing for collapse necessarily. Most of them are just doing work they believe in, maintaining practices they value. But that's exactly what makes them effective. The Irish monks weren't trying to save civilization. They were trying to serve God and maintain their way of life. The preservation of civilization was a side effect. This is the paradox of intentional preservation. It works best when it's not the primary goal. When you're trying to preserve something for its own sake, it becomes a museum piece, static and lifeless. But when you're practicing something because it has meaning and value in the present, it stays alive, it adapts, it evolves, and that's what allows it to survive transitions. The concept of anti-fragility, developed by Nassim Taleb, is relevant here. Anti-fragile systems don't just resist shocks, they actually benefit from them. They gain from disorder. The human immune system is anti-fragile. Exposure to pathogens makes it stronger. Evolution is anti-fragile. Environmental stress drives adaptation and innovation. Can civilizations be anti-fragile? Can we build systems that gain from disorder rather than being destroyed by it? To some extent, this is what distributed networks do. The internet was designed to be anti-fragile, to root around damage, to maintain function even when parts of the network fail. Open source software is anti-fragile. The more people who use and modify it, the more robust it becomes. Biodiversity is anti-fragile. Ecosystems with more species are more resilient to disruption. The seeds of renewal are anti-fragile when they're diverse, distributed, and embedded in practice. When knowledge exists in multiple forms, in multiple places, maintained by multiple communities, it's much harder to destroy. When practices are lived rather than just recorded, they adapt to changing conditions. When values are embodied in communities rather than just written in documents, they survive transitions. This suggests a strategy for our moment. Diversify, distribute, practice. Don't put all the seeds in one basket. Don't rely on any single system or institution. Don't just preserve knowledge abstractly. Embody it in communities of practice. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault in Norway is a beautiful example of this thinking. It's a backup for the world's agricultural diversity, storing seeds from crop varieties around the world in case of catastrophe. But it's not the only seed vault. There are hundreds of seed banks around the world, and beyond that, there are millions of farmers and gardeners maintaining crop diversity through the simple act of planting and saving seeds. The vault is important, but the distributed network is more important. The vault is a backup. The network is the living system, and if catastrophe comes, it will be the network, the farmers and gardeners who know how to grow food, who have the seeds and the skills and the community connections that will actually enable renewal. We need to think this way about all the seeds we want to preserve. Yes, store knowledge in libraries and databases, but also maintain it in communities of practice. Yes, write down the principles of democracy and human rights, but also practice them, embody them, pass them down through lived example. The seeds within the ruins are not just information, they're practices, relationships, values, ways of being. They're carried by people who believe in them enough to maintain them, even when the immediate utility isn't clear. They're kept alive by communities that provide the soil for growth. And here's what's beautiful. You don't need to preserve everything. You don't need to be responsible for the whole civilization. You just need to tend your patch, maintain your practice, keep alive what you value. The network will do the rest. The seeds will find their way to where they're needed. This is how renewal happens, not through grand plans, but through countless small acts of preservation and practice. Not through heroes, but through communities. Not through control, but through resilience and adaptation. The ruins of past civilizations are full of seeds. Some have already sprouted. The Renaissance, the Islamic Golden Age, the countless cultural flowerings that emerged from collapse. Others are still waiting, dormant, ready to grow when conditions are right. We're planting seeds now, whether we know it or not. Every practice we maintain, every value we embody, every piece of knowledge we pass down is a seed. The question is, are we planting wisely? Are we tending the soil? Are we creating the conditions for future growth? The responsibility of awareness. There's a weight that comes with understanding. Once you see the pattern, once you recognize the cycle, you can't unsee it. You're burdened with a kind of knowledge that most people, most of the time, don't have to carry. You know that civilizations fall. You know that ours is showing the signs. You know that the comfortable assumptions of progress and permanence are illusions. What do you do with that knowledge? This is not an abstract question. It's deeply personal, deeply ethical. Because awareness creates responsibility. Not the responsibility to prevent the cycle. That's beyond any individual's power, probably beyond any civilization's power. But the responsibility to respond wisely, to make choices that honour both the present and the future, to be what the philosopher Roman Ksnarich calls a good ancestor. What does it mean to be a good ancestor? It means making decisions with the seventh generation in mind, as the Iroquois Confederacy taught. It means planting trees whose shade you'll never sit under. It means maintaining practices and preserving knowledge not because they benefit you, because they might benefit people you'll never meet. It means accepting that your life is part of a larger story, a longer arc, and that your choices ripple forward in ways you can't predict or control. This is countercultural in our time. We're trained to think in terms of immediate returns, personal benefit, measurable outcomes. We're taught to optimize for our own lifetime, our own success, our own comfort. The idea of sacrificing for people who don't exist yet, who might not even exist in the form we imagine, feels almost absurd. And yet, this is exactly what our ancestors did for us. The Irish monks who preserved classical texts didn't benefit from the Renaissance. The scientists who developed vaccines didn't live to see the diseases eradicated. The activists who fought for rights and freedoms often died before those rights were won. They planted seeds they never saw grow. We're living in the shade of trees we didn't plant. We're benefiting from sacrifices we didn't make. We're standing on foundations we didn't build. And now it's our turn. Now we're the ones who have to decide what to plant, what to preserve, what to pass forward. But here's the paradox. We're living in a moment when the future feels more uncertain than ever. How do you plant for a future you can't envision? How do you make sacrifices for people who might not exist, or might exist in conditions so different from ours that our gifts are irrelevant? This is where wisdom traditions become essential. Because they've grappled with this question for millennia. They've developed frameworks for thinking about intergenerational responsibility, for finding meaning in uncertainty, for acting with purpose even when outcomes are unclear. The Buddhist concept of the bodhisattva is instructive. A bodhisattva is someone who vows to work for the liberation of all beings, even knowing that this task is infinite, that it will never be completed. They act not because they expect to succeed, but because the action itself is right. The commitment is the point, not the outcome. This is a different kind of ethics than we're used to. We're trained to think consequentially, to judge actions by their results. But what if the results are unknowable? What if the time frame is so long that we'll never see the consequences? Then we need a different foundation for ethics, one based on values and commitments rather than outcomes. The Stoics had a similar approach. They distinguished between what's in our control and what's not. We can't control whether civilization collapses or how the future unfolds, but we can control our choices, our actions, our character. We can choose to act with virtue, with wisdom, courage, justice, temperance, regardless of the outcome. We can be good ancestors not because we know it will work, but because it's the right way to live. This doesn't mean passivity. It doesn't mean accepting injustice or ignoring problems. It means acting with full commitment while holding outcomes lightly. It means doing everything you can while accepting that the results are beyond your control. There's a story about a rabbi who was planting a carob tree. Someone asked him, "Why are you planting that?" "It takes 70 years for a carob tree to bear fruit. You'll never eat from it." The rabbi replied, "Just as my ancestors planted for me, I plant for my children. This is the ethic of the good ancestor. You plant knowing you won't harvest. You build knowing you won't inhabit. You preserve knowing you won't benefit. You do it because it's your turn, because you're part of a chain of generations, because the future depends on choices made in the present." But what if the future is collapse? What if the most likely outcome is that our civilization falls, that much of what we build is destroyed, that the people who come after us inherit ruins rather than flourishing? Does that change the ethical calculus? I don't think so, because even in collapse, even in ruins, the seeds matter. The knowledge preserved, the practices maintained, the values embodied. These become the foundation for whatever comes next. The Irish monks didn't know there would be a Renaissance. They just kept copying manuscripts, and centuries later, those manuscripts became the seeds of renewal. We're in a similar position. We don't know what the future holds. We don't know if our civilization will adapt and transform, or collapse and be replaced. We don't know what people centuries from now will need or value. But we can make choices now that increase the chances of positive outcomes, that preserve options, that plant seeds. This is the responsibility of awareness, to act as if the future matters, even when you can't know what that future will be. To be a good ancestor, even to people you can't imagine. To maintain hope without illusion. To take action without attachment to outcomes. To plant seeds without knowing if they'll grow. But there's another dimension to this responsibility. The obligation to tell the truth. If you see the pattern, if you understand the cycle, do you have a duty to warn others? Or is there wisdom in silence, in letting people maintain their normalcy bias, their comfortable illusions? This is a genuine dilemma. There's a cost to awareness. Once you see the fragility of civilization, once you understand the depth of our predicament, it's hard to maintain the routines of normal life. It's hard to care about trivial things. It's hard to plan for a future you're not sure will exist. The burden of awareness can lead to paralysis, to despair, to a kind of anticipatory grief that makes it difficult to function. Is it kind to impose that burden on others? Is it responsible to shatter their illusions? Maybe the answer is that different people need different things. Some people need to be shaken awake, to be confronted with reality, to be called to action. Others need to be allowed their denial, their normalcy, their comfort. The art is in discerning which is which, in meeting people where they are rather than where you think they should be. But there's a baseline responsibility to live in alignment with what you know, to make choices that reflect your understanding, to be an example of what it looks like to face uncertainty with courage and grace. You don't have to convince everyone. You don't have to save the world. You just have to live with integrity, to be true to what you see. This might mean changing how you live. It might mean simplifying, localizing, building resilience. It might mean learning skills, joining communities, preserving knowledge. It might mean having difficult conversations, making uncomfortable choices, going against the grain of the culture. Or it might mean something quieter. It might mean being present with what is, appreciating what you have, finding meaning in the moment. It might mean being kind, being generous, being fully human in a time of transition. It might mean creating beauty, maintaining relationships, passing down wisdom. There's no single right way to respond to awareness. The responsibility is to respond authentically, to let your understanding shape your choices, to be a conscious participant in the cycle, rather than a passive victim. And here's what I've come to believe. The responsibility of awareness is ultimately about love. Love for the world as it is, with all its beauty and fragility. Love for the people who will come after us, whoever they are. Love for the practices and values and knowledge that make us human. Love for the mystery of existence, the great cycle of creation and destruction that we're part of. When you act from love, the question of outcomes becomes less urgent. You act because you care, because it matters, because it's an expression of what you value. You plant the carob tree not because you'll eat the fruit, but because you love the idea of shade, of sweetness, of continuity. You preserve knowledge not because you know it will be used, but because you love learning, truth, the human capacity for understanding. You work for justice not because you'll see it achieved, but because you love the vision of a world where all beings are treated with dignity. This is the deepest responsibility of awareness, to let what you know deepen your love rather than harden your heart, to let understanding lead to compassion rather than cynicism, to let the recognition of impermanence make you more present, more grateful, more alive. We're living in a time of transition. The cycle is turning. The old order is showing its age. What comes next is uncertain. But we're here now with choices to make and seeds to plant. We're the ancestors of whatever future emerges. We're the bridge between what was and what will be. That's a profound responsibility, but it's also a profound gift. We get to participate in the great cycle. We get to plant seeds in the ruins. We get to be part of the story of how one world ends and another begins. And so we arrive at the end of this meditation, though of course it's not really an end, but a pause, a breath before the cycle continues. The civilization reset is not a single event, but an ongoing process, a rhythm that has played out countless times and will play out countless times more. We are living through one iteration of this pattern, and while we can't know exactly how it will unfold, we can recognize the signs, understand the forces at work, and make choices that honor both the past and the future. The great civilizations of the past, Egypt, Rome, the Maya, the Indus Valley, all believed they would last forever. They built monuments to eternity, created systems they thought were unshakable, told themselves stories of permanence, and yet they fell, as all things fall, making way for what came next. We are no different. Our civilization, for all its technological marvels and global reach, is subject to the same forces that brought down every civilization before us. Environmental limits, social complexity, the diminishing returns of growth. These are not problems we can solve through cleverness alone. They are features of the cycle, challenges that every civilization must face. But here's what's different about our moment. We have the accumulated knowledge of all those previous cycles. We have the myths and legends that encode their wisdom. We have the archaeological evidence of their rise and fall. We have the scientific understanding of the patterns that govern complex systems. We have, in other words, the opportunity to be conscious of the cycle in a way that previous civilizations may not have been. This consciousness doesn't give us the power to escape the cycle, but it gives us the power to navigate it with greater wisdom, to recognize when we're clinging to structures that no longer serve us, to let go of what needs to die so that something new can be born, to preserve what's essential and release what's not, to face the future not with fear, but with the understanding that change, even painful change, is part of the larger pattern of existence. The cycle teaches us that nothing lasts forever, but it also teaches us that nothing is ever truly lost. The knowledge of the ancient Egyptians influenced the Greeks, who influenced the Romans, who influenced the medieval scholars, who influenced the Renaissance thinkers, who influenced us. The thread continues, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden, but never broken. Each civilization adds its verse to the song, and the song continues even when individual voices fall silent. What verse will we add? What will we contribute to the ongoing story of human consciousness? These are the questions that matter, the questions that give meaning to our brief time in the sun. Perhaps we'll contribute new technologies that help future generations live more sustainably. Perhaps we'll contribute new forms of social organization that are more just and equitable. Perhaps we'll contribute art and stories that capture something essential about the human experience. Or perhaps our contribution will be simpler, the recognition that we are part of a cycle, that our role is not to conquer nature or escape mortality, but to participate fully in the dance of creation and destruction, knowing that both are necessary, both are sacred. The stars above us have been shining for billions of years. They've witnessed the rise and fall of countless worlds, countless civilizations, countless forms of life. They'll continue shining long after our civilization has become a memory, long after our species has evolved into something else or vanished entirely. And yet, in this moment, we are here. We are conscious. We are part of the universe becoming aware of itself. That awareness is precious. It's what allows us to see the pattern, to understand the cycle, to make choices that ripple forward into the future. It's what allows us to create beauty in the face of impermanence, to love even though we know we'll lose, to build even though we know it won't last. The cycle will continue. Civilizations will rise and fall. The earth will turn. The seasons will change. The great wheel of time will keep spinning. And somewhere in that endless turning there will always be humans, or whatever we become, asking the same questions we're asking now. Why are we here? What does it mean? How should we live? The answers change with each cycle, but the questions remain. They're the thread that connects us to those who came before, and those who will come after. They're the proof that consciousness persists, that the search for meaning continues, that the cycle is not meaningless repetition, but an ongoing exploration of what it means to exist. So as you drift towards sleep, as your mind moves between waking and dreaming, let yourself feel the rhythm of the cycle, the rise and fall of your breath, the beating of your heart, the turning of the earth beneath you. You are part of this pattern, this ancient dance of creation and destruction, memory and forgetting, ending and beginning. The civilization reset is not something to fear. It's something to understand, to accept, to work with rather than against. It's the universe's way of renewing itself, of clearing away what no longer serves to make room for what might be. And in that clearing, in that space between one world and the next, there is possibility, there is potential, there is the chance for something new to emerge. What that something will be, we cannot know, but we can trust that it will come, as it always has, as it always will. The cycle continues, the story goes on, and we, for this brief moment, are part of it. Witnesses to the pattern, participants in the dance, carriers of the flame that has been passed down through countless generations and will be passed on to countless more. Rest now in that knowledge. Let it comfort you. Let it free you from the need to hold on too tightly, to control what cannot be controlled, to make permanent what is by nature temporary. The cycle will take care of itself. Your task is simply to live fully, to love deeply, to create beautifully, and to trust that whatever comes next will be exactly what needs to be. The civilization reset is not an ending, it's a transformation. And transformation, though it may be painful, is also the source of all growth, all evolution, all new beginnings. The cycle continues, the wheel turns, and somewhere in the darkness, a new dawn is already beginning to break. Right now, a mysterious object is drifting through our solar system, an interstellar visitor unlike anything we've ever seen. Its name is 3I Atlas, a frozen messenger from the depths of the galaxy, moving at over 60,000 miles per hour, shimmering with the light of distant suns. But what if this isn't just a fragment of the rock and ice? What if it's something far older, a relic of a civilization returning home? Tonight, we journey beyond the boundaries of science and myth, through the origins of stars, the ruins of lost worlds, and the haunting possibility that we are not the first to rise. Let the journey begin. What if the object we call 3I Atlas, the mysterious interstellar visitor hurtling through our solar system, isn't just a fragment of rock or ice but a messenger? What if it's the return of something we once knew, a sign that the first civilization in our galaxy is coming home? The question hangs in the darkness like a star that refuses to fade. For years now, astronomers have been tracking objects that don't belong to our solar system, visitors from the vast emptiness between stars. They arrive without warning, moving through our cosmic neighbourhood with trajectories that defy the gentle orbits of planets and asteroids born here. These interstellar wanderers carry with them the dust of other suns, the chemistry of alien worlds, and perhaps something more, something we haven't yet learned to recognise. 3I Atlas appeared in our telescopes like a whisper from the void. Its designation marks it as the third confirmed interstellar object ever detected passing through our solar system, following the enigmatic Oumuamua in 2017 and the comet Borisov in 2019. But while those earlier visitors sparked wonder and debate, 3I Atlas arrived with a different quality, a strangeness that settled into the minds of those who studied it and refused to leave. There was something about its path, something about the way it moved through space that felt less like chance and more like intention. The discovery came through patient observation, the kind of work that requires watching the same patch of sky night after night, waiting for something to shift against the background of distant stars. When 3I Atlas first revealed itself, it appeared as nothing more than a faint smudge of light, barely distinguishable from the countless other points that populate our telescope's fields of view. But as the observations accumulated, as the measurements refined themselves, a pattern emerged. This object was moving differently. Its velocity carried the unmistakable signature of something that had travelled between the stars, something that had never been bound by our sun's gravity, something that came from somewhere else entirely. The mathematics of orbital mechanics are precise and unforgiving. When an object moves through space, its path tells a story written in the language of gravity and momentum. Objects born in our solar system follow elliptical orbits, bound to the sun in an eternal dance that began billions of years ago, when our planetary system first condensed from a cloud of gas and dust. But interstellar objects move differently. Their trajectories are hyperbolic, open-ended paths that carry them through our system and back out into the galaxy beyond. They are not prisoners of our star. They are travellers, and 3I Atlas was travelling with purpose. What made 3I Atlas unusual wasn't just its interstellar origin. Other objects had already claimed that distinction. What set it apart was the subtle anomalies in its behaviour, the small deviations from predicted paths that accumulated over weeks and months of observation. Astronomers expected it to follow a clean hyperbolic trajectory, accelerated by the sun's gravity as it fell inward, then flung back out into the darkness. But 3I Atlas didn't quite follow that script. There were perturbations, tiny adjustments in its velocity that couldn't be fully explained by gravitational interactions alone. Some suggested outgassing, the release of volatile materials as the object warmed in the sun's light, creating a subtle rocket effect that nudged it off course. This explanation had been invoked for Oumuamua as well, though that earlier visitor had shown no visible signs of a comet's tail, no cloud of dust and gas that should accompany such outgassing. The explanation felt incomplete then, and it felt incomplete now. Others proposed that the object might be tumbling in complex ways, its irregular shape creating unexpected interactions with solar radiation pressure. But the more data that accumulated, the more these conventional explanations seemed to strain against the observations. There were whispers in the astronomical community, quiet conversations that happened in the margins of conferences and in the comment threads of preprint papers. What if 3i Atlas wasn't entirely natural? What if some aspect of its composition or structure was influencing its path in ways that natural processes couldn't fully account for? These weren't mainstream theories, not the kind of ideas that made it into press releases or textbooks, but they persisted nonetheless, circulating among those who had spent enough time staring at the data to notice that something felt wrong, or perhaps more accurately, something felt different. The object itself remained frustratingly difficult to characterize. Even through the most powerful telescopes, 3i Atlas appeared as little more than a point of light, too distant and too small to resolve any surface features or structural details. Spectroscopic analysis revealed hints about its composition, the chemical fingerprints of elements and molecules on its surface, but these measurements were noisy and ambiguous. Was it primarily rocky or metallic? Was it a fragment of a shattered world, or something that had formed intact in the depths of interstellar space? The data suggested possibilities but confirmed nothing. What could be measured with certainty was its trajectory, and that trajectory told a story that grew more intriguing the longer astronomers studied it. Through that came before us. Somewhere in the quiet halls of a museum, behind glass that reflects the modern world back at itself, rests a clay tablet covered in wedge-shaped marks. The marks are cuneiform, one of humanity's first attempts to capture thought in physical form. The tablet is small, unassuming, easily overlooked among the grander relics of ancient empires. But the words pressed into that clay thousands of years ago tell a story so strange, so unsettling, that scholars have spent more than a century trying to explain it away. It's called the Sumerian King List, and if you read it carefully, if you let its words settle into your mind without rushing to dismiss them, you begin to realize that it doesn't sound like mythology at all. It sounds like memory. The list begins in a time before the flood, a great deluge that appears in stories across the ancient world, from Mesopotamia to the Bible, from India to the Americas. But before that flood, according to the king list, there were kings. Rulers who sat on thrones in cities whose names still echo through history. Eridu, Bad Tibera, Larak, Sippar, Shuruppak. These were not mythical places. Archaeologists have found them. They were real cities, built by real hands, occupied by real people. But the kings who ruled them, their reigns stretch across time in ways that defy everything we think we know about human life. One king ruled for 28,000 years, another for 43,000. The shortest reign listed before the flood lasted a mere 18,600 years. And then the flood came. The waters rose, the world ended. When the waters receded and kingship descended from the heavens once more, something had changed. The new kings, the ones who ruled after the flood, lived lifetimes that sound almost human. A few hundred years, a few dozen. Some ruled for less than a decade. It's as though the very nature of existence had shifted, as though time itself had been reset, and humanity had to begin again under different rules. The question that haunts anyone who reads the Sumerian king list is simple, and it echoes across millennia. What happened? What kind of world existed before the flood, where kings could reign for tens of thousands of years? And why does this ancient text, carved into clay by scribes who lived closer to that lost world than we do, insist that it was real? The Sumerian king list was not discovered all at once. It exists in fragments, scattered across time and geography, pieced together from multiple clay tablets found in different locations throughout Mesopotamia. The most complete version was unearthed in the early 20th century during excavations in the ancient city of Nippur, located in what is now southern Iraq. Nippur was a sacred city, a place of temples and learning, where scribes copied and preserved the knowledge of their civilization. The tablet found there, known as the Well-Blundell Prism, is a four-sided clay column covered in cuneiform script. It was created around 2000 BCE, during the reign of the Yisin dynasty, but the information it contains is far older. The scribes who carved it were not inventing a story. They were copying from earlier sources, texts that had been passed down through generations, perhaps even millennia. The king list was not a work of fiction to them. It was a historical record, as real and authoritative as any chronicle of kings and dynasties. Other fragments of the king list have been found in cities like Ur, Lhasa, and Kish. Each version varies slightly, with different kings emphasized or omitted depending on which city-state commissioned the text. But the core structure remains the same, a chronological list of rulers beginning in the distant past before the flood and continuing down through history to the time of the scribes themselves. What makes the king list so extraordinary is not just its age, but its format. It reads like a bureaucratic document, dry and matter-of-fact, listing each king's name, the city where he ruled, and the length of his reign. There is no embellishment, no poetic language, no attempt to glorify or mythologize. It simply states the facts as the Sumerians understood them. After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. In Eridu, Alulim became king. He ruled for 20 AC 800 years. That's how it begins, not with a creation myth or a story of God shaping the world, but with a straightforward declaration: kingship came from the heavens, and the first king ruled for nearly 29,000 years. The list continues in this manner, moving from one king to the next, one city to the next, until it reaches the flood. Then, after a brief acknowledgement that the flood swept over the land and kingship had to descend from heaven once more, the list resumes. But now the numbers are different. The reigns are shorter. The world has changed. Scholars have long struggled with how to interpret the king list. The standard explanation is that the antediluvian kings, the ones who ruled before the flood, are mythological figures, symbolic representations of a distant, idealized past. The enormous lengths of their reigns, according to this view, are not meant to be taken literally. They are exaggerations, perhaps intended to convey the idea that these early rulers were semi-divine, closer to the gods than to ordinary humans. But that explanation raises as many questions as it answers. If the antediluvian kings are purely mythological, why does the king list treat them exactly the same way it treats the later, historically verified kings? Why is there no shift in tone? No indication that the scribes considered the early kings any less real than the later ones? And why do the post-flood kings, whose reigns are still extraordinarily long by modern standards, but far shorter than their predecessors, gradually transition into rulers whose lifespans match those of actual historical figures? The king list doesn't read like mythology. It reads like a record that begins in a time so distant, so different from our own, that the very fabric of existence was not what it is today. And then something happened, something catastrophic, something that changed the world, and after that time moved differently, life moved differently, humanity moved differently. What if the Sumerians weren't exaggerating? What if they were remembering? To understand the weight of that question, you have to step back and consider what Sumer was. This was not a primitive society stumbling towards civilization. When Sumer emerged in southern Mesopotamia around 4500 BCE, it arrived almost fully formed, with cities, temples, irrigation systems, and a written language. The Sumerians had laws, mathematics, astronomy, literature. They built ziggurats that reached toward the sky, massive stepped pyramids that served as bridges between the earthly and the divine. And they had memory. They remembered a time before their cities, before their writing, before the flood. They remembered kings who ruled in an age that felt more like legend than history. Yet they recorded those kings with the same precision they used to record everything else. The flood itself is central to the king list, and it's central to Sumerian mythology as a whole. The most famous account of the flood comes from the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest surviving works of literature. In that story, the gods decide to destroy humanity with a great deluge, but one man, Utnapishtim, is warned by the god Enki. He builds a boat, saves his family and representatives of all living creatures, and survives the flood. When the waters recede, he is granted immortality by the gods. The parallels to the biblical story of Noah are impossible to ignore, and scholars have long recognized that the Genesis flood narrative likely has its roots in earlier Mesopotamian traditions. But the Sumerian king list adds another layer to the story. It doesn't just tell us that a flood happened. It divides all of history into two eras, before the flood and after the flood. It treats the flood as a boundary, a moment when the old world ended and a new one began. Before the flood, kings ruled for tens of thousands of years. After the flood, they didn't. That's not a metaphor. That's a statement of fact, at least as the Sumerians understood it. Something fundamental changed when the flood came. The world that existed before was not the same as the world that came after. What kind of world could that have been? What kind of civilization could produce kings who reigned for millennia? And why would the Sumerians, who were meticulous record keepers, insist that such a world was real? One possibility is that the antediluvian kings represent entire dynasties rather than individual rulers. Perhaps each name on the list is not a single person, but a lineage, a family, or clan that held power for thousands of years. The enormous lengths of their reigns would then make more sense. They would be the cumulative reigns of many rulers compressed into a single name. But that explanation doesn't quite fit. The king list is very specific about individual kings. It names them, tells us where they ruled, and gives us exact numbers for their reigns. If the scribes had meant to represent dynasties, they could have said so. They didn't. They treated each king as a distinct individual, just as they did with the later, historically verified rulers. Another possibility is that the numbers are symbolic, encoded with astronomical or mathematical significance. Some researchers have suggested that the lengths of the antediluvian reigns correspond to cycles of the heavens, precessions, planetary alignments, or other celestial phenomena that the Sumerians, who were skilled astronomers, might have been tracking. In this view, the king list is not a historical record at all, but a kind of cosmic calendar, a way of marking time on a scale far grander than human lifespans. That's an intriguing idea, and there's some evidence to support it. The Sumerians were obsessed with the heavens. They track the movements of the stars and planets with remarkable precision, and their mythology is filled with references to celestial events. The number 3600, which appears frequently in Sumerian texts, is thought to represent a sar, a unit of time associated with the orbit of a hypothetical planet or celestial body. Some of the reigns listed in the king list are multiples of 3600, which suggests that the numbers might indeed have astronomical meaning. But even if the numbers are symbolic, that doesn't mean the kings themselves were fictional. It's possible that the Sumerians were doing both, recording real rulers while also embedding deeper layers of meaning into the lengths of their reigns. Ancient texts often operate on multiple levels, blending history, mythology, and cosmology into a single narrative. The king list might be no different. And then there's the simplest, most unsettling possibility of all. What if the Sumerians were telling the truth? What if there really was a time, long before recorded history, when human beings, or beings like us, lived far longer than we do now? What if the antediluvian kings were real, and their extraordinary lifespans were not exaggerations but accurate reflections of a world that no longer exists. That idea sounds impossible. It contradicts everything we know about biology, about aging, about the limits of human life. But the Sumerians didn't know they were supposed to find it impossible. They simply recorded what they believed to be true, based on the knowledge that had been passed down to them from their ancestors. And their ancestors in turn had received that knowledge from those who came before them, stretching back into a past so distant that it fades into shadow. What if the shadow is where the truth lies? The Sumerian king list is not the only ancient text that speaks of impossibly long lifespans. Across the ancient world, in cultures that had no contact with one another, similar stories appear. In the Bible, the book of Genesis lists 10 patriarchs who lived before the flood, and their lifespans are staggering. Adam lived for 930 years. Seth lived for 912 years. Methuselah, the longest lived of them all, reached 969 years before he died. After the flood, the lifespans of the patriarchs drop sharply. Noah's descendants lived for a few hundred years, then a few dozen, until eventually human lifespans settled into the range we recognize today. The parallels between the biblical patriarchs and the Sumerian king list are striking. Both texts divide history into two eras, before the flood and after the flood. Both describe a time when human beings, or at least certain exceptional individuals, lived far longer than they do now. And both suggest that the flood was not just a natural disaster, but a turning point, a moment when the rules of existence changed. In ancient Egypt, the Turin King List, also known as the Turin Royal Canon, records the reigns of gods and semi-divine beings who ruled before the first human pharaohs. These divine rulers are said to have reigned for thousands of years, much like the antediluvian kings of Sumer. The list then transitions to the reigns of human kings, whose lifespans are far shorter. Once again, we see the same pattern, a distant past populated by beings who lived on a timescale that seems impossible, followed by a shift to a more recognizable human history. In India, the ancient Puranas describe cycles of time called yugas, vast epochs during which the nature of existence changes. In the earliest yuga, the Satya Yuga, or Golden Age, human beings lived for thousands of years and possessed abilities that seem almost godlike. As the yugas progressed and the world declined, human lifespans grew shorter, and the connection between humanity and the divine weakened. By the time of the Kali Yuga, the current age, humans live for only a few decades, and the world is filled with suffering and ignorance. Even in the Americas, far removed from the civilizations of the Old World, similar stories appear. The Maya and Aztec traditions speak of previous worlds or ages, each of which ended in catastrophe. The beings who inhabited those earlier worlds were different from modern humans, taller, stronger, longer lived. When each world was destroyed, a new one began, and the people of the new world were diminished, less than what had come before. These stories, scattered across continents and millennia, all share a common theme: the idea that humanity's distant past was fundamentally different from the present. There was a time when people lived longer, when the world was closer to the divine, when the boundaries between gods and humans were not as rigid as they are now. And then something happened, a flood, a cataclysm, a cosmic shift, and the old world ended. What came after was smaller, shorter, more fragile. Why do these stories exist? Why do cultures that never met, that developed independently on opposite sides of the planet, all tell variations of the same tale? One explanation is that these are universal myths, archetypes that arise naturally from the human psyche. The idea of a lost golden age, a time of perfection that was destroyed and can never be reclaimed, is a powerful narrative. It speaks to a deep longing within us, a sense that something has been lost, that we are living in the shadow of a greater past. From this perspective, the Sumerian king list and the biblical patriarchs and the Egyptian god kings are all expressions of the same psychological need, a way of imagining a time when life was better, longer, more meaningful. But there's another explanation, one that's harder to dismiss. What if these stories are not myths at all? What if they are memories, distorted, fragmented, passed down through countless generations, but memories nonetheless? What if there really was a time, long before recorded history, when the world was different, when human beings, or beings like us, lived in ways we can no longer imagine? And what if the flood, the cataclysm that appears in so many ancient texts, was a real event, a disaster so catastrophic that it reset human civilization, wiping out almost everything that came before? The geological record tells us that massive floods have occurred throughout Earth's history. At the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago, enormous ice sheets covering much of the northern hemisphere began to melt. The resulting sea level rise was dramatic, flooding coastal regions and river valleys around the world. Some researchers believe that this event, or a series of related events, could be the source of the flood myths that appear in so many ancient cultures. But the Sumerian king list suggests something more specific. It doesn't just say that a flood happened, it says that the flood marked a boundary between two different kinds of existence. Before the flood, kings ruled for tens of thousands of years. After the flood, they didn't. That's not just a story about rising water. That's a story about a world that ended and a new world that began in its place. What if the antediluvian kings were not human in the way we understand the term? What if they were something else? Survivors of an earlier civilization, perhaps, or beings who existed in a time when the conditions of life on Earth were radically different? What if the Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were preserving the last remnants of knowledge from that lost world? Knowledge that had been passed down through the survivors of the flood? These are not comfortable questions. They push against the boundaries of what we're willing to accept as possible. But the Sumerian king list doesn't care about our comfort. It simply exists, carved into clay, waiting for us to decide what it means. The city of Eridu holds a special place in Sumerian tradition. According to the king list, it was the first city to receive kingship from the heavens. It was where civilization began, where the gods first taught humanity the arts of writing, building, and governance. Archaeological excavations at Eridu have revealed a settlement that dates back to at least 5400 BCE, making it one of the oldest known cities in the world. At the heart of Eridu stood a temple dedicated to Enki, the god of wisdom, water, and creation. Enki was one of the most important deities in the Sumerian pantheon, a god who loved humanity and often intervened to protect them from the wrath of the other gods. In the flood myth, it was Enki who warned Utnapishtim of the coming deluge, giving him the knowledge he needed to survive. The temple at Eridu was rebuilt many times over the centuries, each new structure built on top of the ruins of the old. Archaeologists have uncovered at least 17 layers of construction, stretching back thousands of years. The earliest layers are simple shrines, small structures made of mud brick. But even in those earliest layers, there is evidence of ritual activity, of offerings made to the gods. of a people who believed they were living in a sacred place. Why was Eridu considered the first city? Why did the Sumerians believe that kingship descended from heaven there and nowhere else? The answer might lie in the city's location. Eridu was built near the edge of the marshes, where the Euphrates River met the Persian Gulf. It was a place of transition, a boundary between land and water, between the human world and the realm of the gods. In Sumerian cosmology, water was the source of all life, the primordial substance from which the world was created. Enki, the god of water, was the god of beginnings, the one who brought order out of chaos. If Eridu was the first city, then Ululim, the first king, was the first human to receive the gift of kingship from the gods. According to the king list, he ruled for 800 years. That number is not random. It's a multiple of 3600, the sacred Sar, a unit of time that appears throughout Sumerian texts. Some researchers believe that the Sar represents a great cosmic cycle, a period during which the heavens complete a full rotation and return to their starting point. If that's true, then Ululim's reign might represent not just a single lifetime, but an entire age, a vast span of time during which the first city flourished under the guidance of the gods. But what does it mean to say that kingship descended from heaven? The Sumerians were not speaking metaphorically. They believed quite literally that the gods lived in the sky, in a celestial realm above the earth. Kingship was a divine gift, a sacred responsibility bestowed upon certain individuals by the gods themselves. The king was not just a political leader. He was a mediator between the human and divine worlds, a figure who maintained the cosmic order through ritual and sacrifice. The idea that kingship came from the heavens appears in other ancient cultures as well. In Egypt, the pharaoh was considered a living god, a divine being who ruled on earth as the representative of the gods. In China, the emperor held the mandate of heaven, a divine right to rule that could be revoked if he failed to govern justly. In Mesoamerica, the rulers of the Maya and Aztec civilizations claimed descent from the gods and performed elaborate rituals to maintain the balance between the earthly and celestial realms. But the Sumerian king list goes further. It doesn't just say that kings were chosen by the gods, it says that kingship itself, as an institution, as a concept, came from the heavens. Before kingship descended, there were no kings. There was no organized society, no cities, no civilization. And then, at a specific moment in time, in a specific place, Eridu, the gods gave humanity the gift of kingship and everything changed. What if that's not mythology? What if it's history? What if there really was a moment when human society underwent a sudden dramatic transformation? When people who had been living as hunter-gatherers or simple farmers suddenly began building cities, developing writing, creating complex social hierarchies? And what if that transformation was so rapid, so unprecedented, that the only way the Sumerians could explain it was to say that it came from the gods? Modern archaeology has struggled to explain the sudden emergence of Sumerian civilization. Around 4000 BCE, the region that would become Sumer was inhabited by small farming communities. By 3500 BCE, those communities had grown into cities with populations in the thousands, with monumental architecture, advanced irrigation systems, and a written language. The transition happened in the span of a few centuries, a blink of an eye in archaeological terms. Where did the Sumerians come from? Where did they learn to build ziggurats, to write in cuneiform, to organize their society into complex bureaucracies? The standard answer is that these developments were gradual, the result of centuries of slow innovation and cultural evolution. But the archaeological record doesn't quite support that narrative. Sumerian civilization appears suddenly, almost fully formed, with little evidence of the intermediate stages we would expect to see. Some researchers have suggested that the Sumerians inherited their knowledge from an earlier, unknown civilization, a culture that existed before them and passed down its wisdom through oral tradition or lost texts. Others have proposed that the Sumerians were influenced by contact with other advanced societies, perhaps from the Indus Valley or the Iranian Plateau, but there's no clear evidence for either of these theories. And then there's the king list, sitting quietly in its museum case, insisting that the answer is simpler than we think. Kingship descended from heaven. The gods gave humanity the knowledge it needed to build cities, to write, to govern. The first kings ruled for thousands of years, guiding their people through an age that we can barely imagine. And then the flood came, and the old world ended, and humanity had to start again. What if the Sumerians were right? The flood is the pivot point of the king list, the moment when everything changes. Before the flood, the reigns of the kings stretch across millennia. After the flood, they contract sharply. The first post-Diluvian king, Joshua of Kish, ruled for 1,200 years, still an extraordinary lifespan, but a fraction of what came before. His successors ruled for even shorter periods, and within a few generations the reigns had dropped to a few hundred years, then a few dozen. The flood itself is described briefly in the king list, almost as an aside. Then the flood swept over. After the flood had swept over, and the kingship had descended from heaven, the kingship was in Kish. That's all. No details about the flood itself. No description of the destruction it caused. No explanation of why it happened. The scribes simply acknowledged that it occurred and then moved on to the next dynasty. But the brevity of that statement is deceptive. The flood was not a minor event in Sumerian tradition. It was the defining catastrophe of their history, the moment when the old world ended and the new world began. The Epic of Gilgamesh devotes an entire section to the flood, describing how the gods decided to destroy humanity, how Utnapishtim built his boat, how the waters rose and covered the earth, and how, when the flood finally receded, Utnapishtim made a sacrifice to the gods and was granted immortality. The flood appears in other Sumerian texts as well. The Eridu Genesis, one of the oldest known flood myths, tells a similar story. The gods create humanity. Humanity grows too numerous and too noisy. The gods decide to send a flood to wipe them out, but one man is warned and survives. The details vary from text to text, but the core narrative remains the same. The flood was real. It happened, and it changed everything. Why did the gods send the flood? In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the god Enlil is disturbed by the noise of humanity, the constant clamour of human activity, the endless bustle of cities and farms and markets. He convinces the other gods to destroy humanity with a flood, to wipe the slate clean and start over. But Enki, the god of wisdom, takes pity on humanity. He warns Utnapishtim, tells him to build a boat, and ensures that at least some humans survive. In the Eridu Genesis, the reason for the flood is less clear. The text is fragmentary, and much of it has been lost. But the surviving portions suggest that the gods were concerned about humanity's rapid growth, about the way human civilization was spreading across the earth. The flood was a way of resetting the balance, of preventing humanity from becoming too powerful, too numerous, too much like the gods themselves. That's a strange motivation for a divine catastrophe. Why would the gods be threatened by human progress? Why would they want to limit humanity's growth? Unless, of course, humanity was on the verge of discovering something, some knowledge, some power, that the gods wanted to keep hidden. The story of the Tower of Babel, found in the biblical book of Genesis, offers a similar theme. Humanity, speaking a single language and working together, begins to build a tower that reaches toward heaven. The tower is a symbol of human ambition, of the desire to ascend to the realm of the gods. But God sees the tower and is troubled. Behold, they are one people, and they have all one language, God says. And this is only the beginning of what they will do. And nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. So God confuses their language, scatters them across the earth, and the tower is never completed. The message is clear. There are limits to what humanity is allowed to know, to achieve, to become. When those limits are approached, the gods intervene. They send a flood. They scatter the people. They reset the world. What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list was not a natural disaster, but a deliberate act? What if it was a way of ending a civilization that had grown too advanced, too knowledgeable, too close to the secrets of the gods? And what if the antediluvian kings, with their impossibly long reigns, were the leaders of that civilization? Beings who possessed knowledge and abilities that we can no longer imagine? The idea that an advanced civilization existed before recorded history is not new. It appears in the writings of Plato, who described the lost continent of Atlantis, a powerful, technologically advanced society that was destroyed in a single day and night by earthquakes and floods. Plato claimed that the story of Atlantis had been passed down from ancient Egyptian priests, who said that it had occurred 9,000 years before their time, placing it around 9600 BCE. Modern scholars generally dismiss Atlantis as a myth, a philosophical allegory that Plato invented to illustrate his ideas about the ideal state. But what if Plato was recording a genuine tradition, a memory of a real civilization that was destroyed in a cataclysm? What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list, the deluge of the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the destruction of Atlantis are all different versions of the same event, a global catastrophe that wiped out an advanced civilization and forced the survivors to start over from scratch? The geological evidence for such a catastrophe is tantalizing but inconclusive. At the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago, the Earth underwent dramatic climate changes. Massive ice sheets melted, sea levels rose by hundreds of feet, and coastal regions around the world were flooded. Some researchers believe that this period, known as the Younger Dryas, was triggered by a comet impact or a series of impacts that caused widespread destruction and climate disruption. If a comet struck the Earth around 12,000 years ago, it would have caused tsunamis, wildfires, and a sudden drop in global temperatures. Coastal civilizations would have been wiped out almost instantly. The survivors would have been scattered, their cities and monuments buried beneath rising seas or destroyed by the impact itself. Within a few generations, the memory of what had been lost would have faded into myth. But some memories would have survived. Oral traditions passed down from parent to child, from generation to generation, would have preserved fragments of the old knowledge. And when writing was finally invented thousands of years later, those traditions would have been recorded, imperfectly, incompletely, but recorded nonetheless. The Sumerian king list might be one of those records, a distant echo of a world that existed before the flood, before the ice melted, before the old civilization was swept away. What if the antediluvian kings were the rulers of that lost civilization? What if their impossibly long reigns represent not individual lifespans, but the duration of their dynasties, their cultures, their cities? What if the Sumerians, when they carved the king list into clay, were preserving the last remnants of a history that stretched back to the very dawn of human civilization, and perhaps even before? The transition from the antediluvian kings to the post-diluvian kings is abrupt, but it's not absolute. The first kings after the flood still lived for centuries, far longer than any human today. Jusha of Kish ruled for 200 years. His successor, Kulasina-Bel, ruled for 960 years. The third king, Nangishli-Shma, ruled for 670 years. The numbers are still extraordinary, still far beyond the limits of human biology as we understand it, but they're declining. With each generation, the reigns grow shorter, as though the world is slowly returning to normal, slowly settling into the rhythms of existence that we recognize today. By the time the king list reaches the third dynasty after the flood, the reigns have dropped to a few hundred years. By the fifth dynasty, they're down to a few dozen, and by the time we reach the kings of the Akkadian Empire, around 2300 BCE, the reigns are entirely plausible: 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. These are lifespans that match the historical record, that align with what we know about the rulers of ancient Mesopotamia. The king list doesn't explain why the reigns grew shorter. It simply records the change as though it were a natural process, an inevitable consequence of the flood. But the pattern is striking. It's as though the flood didn't just destroy the old world, it fundamentally altered the conditions of existence. Whatever allowed the antediluvian kings to live for tens of thousands of years was gone. The new world was different, smaller, more limited. Humanity had to adapt to a new reality, one in which life was shorter, knowledge was scarcer, and the connection to the divine was more distant. What could cause such a change? If we take the king list at face value, if we assume that the antediluvian kings really did live for thousands of years, then something about the pre-flood world must have been radically different from the post-flood world. The environment, the atmosphere, the very fabric of reality, something was different, and the flood marked the moment when that difference ended. Some researchers have speculated that the Earth's atmosphere was once richer in oxygen, or that the planet's magnetic field was stronger, or that cosmic radiation levels were lower. Any of these factors could, in theory, have extended human lifespans by reducing cellular damage and slowing the aging process. If the flood was accompanied by a dramatic shift in environmental conditions, perhaps triggered by a comet impact or a massive volcanic eruption, then those conditions could have changed, and human lifespans could have shortened as a result. But that's speculation, not evidence. There's no clear proof that the Earth's atmosphere or magnetic field was significantly different 12,000 years ago, and even if it was, it's hard to imagine how such changes could extend human lifespans to the degree described in the king list. 28,000 years is not just a long life, it's a geological timescale, a span of time during which entire civilizations could rise and fall. Another possibility is that the antediluvian kings were not entirely human. In Sumerian mythology, the gods often interacted with humanity, sometimes taking human form, sometimes mating with human women and producing hybrid offspring. The Anunnaki, a group of deities associated with the heavens and the underworld, were said to have descended to Earth and taught humanity the arts of civilization. Some researchers have suggested that the antediluvian kings might have been Anunnaki, or descendants of the Anunnaki, beings who are part god and part human, and who therefore lived far longer than ordinary mortals. This idea is echoed in the biblical book of Genesis, which describes the Nephilim, giants who walked the earth in the days before the flood. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, Genesis says, and also afterward when the sons of God came into the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. The Nephilim are often interpreted as the offspring of angels and humans, beings who possessed extraordinary strength and longevity, but who were ultimately destroyed in the flood. The parallels between the Nephilim and the antediluvian kings of the Sumerian king list are striking. Both are described as living in the time before the flood. Both are associated with extraordinary abilities and lifespans, and both are said to have been wiped out when the flood came, leaving only a few survivors to carry on the human race. What if the antediluvian kings were the Nephilim? What if they were the mighty men of old, the rulers of a lost civilization that existed before the flood? And what if the flood was not just a natural disaster, but a deliberate act of divine judgment, a way of wiping out a race of beings that had become too powerful, too dangerous, too much like the gods themselves? These are not questions that can be answered with certainty. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous, too open to interpretation. But the fact that these stories exist, that they appear in multiple cultures and multiple texts, suggests that they are rooted in something real, some memory, some event, some truth that has been passed down through the ages. The Sumerian king list is not just a list of names and numbers. It's a window into a lost world, a world that existed before history, before writing, before the flood, and if we're willing to look through that window, if we're willing to set aside our assumptions and our skepticism, we might catch a glimpse of something extraordinary. A civilization that rose and fell long before our own, a time when the boundaries between gods and humans were not as clear as they are now, and a catastrophe that reset the world and forced humanity to begin again. The city of Kish holds a special place in the post-Diluvian section of the king list. After the flood, kingship descended from heaven once more, and this time it landed in Kish, a city located near the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Kish became the first capital of the New World, the place where civilization was reborn after the waters receded. Archaeological excavations at Kish have revealed evidence of a major flood that occurred around 2900 BCE. A thick layer of sediment, deposited by floodwaters, separates the earlier layers of the city from the later ones. This flood layer has been found at other Mesopotamian sites as well, including Ur and Shuruppak, suggesting that a widespread inundation occurred in the region during this period. Some scholars believe that this flood is the historical basis for the flood myths of Mesopotamia. It was a real event, a catastrophic deluge that destroyed cities and killed thousands of people. The survivors would have passed down stories of the flood, and over time those stories would have been embellished and mythologized, eventually becoming the epic narratives we find in texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Sumerian king list. But the flood layer at Kish dates to around 2900 BCE, which is thousands of years after the end of the last ice age and the dramatic sea level rise that occurred around 12,000 years ago. If the flood described in the king list is the same as the flood layer found at Kish, then the antediluvian kings could not have lived tens of thousands of years ago. They would have lived only a few centuries before the flood, which would make their impossibly long reigns even more difficult to explain. On the other hand, if the flood described in the king list is not the same as the flood layer at Kish, then we're left with two separate floods, one that occurred around 2900 BCE and destroyed the cities of Mesopotamia, and another much earlier flood that marked the end of the antediluvian age. The earlier flood would have been far more catastrophic, a global or near-global event that wiped out an entire civilization and left only scattered survivors to rebuild. The idea of multiple floods is not without precedent. Many ancient cultures describe a series of cataclysms, each one destroying the world and forcing humanity to start over. The Hindu Puranas describe cycles of creation and destruction, with each cycle ending in a great deluge. The Maya believed that the world had been created and destroyed multiple times, with each new world inhabited by a different race of beings. Even the Bible hints at multiple catastrophes, with the flood of Noah being only one of several divine judgments that reshaped the earth. What if the flood described in the Sumerian king list is not a single event, but a memory of multiple floods compressed into a single narrative? What if the antediluvian kings lived through a series of catastrophes, each one more devastating than the last, until finally the world they knew was swept away entirely? And what if the survivors of those catastrophes carried with them the knowledge of what had been lost, preserving it in oral traditions and eventually recording it in texts like the King List? The more you examine the King List, the more questions it raises. Every answer leads to another mystery. Every explanation opens up new possibilities. It's as though the text itself is a puzzle, a riddle left behind by the Sumerians for future generations to solve, and the key to solving it might lie not in the text itself, but in the world that produced it, the world of ancient Mesopotamia, where gods and humans walked side by side, where the boundaries between myth and history were fluid, and where the past was not something to be forgotten, but something to be remembered, honoured, and preserved. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Sumerian king list is the way it blends myth and history so seamlessly. The early kings, with their impossibly long reigns, seem like mythological figures, beings from a distant, idealized past. But as the list progresses, the kings become more and more recognizable as historical figures. By the time we reach the kings of the Akkadian Empire, we're dealing with rulers whose names appear in other historical records, whose deeds are documented in inscriptions and monuments, whose reigns can be dated with reasonable accuracy. This transition from myth to history is not abrupt. It's gradual, almost imperceptible. The reigns grow shorter, the kings become more human, but there's no clear line where mythology ends and history begins. It's as though the Sumerians didn't see a distinction between the two. To them, the antediluvian kings were just as real as the kings of their own time. The only difference was that the antediluvian kings lived in a different world, under different conditions, and their lives reflected that difference. Modern historians tend to draw a sharp line between myth and history. Myth is fiction, a story invented to explain the world or to convey moral lessons. History is fact, a record of events that actually happened. But the Sumerians didn't think that way. For them, myth and history were two sides of the same coin, two ways of understanding the past. Myth was the story of the gods, the cosmic forces that shape the world. History was the story of humans, the kings and heroes who lived within that world. But both were real, both were true, and both were worth remembering. This blending of myth and history is not unique to Sumer. It appears in many ancient cultures. The ancient Greeks, for example, believed that the Trojan War was a real historical event, even though it was also the subject of epic poems filled with gods, monsters, and supernatural events. The ancient Egyptians recorded the reigns of their pharaohs alongside the reigns of gods and semi-divine beings. treating both as part of a continuous historical narrative. The ancient Chinese chronicled the deeds of legendary emperors who were said to have ruled for hundreds of years, and they saw no contradiction between those legends and the more recent, historically verified dynasties. What if this blending of myth and history is not a sign of primitive thinking, but a more sophisticated understanding of the past? What if the ancients recognized that history is not just a collection of facts, but a story, a narrative that we construct to make sense of the world? And what if they understood that some truths can only be expressed through myth, through stories that transcend the literal and speak to deeper realities? The Sumerian king list might be one of those stories. It might be a way of saying that the past is not just a series of events, but a journey from a time when the world was young and the gods were close, to a time when the world grew old and the gods withdrew. The antediluvian kings with their impossibly long reigns represent that distant mythical past. The post-diluvian kings with their gradually shortening lifespans represent the transition to the historical present. And the flood, the great catastrophe that divides the two, represents the moment when the old world ended and the new world began. But even if the king list is a myth, that doesn't mean it's not true. Myths are not lies. They're stories that convey truths too complex or too profound to be expressed in simple, literal terms. The truth of the king list might not lie in the exact numbers, in the precise lengths of the reigns, but in the pattern those numbers reveal. The pattern of a world that was once different, that changed, that was lost, and that we are still trying to understand. In recent years, some researchers have proposed that the Sumerian king list might contain encoded astronomical data. The idea is that the lengths of the antediluvian reigns correspond to celestial cycles, precessions, planetary orbits, or other astronomical phenomena that the Sumerians were tracking. If this is true, then the king list is not just a historical record, but a kind of cosmic calendar, a way of marking time on a scale far grander than human lifespans. The Sumerians were skilled astronomers. They tracked the movements of the stars and planets with remarkable precision, and they developed a sophisticated system of mathematics based on the number 60, which is still used today in our measurement of time and angles. They knew about the precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis that causes the position of the stars to shift over thousands of years. They observed the cycles of the moon, the sun, and the planets, and they used that knowledge to create calendars, to predict eclipses, and to time their agricultural activities. Some of the numbers in the king list are multiples of 3,600, which, as mentioned earlier, is thought to represent a psalm, a unit of time associated with the celestial cycle. If the antediluvian reigns are based on SARs rather than years, then the numbers become more manageable. Alulim's reign of 28 through 800 years, for example, would be 8 SARs. If a SAR represents a specific astronomical cycle, perhaps the orbit of a planet or the precession of the equinoxes, then the king list might be recording not the lifespans of individual kings, but the duration of astronomical ages. This interpretation is intriguing, but it raises as many questions as it answers. If the king list is an astronomical text, why is it framed as a list of kings? Why not simply record the celestial cycles directly, without the need for royal names and dynasties? And why do the post-diluvian reigns gradually decrease, rather than remaining constant multiples of the SAR? One possible answer is that the Sumerians were doing both, recording history and encoding astronomical data at the same time. Ancient texts often operate on multiple levels, with surface meanings and hidden meanings layered on top of each other. The king list might be a historical record that also serves as a mnemonic device, a way of preserving astronomical knowledge in a form that could be passed down through generations. But there's another possibility, one that's even more speculative. What if the astronomical cycles recorded in the king list are not just abstract measurements of time, but markers of real events, cosmic events that had a direct impact on the Earth and on human civilization? What if the antediluvian reigns correspond to periods of stability, when the Earth's orbit and climate were relatively constant, and the flood marks a moment when that stability was disrupted? Some researchers have suggested that the Earth has experienced periodic catastrophes caused by comets, asteroids, or other celestial bodies. These catastrophes would have caused widespread destruction, climate change, and mass extinctions. If the Sumerians were aware of these cycles, if they had inherited knowledge of past catastrophes from an earlier civilization, then the king list might be a way of recording that knowledge. A warning, perhaps, that the cycles will repeat, that the catastrophes will come again. This idea is highly controversial, and it's not supported by mainstream science. But it's worth considering, if only because it offers a way of making sense of the king list's strange numbers and its insistence that the antediluvian kings were real. If the king list is recording cosmic cycles, then the impossibly long reigns are not exaggerations. They're accurate measurements of time on a scale that transcends individual human lives. What if the Sumerians knew something we've forgotten? What if they understood that the Earth is subject to cycles of destruction and renewal, and that human civilization is only one chapter in a much longer story? And what if the king list is their way of telling us that story, of passing down the knowledge they inherited from those who came before? The deeper you go into the Sumerian king list, the more it feels like you're descending into a labyrinth, a maze of names and numbers and half-remembered stories, all pointing towards something just beyond reach. Every time you think you found an answer, the answer dissolves, and you're left with more questions. What were the antediluvian kings? Why did they live so long? What was the flood and what did it destroy? And why did the Sumerians, who were meticulous record keepers, insist that all of this was real? Perhaps the answer is that the king list is not meant to be solved. Perhaps it's meant to be pondered, to be meditated upon, to be carried with us as a reminder that the past is not as simple or as knowable as we like to think. The Sumerians lived closer to that past than we do. They were only a few thousand years removed from the events they were recording, and they had access to traditions and texts that have since been lost. If they believed that the antediluvian kings were real, if they believed that the flood was a turning point in human history, then maybe we should take them seriously. That doesn't mean we have to accept everything in the king list as literal truth, but it does mean we should be open to the possibility that the Sumerians knew things we don't, that they preserved memories of a world we can no longer see. The king list is not just a curiosity, not just an ancient text to be filed away in a museum. It's a message from the past, a message that says, we were here, we remember, and what we remember is important. What if the antediluvian kings were the last remnants of a lost civilization, a civilization that existed before the flood and was destroyed by it? What if the Sumerians, when they built their cities and developed their writing, were not starting from scratch, but rebuilding, carrying forward the knowledge and traditions of those who came before? And what if the king list is the last surviving record of that lost world, the only text that still remembers the kings who ruled before the flood, before history, before the world as we know it began? These are not questions that can be answered with certainty. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous. But the questions themselves are worth asking because they force us to reconsider our assumptions about the past. We tend to think of history as a linear progression, a steady march from primitive beginnings to modern civilization. But what if history is not linear? What if it's cyclical, with civilizations rising and falling, knowledge being gained and lost, and humanity starting over again and again? The Sumerian king list suggests that possibility. It suggests that the world we live in is not the first world, that there were others before us, and that those earlier worlds were not necessarily less advanced or less sophisticated than our own. They were just different. And when they ended, when the flood came and swept them away, the survivors had to rebuild from the ruins, carrying with them only fragments of what had been lost. What if we are the descendants of those survivors? What if the knowledge we take for granted, writing, mathematics, astronomy, agriculture, was not invented by us, but inherited from those who came before? And what if the Sumerian king list is one of the few texts that still remembers where that knowledge came from? There's a haunting quality to the king list, a sense of loss that permeates every line. The antediluvian kings are gone. The world they ruled is gone. The flood swept it all away, and what came after was smaller, shorter, more fragile. The Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were not just preserving history, they were mourning. They were mourning a world they had never known, a world that existed only in memory and myth, but a world that felt more real, more vital, more alive than the one they inhabited. That sense of loss is something we can still feel today, thousands of years later. We live in a world that is constantly changing, constantly moving forward, constantly leaving the past behind. But there's a part of us that longs for something older, something deeper, something that connects us to the very beginning of human existence. The Sumerian king list speaks to that longing. It reminds us that we are not the first, that there were others before us, and that their stories are still worth telling. What if the king list is not just a record of the past, but a map that shows us where we came from and perhaps where we're going? What if the cycles it describes, the rise and fall of kings, the coming of the flood, the slow decline of human lifespans, are not unique to the ancient world, but patterns that repeat throughout history? And what if we are living through one of those cycles right now, moving toward another turning point, another moment when the world will change and everything we know will be swept away? These are uncomfortable thoughts. They challenge our sense of progress, our belief that we are moving forward, that we are building something permanent and lasting. But the Sumerian king list suggests otherwise. It suggests that nothing is permanent, that every civilization eventually falls, and that the only thing that endures is memory, the stories we tell, the texts we write, the knowledge we pass down to those who come after. The Sumerians understood this. They knew that their civilization would not last forever, that one day their cities would crumble and their language would be forgotten. But they also knew that if they recorded their history, if they carved it into clay and buried it in the earth, then some part of them would survive. And they were right. 4,000 years later, we are still reading their words, still trying to understand what they were trying to tell us. What if the message of the king list is simply this? Remember. Remember that there were others before you. Remember that the world has changed before and will change again. Remember that the past is not dead, but alive, waiting to be rediscovered. And remember that the greatest gift you can give to the future is the story of where you came from. The Sumerian king list ends not with a conclusion, but with a continuation. The list of kings goes on and on, dynasty after dynasty, city after city, until it reaches the time of the scribes who recorded it. And even then, it doesn't truly end. It simply stops, as though the story is still being written, as though the list of kings will continue into the future long after the Sumerians themselves have vanished. That open-endedness is fitting. The king list is not a closed narrative, not a story with a neat resolution. It's a record of an ongoing process, a journey that began in the distant past and continues into the present. The antediluvian kings are gone, but their memory remains. The flood swept away the old world, but the new world rose from its ruins. And the cycle continues, generation after generation, king after king, until one day perhaps another flood will come, and the cycle will begin again. What if the Sumerian king list is not just a record of the past, but a prophecy? What if it's telling us that the patterns of history repeat, that the rise and fall of civilizations is not random but cyclical, and that we are living through one of those cycles right now? What if the antediluvian kings, with their impossibly long reigns, represent a time of stability and prosperity that we have lost, and the gradual shortening of lifespans represents a decline that we are still experiencing? These are questions that the king list raises but does not answer, and perhaps that's the point. Perhaps the king list is not meant to give us answers, but to make us think, to make us question, to make us wonder about the nature of time, the nature of history, and the nature of our own existence. It's a text that refuses to be pinned down, that resists easy interpretation, that remains as mysterious and enigmatic today as it was when it was first carved into clay 4,000 years ago. And maybe that's why it endures. Maybe that's why we're still talking about it, still trying to understand it, still searching for the truth hidden within its lines. Because the Sumerian king list is not just a list of kings, it's a mirror, reflecting back to us our own questions about where we came from, who we are, and where we're going. It's a reminder that the past is not something separate from us, but something that lives within us, shaping our present and our future in ways we can barely comprehend. What if the key to understanding the Sumerian king list is not to solve it, but to live with it, to carry it with us as a question, a mystery, a puzzle that we may never fully solve, but that enriches our understanding of the world nonetheless? What if the greatest gift the Sumerians left us is not the answers they recorded, but the questions they asked? Late at night, when the world is quiet and the mind begins to drift, it's easy to imagine the antediluvian kings. You can see them in your mind's eye, sitting on thrones in cities that no longer exist, ruling over a world that has been lost to time. You can imagine the flood rising, the waters covering the land, the old world disappearing beneath the waves, and you can imagine the survivors clinging to whatever they could save, carrying with them the memory of what had been lost. The Sumerian king list is their legacy. It's the story they told, the record they kept, the message they left for us. And if we listen carefully, if we let the words sink in, we might hear something more than just a list of names and numbers. We might hear the echo of a world that once was, a world that existed before history, before writing, before the flood. A world where kings ruled for thousands of years, where the gods walked among humans, and where the boundaries between the possible and the impossible were not as clear as they are now. What if that world was real? What if the Sumerian king list is not mythology, not exaggeration, not symbolic encoding, but memory, distorted by time, fragmented by catastrophe, but memory nonetheless. What if the antediluvian kings really did exist, and their impossibly long reigns are a reflection of a world that operated under different rules, different conditions, different laws of nature? We may never know for certain. The evidence is too scarce, the past too distant, the truth too deeply buried. But the question remains, carved into clay, waiting for us to discover it, to ponder it, to carry it with us into the future. The Sumerian king list is not just a text, it's a doorway, a portal into a past that we can barely imagine, but that continues to call to us, to haunt us, to remind us that there is more to history than we have been taught. And perhaps that's enough. Perhaps the mystery itself is the message. Perhaps the Sumerians, when they recorded the king list, were not trying to give us answers, but to give us something more valuable, a sense of wonder, a sense of possibility, a sense that the world is far older and far stranger than we can ever fully comprehend. So as you drift towards sleep, as the words of the king list fade into the background of your mind, let yourself wonder. Wonder about the antediluvian kings, about the world they ruled, about the flood that swept them away. Wonder about the survivors, about the knowledge they carried, about the stories they told, and wonder about us, about our place in the long, unbroken chain of human history, about what we will leave behind when our own civilization has crumbled and our own cities have turned to dust. The Sumerian king list holds no definitive answers, but it holds something more important, a question that echoes across the millennia, a question that each generation must answer for itself. What if the past is not what we think it is? What if there were others before us, greater than us, wiser than us, who knew things we've forgotten? And what if the key to understanding our future lies not in looking forward, but in looking back, into the shadows of the earliest past, where the truth still waits to be discovered? The king list is still there, resting in its museum case, covered in dust and time. But the story it tells is not over. It's still being written, still being discovered, still being remembered. And as long as there are people willing to ask the questions, willing to wonder, willing to imagine a world that existed before history began, the Sumerian king list will continue to speak to us, whispering its secrets across the ages, reminding us that the past is never truly gone. It's just waiting to be found. But what if we've been asking the wrong questions all along? What if the mystery of the Sumerian king list isn't about whether the numbers are literal or symbolic, whether the kings were real or mythological, whether the flood was local or global? What if the real mystery is why we find it so difficult to accept that the Sumerians might have been telling the truth as they understood it? We live in an age of radical skepticism, where the default position toward ancient texts is disbelief. We assume that ancient peoples were superstitious, that they couldn't distinguish between fact and fiction, that their records are riddled with errors and exaggerations. But what if that assumption is wrong? What if the Sumerians were just as rational, just as careful, just as committed to accuracy as any modern historian? They were, after all, the inventors of writing itself. They created one of the world's first legal systems, developed advanced mathematics, tracked the movements of celestial bodies with remarkable precision. These were not primitive people. They were sophisticated, organized, meticulous. So when they recorded that Elulim ruled for 2800 years, they weren't being careless. They weren't confusing mythology with history. They were recording what they believed to be true, based on sources that they considered reliable. The question we should be asking is not whether the Sumerians were wrong, but why their understanding of the past was so radically different from ours. One possibility we haven't fully explored is that the Sumerians were measuring time differently than we do, not just using different units, sars instead of years, but conceptualizing time itself in a fundamentally different way. In the modern world, we think of time as linear, uniform, constant. A year is a year, whether it occurred in 2000 BCE or 2000 CE. Time flows at the same rate for everyone, everywhere, always. But what if that's not how the Sumerians understood time? What if they believed that time itself was variable, that it could flow faster or slower depending on cosmic conditions, divine intervention, or the state of the world? In that case, a year in the antediluvian period might not be equivalent to a year in the post-diluvian period. The two might be measuring the same thing, a cycle of seasons perhaps, or a celestial revolution, but the duration of that cycle might have been different. This idea might sound absurd to modern ears, but it's not without precedent. Einstein's theory of relativity tells us that time is not absolute, that it can be stretched or compressed depending on velocity and gravity. Time passes more slowly near a massive object, more quickly in the vacuum of space. An astronaut orbiting the Earth ages slightly slower than someone on the ground. Time, in other words, is relative. Could the Sumerians have known something about the relativity of time? Could they have inherited knowledge from an earlier civilization that understood that time is not constant, that it can change? If the antediluvian world existed during a period when the Earth's relationship to the Sun was different, when the planet's rotation was faster or slower, when the magnetic field or cosmic radiation levels created different conditions, then time itself might have been experienced differently. A year might have been shorter or longer. Life processes might have unfolded at a different rate. This is admittedly highly speculative, but it's no more speculative than dismissing the entire king list as mythology. At least this approach takes the Sumerians seriously, treats them as intelligent observers trying to make sense of information that had been passed down to them from their ancestors. Another avenue worth exploring is the nature of kingship itself in the antediluvian period. We assume that the kings listed in the king list were individuals, single human beings who ruled for impossibly long periods. But what if king meant something different before the flood? What if it referred not to a person, but to a principle, a system, a continuity of rule that transcended individual lifetimes? In many traditional societies, the king is not just a political leader, but a sacred figure, a living embodiment of the cosmic order. When a king dies, the kingship doesn't die. It passes to the successor, who becomes, in a sense, the same king. The individual changes, but the office remains. In ancient Egypt, every pharaoh was Horus incarnate. In Tibet, the Dalai Lama is believed to be the reincarnation of his predecessor, the same consciousness returning in a new body. The person is temporary, but the essence is eternal. What if the antediluvian kings were understood in this way? What if Alulim was not the name of a single individual, but a title, a position, a sacred office that was occupied by a succession of rulers who were all considered to be Alulim? In that case, the 2080-800-year reign would not be the lifespan of one person, but the duration of the Alulim dynasty, the total span of time during which that particular line of kingship held power. This interpretation has the advantage of making the numbers more comprehensible without dismissing them as purely mythological. It allows us to take the king list seriously as a historical record, while acknowledging that the Sumerians might have been recording history in a way that's different from our modern conventions. The antediluvian section would then represent very long dynasties or political systems that remained stable for thousands of years, while the post-diluvian section would represent shorter dynasties that change more frequently. But even this interpretation raises questions. If the antediluvian kings represent dynasties, why did those dynasties remain stable for so long? What kind of society could maintain the same ruling family, the same system of government, the same continuity of power for thousands of years? Our own experience tells us that political systems are fragile, that empires rise and fall, that revolutions and upheavals are inevitable. The longest-lasting dynasties in recorded history, the Zhou dynasty in China, the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, lasted for a few centuries at most. The idea of a single dynasty ruling for 28,000 years seems almost as impossible as a single individual living that long. Unless, of course, the antediluvian world was fundamentally more stable than our own. If the climate was constant, if resources were abundant, if there were no wars or plagues or natural disasters to disrupt the social order, then perhaps a dynasty could last for millennia. The antediluvian period might have been a golden age, a time of peace and prosperity when the world was in balance and kingship was truly ordained by the heavens, not contested by ambitious rivals or threatened by external enemies. And then the flood came, and that stability was shattered. The post-diluvian world was a world of chaos, of struggle, of constant change. Dynasties rose and fell more quickly because the world itself was more volatile. The connection between heaven and earth had been severed, or at least weakened, and kingship was no longer the stable, eternal institution it had once been. There's another pattern in the king list that deserves closer attention: the gradual transition from the mythical to the historical. It's not just that the reign lengths decrease over time. The nature of the information changes as well. The antediluvian kings are listed with minimal detail. Name, city, reign length. That's all. No accomplishments, no genealogies, no stories. They're bare bones, skeletal entries that tell us almost nothing about who these kings were or what they did. But as the king list moves forward in time, the entries become richer. We start to get patronymics, son of so-and-so, which establish genealogical connections. We get epithets and titles that tell us something about the king's character or achievements. We get references to specific events, battles, building projects. By the time we reach the historically verified kings of the late 3rd millennium BCE, the entries are detailed enough to cross-reference with other sources to build a coherent picture of Mesopotamian history. This gradual enrichment of detail suggests that the king list is based on sources of varying quality and age. The antediluvian entries are the oldest, the most distant from the scribes who recorded them, and therefore the most sparse. The information has been compressed, reduced to its essential elements, stripped of context and elaboration. What survives is just the core. These were the kings, this is where they ruled, this is how long they ruled. But even in that compression, there's information. The fact that the antediluvian kings are remembered at all, that their names were preserved across such vast stretches of time, suggests that they were important enough that their memory endured through the catastrophe of the flood, through the collapse and rebuilding of civilization, through countless generations of oral transmission before writing was invented. These were not minor figures. They were the founding fathers of Sumerian civilization, the legendary rulers whose reigns established the template for all kingship that came after. And their names have meaning. Alulim, the first king, might be related to the Sumerian word for stag or ram, animals associated with strength and virility. Enmenluana, the second antediluvian king, has a name that might mean Lord of the Powers of the Sky. Enmengalana, the sixth king, could mean Lord of the Great Crown of Heaven. These are not random names. They're titles that suggest a sacred cosmic dimension to kingship, a connection to the divine powers that governed the universe. The cities where the kings ruled are equally significant. Eridu, the first city, was sacred to Enki, the god of wisdom and water. Bad Tibira was associated with metalworking and the arts of civilization. Larak was a cult center for the god Pabilsag, a warrior deity. Sippar was the city of the sun god Shamash, the god of justice and truth. Shurupak was the city of Utnapishtim, the flood hero who survived the deluge and was granted immortality. These cities represent different aspects of civilization, different divine principles, different spheres of knowledge and power. Taken together, they form a complete picture of the antediluvian world, a world where each city was a sacred center, a place where a particular god was worshipped, and a particular king maintained the connection between heaven and earth. The antediluvian period in this reading was an age when the divine order was manifest on earth, when the gods walked among humans, or at least were closer, more accessible, and when kingship was a direct expression of cosmic law. Let's consider for a moment the possibility that the flood described in the king list was not a meteorological event at all, but something else, something that we've been interpreting too literally. In ancient Mesopotamian thought, water was not just H2O. Water was the primordial chaos, the formless void from which the world was created. In the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic, the universe begins with two primordial waters, Apsu, the sweet water, and Tiamat, the salt water. These waters mix and give birth to the gods, and eventually the god Marduk slays Tiamat and creates the world from her body. Water, in this cosmology, represents the dissolution of form, the return to chaos, the end of order. A flood, then, is not just a physical disaster, it's a cosmic event, a moment when the ordered world collapses and returns to the primordial state. When the Sumerians said that the flood swept over, they might have been describing not just rising waters, but a complete breakdown of civilization, a return to chaos and formlessness from which a new world had to be created. This interpretation helps explain why the flood is such a sharp dividing line in the king list. It's not just that the waters rose and killed a lot of people, it's that the entire cosmic order was reset. The antediluvian world operated according to one set of principles, one relationship between gods and humans, one understanding of time and kingship. The flood dissolved all of that, swept it away, returned everything to the primordial waters, and when the waters receded, a new world emerged, still connected to the old world through memory and tradition, but fundamentally different, operating under new rules. In this reading, the impossibly long reigns of the antediluvian kings are not anomalies that need to be explained away. They're accurate descriptions of a different mode of existence. The antediluvian world was closer to the divine source, closer to the moment of creation, and therefore time itself operated differently. As the world aged, as it moved further from the initial creative act, time accelerated. The reigns grew shorter because the world itself was changing, aging, moving toward the dissolution that would eventually come with the flood. And after the flood, in the new world, time moved faster still. The first post-Diluvian kings lived for centuries, but their descendants lived for decades. The world was speeding up, moving away from the timeless realm of the gods and toward the fully temporal realm of mortal humanity. The king list, in this interpretation, is a record of that acceleration, that gradual separation of the human and divine realms. There's a strange detail in some versions of the king list that often gets overlooked. The phrase, "then the kingship was taken to" a particular city. This phrase appears repeatedly as the list moves from one dynasty to the next. After Eridu, the kingship was taken to Bad Tibira. After Bad Tibira, the kingship was taken to Larak, and so on. The passive voice is important here. The kingship is not seized, not conquered, not claimed. It is taken, moved from one place to another by an unspecified agent. The implication is that kingship is a portable thing, something that can be transferred from city to city. But who is doing the transferring? The obvious answer in Sumerian cosmology is the gods. Kingship descends from heaven, and it can be moved from place to place according to divine will. This raises an intriguing possibility. What if the antediluvian section of the king list is not describing a succession of dynasties that replaced each other through conquest or inheritance, but a deliberate rotation of power? What if kingship was meant to move from city to city, each city taking its turn as the center of the world, each king ruling until the gods decided it was time to pass the kingship to the next city? In this scenario, the impossibly long reigns make a different kind of sense. If kingship was supposed to remain in each city for a predetermined period, a great cosmic cycle perhaps, then those periods might naturally be very long. The king didn't die and pass power to an heir. He ruled until the completion of his city's cycle, at which point the kingship was taken to the next city, and the next king began his reign. This would also explain why there's no mention of violence or conflict in the antediluvian section. The transitions between kings are peaceful, orderly, almost ritualistic. There are no wars, no rebellions, no usurpations. The kingship simply moves from one place to the next, following a pattern ordained by the gods. And then the flood came, and that orderly pattern was destroyed. In the post-Diluvian world, kingship was no longer passed peacefully from city to city according to divine will. It was fought over, conquered, seized by force. The king list records several instances of cities destroying each other, of dynasties being overthrown, of kingship being smitten with weapons and taken by conquest. The post-Diluvian world was a world of violence and competition, a world where the divine order had broken down and human ambition had taken its place. We keep coming back to this question. What was different about the antediluvian world? What made it possible for kings to rule for thousands of years, for cities to coexist peacefully, for civilization to remain stable across vast stretches of time? One answer that we haven't fully considered is that the antediluvian world had fewer people. Modern scholarship estimates that the total human population before the advent of agriculture was somewhere between 1 and 10 million people worldwide. That's roughly the current population of a single large city, spread across the entire globe. Even after the agricultural revolution, population growth was slow. By 5000 BCE, the estimated global population was still only around 5 to 20 million. By 3000 BCE, perhaps 50 million. If the antediluvian cities were small, a few thousand people at most, then the social dynamics would have been completely different from anything we're familiar with. Everyone would have known everyone else, or at least known of them. Social relationships would have been direct and personal, not mediated through complex bureaucracies or anonymous institutions. A king ruling over a few thousand people would have been more like a village elder than a modern head of state. In such a society, stability would be easier to maintain. There would be less social stratification, less inequality, less potential for conflict. Resources would be abundant relative to population, so there would be less competition, less violence, less need for war. If everyone has enough to eat, if there's enough land for everyone, if there are no external threats, then why would the social order ever change? A dynasty could indeed last for thousands of years if there was simply no pressure forcing it to end. And the king himself, or the succession of kings bearing the same name, might live unusually long lives simply because the conditions were ideal. Good nutrition, low stress, absence of epidemic diseases, a stable and supportive community, all of these factors would contribute to longevity. If we add to that the possibility that the antediluvian world had different environmental conditions, perhaps higher oxygen levels, lower cosmic radiation, a stronger magnetic field, then lifespans of several hundred years start to seem at least theoretically possible. Not 28,000 years, of course. But perhaps the Sumerians, working backward from oral traditions and fragmentary records, had lost track of how many kings had actually ruled under each royal name. What they knew was that the line of Alulim had ruled in Eridu for a very, very long time, so long that the number seemed more like a cosmic cycle than a human lifespan. So they recorded it as a Sar, or 8 Sars, and let the number speak for itself. But there's a darker possibility that we need to consider. What if the flood was not a natural disaster, but a deliberate act of destruction? The Epic of Gilgamesh tells us that the gods decided to destroy humanity because they had become too numerous, too noisy, too troublesome. Enlil, the king of the gods, convinced the other deities to send the flood to wipe out the human race. Only Enki dissented, warning Utnapishtim and giving him the means to survive. Why would the gods want to destroy humanity? This standard interpretation is that humans were disturbing the gods' peace, that the constant noise and activity of human civilization was intolerable to the divine beings. But there might be another reason. The gods were afraid. In several ancient texts, there are hints that humanity was on the verge of becoming too powerful, too knowledgeable, too much like the gods themselves. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, after Gilgamesh and his companion Enkidu slay the bull of heaven, the goddess Ishtar is furious not just because they killed her sacred animal, but because they demonstrated that humans could challenge and defeat divine forces. In the story of the Tower of Babel, God scatters humanity specifically because nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. What if the antediluvian civilization had reached a level of advancement that threatened the gods? What if humans had discovered secrets, developed technologies, achieved understandings that were supposed to remain in the divine realm? The long reigns of the antediluvian kings might reflect not just stability, but progress. A steady accumulation of knowledge and power for thousands of years, an ascent towards something that the gods found dangerous, and so the gods sent the flood. Not as punishment for sin, not because humans were evil, but because humans were becoming too powerful. The flood was a reset button, a way of knocking humanity back down to a more manageable level. The antediluvian knowledge was lost, the cities were destroyed, The long-lived kings were swept away and humanity had to start over from scratch. But some knowledge survived. Utnapishtim survived, carrying with him memories of the world before the flood. Other survivors scattered across the globe preserved fragments of the old wisdom, and when civilization was rebuilt, when the Sumerians emerged in southern Mesopotamia and created their cities and their writing, they were not starting from zero. They were recovering, rebuilding, trying to piece together what had been lost. The Sumerian king list might be one of those pieces, a fragment of antediluvian knowledge, distorted and incomplete, but genuine. The impossibly long rains, the mysterious cities, the flood that divided history, all of it might be a garbled but authentic memory of a world that the gods tried to erase. There's an odd detail in the mythology surrounding the antediluvian kings that deserves attention. Several of these kings are said to have ascended to heaven, to have been taken up by the gods without dying. Enmeduranki, the seventh antediluvian king who ruled in Sipar, is particularly important. According to later Babylonian tradition, Enmeduranki was taken up into heaven where the gods Shamash and Adad taught him the secrets of divination, how to read omens, how to interpret the will of the gods, how to see the future. He then returned to earth and taught these secrets to the priests, establishing the guild of diviners that would serve Mesopotamian civilization for thousands of years. This story has clear parallels to the biblical figure of Enoch, the seventh patriarch before the flood, who walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Enoch, like Enmeduranki, was taken up to heaven and given divine knowledge, which he then recorded in books that became the foundation for later mystical and apocalyptic traditions. The parallel is too precise to be coincidental. Both are the seventh in a series of antediluvian figures. Both are taken up to heaven. Both receive divine knowledge. Both transmit that knowledge to later generations. The two traditions must be connected, must stem from a common source. A memory of an antediluvian figure who bridged the gap between human and divine, who brought down knowledge from heaven and ensured that it would survive the coming flood. What kind of knowledge? The texts are maddeningly vague, but they hint at astronomy, at the movements of the heavens, at the ability to calculate and predict celestial events. Enmeduranki is taught divination, which in Mesopotamian practice meant observing and interpreting natural phenomena, the flight of birds, the patterns in oil poured on water, the movements of stars and planets, the occurrence of eclipses. This was not superstition. It was science, a systematic attempt to understand the patterns that govern the natural world and to use that understanding to predict future events. If the antediluvian kings possessed advanced astronomical knowledge, if they were tracking celestial cycles and recording their observations over thousands of years, then the numbers in the king list might be more than just reign lengths. They might be a kind of code, a way of encoding astronomical data in a form that could be transmitted across the catastrophe of the flood. The reigns of the kings might correspond to celestial cycles, to the periods of planets, to precession of the equinoxes, to cycles within cycles that the antediluvian astronomers had discovered and wanted to preserve. And if that's true, then the king list is not just a historical document, it's a scientific text, a repository of astronomical knowledge so important that it had to be saved, even if that meant disguising it as a list of kings and dynasties. The Sumerians who recorded the king list might not have fully understood what they were preserving. They might have been copying from sources that were already ancient, already mysterious, already partially incomprehensible. But they recognized that the information was important, that it came from a time before the flood, and that it needed to be recorded and passed down. Let's turn now to a question we've been avoiding. If the antediluvian civilization was so advanced, where is the archaeological evidence? Where are the ruins of Eridu from before the flood? Where are the artifacts, the tools, the technologies that this lost civilization would have left behind? The answer might be simpler than we think: underwater. At the end of the last ice age, sea levels rose by more than 400 feet. Coastlines that had been dry land for tens of thousands of years were suddenly submerged beneath hundreds of feet of water. If the antediluvian cities were built along those ancient coastlines, and there's good reason to think they would have been, since river mouths and coastal areas are the most fertile and resource-rich locations, then those cities are now underwater, buried beneath centuries of sediment, completely inaccessible to conventional archaeology. Recent underwater archaeology has revealed that there are indeed structures, settlements, and artifacts beneath the world's oceans. Off the coast of India, underwater ruins have been discovered that some researchers date to 7000 BCE or earlier. In the Mediterranean, submerged settlements have been found that predate any known coastal civilizations. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument, a massive stone structure that may be natural or may be artificial, sits beneath the waves, a mystery that continues to provoke debate. If we accept that sea level rise submerged thousands of miles of coastline at the end of the Ice Age, then we have to accept that whatever civilizations existed along those coastlines are now lost, visible only to divers and underwater robots. The archaeological record, in other words, is incomplete. Radically, fundamentally incomplete. We're looking for evidence of ancient civilizations in the wrong places, in the highlands and river valleys that remained above water, when the real centres of ancient population might be beneath the seas. Eridu, as it happens, was originally a coastal city. When it was founded around 5400 BCE, it stood near the edge of the Persian Gulf. Over the millennia, silt from the Tigris and Euphrates rivers gradually extended the coastline, pushing the sea further and further away. Today, Eridu is miles inland, surrounded by desert. But in the antediluvian period, if that period predates 5400 BCE, Eridu would have been a coastal settlement, possibly even a port city. If the antediluvian cities were built during the Ice Age, when sea levels were much lower, then they would have been located along what is now the floor of the Persian Gulf. And when the ice melted and the seas rose, those cities would have been flooded, destroyed, buried beneath water and sediment. Only the memory of those cities would have survived, preserved in oral traditions and eventually recorded in texts like the Sumerian king list. This would explain why the archaeological evidence for the antediluvian cities is so sparse. We've excavated Eridu, and we've found layers of settlement going back to 5400 BCE, but we haven't found the antediluvian city, the original Eridu where Alulim reigned for 28th Bayun the 800 years. That city, if it existed, is underwater, out of reach, lost beneath the Persian Gulf. The final question, the one that haunts every reading of the Sumerian king list, is this: what does it mean for us? Why should we care about a list of ancient kings, about a flood that may or may not have happened, about a lost civilization that may or may not have existed? We live in the 21st century, in a world of science and technology, of space exploration and artificial intelligence. What possible relevance could the Sumerian king list have to our lives today? The answer is that the king list challenges our fundamental understanding of human history. We've been taught that civilization is a recent phenomenon, that humans lived as primitive hunter-gatherers for hundreds of thousands of years, and only developed agriculture, cities, and writing within the last 10,000 years. We've been taught that history is a story of progress, of steady advancement from simplicity to complexity, from ignorance to knowledge. But the Sumerian king list tells a different story. It tells us that there were civilizations before ours, that there were kings and cities and knowledge that existed long before the earliest dates in our history books. It tells us that history is not linear but cyclical, that civilizations rise and fall, that knowledge can be gained and lost, that humanity has had to start over more than once. If the king list is right, if there really was an antediluvian civilization that was destroyed by a catastrophic flood, then we need to rethink everything we know about the human past. We need to consider the possibility that we are not the first advanced civilization, that there were others before us, and that those earlier civilizations might have known things we don't, might have achieved things we haven't, might have left behind knowledge that we've lost. And if civilizations can fall, if knowledge can be lost, if catastrophe can destroy everything we've built, then we need to ask ourselves, could it happen again? Are we building a civilization that's sustainable, that will endure, that will pass its knowledge down to future generations? Or are we repeating the mistakes of the past, building on unstable foundations, heading toward our own flood, our own moment when everything we've built will be swept away? The Sumerian king list is not just a window into the past, it's a mirror, reflecting back to us our own fragility, our own mortality, our own place in the long cycle of human history. It reminds us that we are not the pinnacle of human achievement, not the final destination of progress. We are one chapter in a much longer story, a story that began long before us and will continue long after we're gone. The antediluvian kings are calling to us across the millennia, their names carved into clay, their reigns stretching across vast epochs of time. They're telling us that the world has changed before and will change again, that nothing is permanent, that even the greatest civilizations eventually crumble and fall. But they're also telling us something else, something more hopeful, that memory survives, that knowledge can be preserved, that even after the flood, after the catastrophe, after everything is lost, something can be saved. The Sumerian king list survived. Despite 4,000 years of wars, invasions, collapses and catastrophes, despite the fall of Sumer and the destruction of its cities, despite the death of its language and the loss of its culture, the king list survived. It was copied and recopied, buried and rediscovered, translated and studied, until finally it reached us, here, now, in the 21st century. That's the real miracle of the Sumerian king list. Not the impossibly long reigns, not the mysterious antediluvian kings, not even the flood that divided history. The miracle is that it survived at all, that the memory was kept alive, that someone cared enough to preserve it. And if the Sumerians could do that, if they could save their knowledge across thousands of years of chaos and destruction, then maybe we can too. Maybe that's the lesson the antediluvian kings are trying to teach us. Not to fear the flood, not to mourn what will be lost, but to do what the Sumerians did, to remember, to record, to preserve, to carve our knowledge into something that will last, something that will survive whatever catastrophes the future holds, something that will speak to whoever comes after us and tell them, we were here, we knew things, and we wanted you to know them too. The Sumerian king list is still waiting, still speaking, still asking its questions, and maybe, if we listen carefully enough, we'll find not just answers about the past, but guidance for the future. Wisdom from a lost world, preserved across the ages, offering us a chance to learn from those who came before, to avoid their mistakes, to build something that will last. Or maybe the king list is simply reminding us that some mysteries can't be solved, that some questions can't be answered, that the past will always remain partly hidden, partly unknowable. And that's okay, because the value of the mystery is not in solving it, but in carrying it with us, in letting it shape how we see the world, in allowing it to remind us that reality is stranger and deeper and more wondrous than we can ever fully comprehend. The antediluvian kings ruled for thousands of years in cities that no longer exist, in a world that was swept away by a flood. But their names remain, their memory endures, and as long as we continue to ask questions about them, to wonder about them, to imagine the world they inhabited, they are, in a sense, still alive, still ruling, still speaking, still bridging the gap between the earliest past and the present moment. What if that's immortality? Not living for 28,000 years in a physical body, but living forever in memory, in story, in the questions that each generation asks anew. What if the antediluvian kings achieved something far more remarkable than longevity? They achieved permanence, eternity, a kind of existence that transcends time itself. The clay tablets will eventually crumble, the museums will eventually fall, but the story will remain, passed from mind to mind, generation to generation, carried forward into whatever future awaits us. The Sumerian king list will continue to speak, continue to ask, continue to challenge our understanding of who we are and where we came from, and in that persistence, in that refusal to be forgotten, there might be the answer to the greatest mystery of all. Not how long the antediluvian kings lived, but why their memory has endured. Not what happened before the flood, but why we need to keep asking that question. Not whether the king list is true or false, history or mythology, but why it continues to matter, continues to haunt us, continues to call us back to the beginning, to the earliest past, to the moment when kingship descended from heaven and everything began. The Sumerian king list holds the key to our earliest past, but perhaps it also holds the key to our future, a reminder that civilizations rise and fall, that knowledge can be lost and found, that memory is the most precious thing we possess, and that the greatest gift we can give to those who come after us is the truth of where we came from, however strange, however impossible, however difficult to believe. The kings are waiting. The cities are silent. The flood is remembered. And the question echoes across 4,000 years. What if it's all true? What if the Sumerians were right? What if there were a world before this world? And what if some part of that world is still trying to speak to us, still trying to tell us something we desperately need to know? Listen, the clay is still speaking. What if we are not the first? Tonight, as you settle into the quiet darkness, let that question drift through your mind like smoke through ancient ruins. What if the story we tell ourselves about human civilization, that we are the pioneers, the first to build cities and decode the stars, is nothing more than a comforting fiction? What if, long before the first pyramid rose from Egyptian sands, long before the first cuneiform tablet was pressed into clay, another people walked this earth, a civilization so advanced, so complete, that when it vanished, it left behind only whispers in stone and shadows in our oldest myths? The idea feels impossible, doesn't it? We have mapped every continent, excavated countless sites, carbon dated our way back through millennia. Surely, if another civilization had existed, we would know. We would have found their cities, their tools, their bones. But what if we've been looking in all the wrong places? What if time itself has been their greatest eraser, and what we call prehistory is actually post-history? The long, slow recovery from a collapse so complete that it reset the human story entirely. Consider this. Our own industrial civilization has existed for barely 2 centuries. In geological terms, we are a heartbeat, a single breath in Earth's 4 billion-year exhale. If our cities were abandoned tomorrow, how long would they last? Steel rusts, concrete crumbles, glass shatters. Within 1,000 years, nature would reclaim most of what we have built. Within 10,000, our greatest monuments would be little more than strange hills covered in forest. Within 100,000 years, almost nothing would remain except perhaps some curious isotopes in the soil and a thin layer of plastic in the rock record. Now imagine a civilization that rose and fell not thousands, but hundreds of thousands of years ago, or millions. What traces would survive such an immense passage of time? What evidence would we even know how to recognize? The question hangs in the air like incense in a forgotten temple, and as we begin to explore it, we find that the world is full of things that don't quite fit the story we've been told. Ancient myths that speak of golden ages and vanished peoples, archaeological anomalies that challenge our timelines, geological mysteries that hint at cycles of creation and destruction far older than human memory, scientific theories that suggest intelligence may have emerged on Earth long before we assumed possible. What if the myths were right all along? What if the stories our ancestors told around fires were not fantasies but memories, distorted by time, wrapped in metaphor, but carrying within them the echo of something real? What if we are not the first children of Earth, but the latest in a long line of civilizations that have risen, flourished, and fallen into the darkness of deep time? Tonight, we will follow that possibility wherever it leads. We will walk through the ruins of forgotten ages, listen to the whispers of ancient stones, and ask the questions that have haunted human imagination since we first looked up at the stars and wondered if we were alone. Not alone in space, but alone in time. The whispers of deep memory. In the beginning, there were the stories. Long before archaeologists with their careful brushes and measuring tools, long before carbon dating and stratigraphic analysis, there were the myths. Every culture on Earth, no matter how isolated, no matter how different their languages or customs, tells variations of the same haunting tale. Once, long ago, there was a golden age, a time when the world was different, when beings of great wisdom walked among humans, or when humans themselves possessed knowledge and abilities that have since been lost. The Greeks called it the Age of Gold, when Kronos ruled and humans lived like gods, free from toil and suffering. The Hindus speak of the Satya Yuga, the Age of Truth, when righteousness reigned and humans possessed divine knowledge. The Norse told of a time before Ragnarok, when the gods walked freely in Midgard and wisdom flowed like rivers. Aboriginal Australians remember the dream time, when ancestor spirits shaped the land and taught the first people the secrets of survival. These are not isolated stories. They appear everywhere, in every corner of human culture, like echoes of some vast forgotten symphony. The details change. Sometimes the Golden Age ended in flood, sometimes in fire, sometimes in great forgetting. But the core remains constant. There was a time before our time, a civilization before our civilization, and something happened to end it. For centuries, scholars dismissed these myths as wishful thinking, as humanity's tendency to imagine a perfect past to contrast with an imperfect present. But what if that dismissal was too hasty? What if these stories, passed down through countless generations, preserved something real? Not literal truth, perhaps, but the memory of truth, distorted by time like light bending through water. Consider the flood myths. Nearly every culture on Earth has one. The biblical story of Noah is perhaps the most famous in the Western world, but it is far from unique. The Mesopotamians told of Utnapishtim, who survived the deluge sent by the gods. The Greeks spoke of Deucalion and Pyrrha, the sole survivors of Zeus's flood. Hindu texts describe Manu, who was warned by Vishnu to build a great boat. Native American tribes from the Pacific Northwest to the Amazon basin have their own versions of the great flood that destroyed the world before this one. The standard explanation is that these myths arose independently as different cultures tried to make sense of local flooding events, rivers overflowing their banks, tsunamis devastating coastlines, the gradual rise of sea levels at the end of the last ice age. But there's another possibility, one that sends a chill down the spine when you consider it in the quiet hours of the night. What if all these flood myths remember the same event? What if, somewhere in the deep past, there really was a great deluge, not necessarily global, but vast enough to destroy a civilization so completely that only scattered survivors remain to carry the story forward? What if the flood myths are not separate inventions, but fragments of a single, catastrophic memory? The timeline becomes crucial here. The last ice age ended roughly 12,000 years ago, and with it came dramatic changes to Earth's geography. Sea levels rose by hundreds of feet as massive ice sheets melted. Coastlines that had been dry land for millennia disappeared beneath the waves. Entire continental shelves were submerged. If a civilization had existed during the Ice Age, if they had built their cities along the then exposed coasts, those cities would now lie beneath hundreds of feet of ocean water. We know that early humans were far more sophisticated than we once believed. The cave paintings at Lascaux and Altamira, created over 15,000 years ago, display an artistic sophistication that rivals anything produced in recorded history. The megalithic site of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, built over 11,000 years ago, features massive stone pillars carved with intricate reliefs, and it was deliberately buried by its creators as if they were trying to hide it from something or someone. But these are just the traces we've found on dry land. What lies beneath the oceans? What cities, what monuments, what libraries of stone might rest on the continental shelves, covered by centuries of sediment and the weight of the sea? The myths speak of more than just floods. They tell of great wars between gods and titans, of weapons that could level mountains and burn the sky. The Mahabharata describes the Brahmastra, a weapon so terrible it could destroy entire armies and leave the land barren for generations. The Norse Ragnarok speaks of a final battle that will consume the world in fire. The Hopi prophecies tell of previous worlds that ended in destruction. each one a lesson unlearned. Modern readers often interpret these as metaphors or primitive attempts to understand natural disasters. But what if they were something else entirely? What if they were memories of real conflicts, real weapons, real destruction? But from so long ago that the details became mythologized, the technology transformed into magic, the history into legend. There's a haunting consistency to these stories that goes beyond coincidence. They speak of a time when knowledge was greater, when humans, or beings like humans, possessed abilities that seem impossible to us now. They tell of flying vehicles, of weapons that harness the power of the sun, of communication across vast distances, of healing arts that could restore life itself. The Sanskrit epics are particularly rich in such details. The Vimanas described in texts like the Ramayana and Mahabharata were flying machines capable of travelling vast distances, even to other worlds. The descriptions are remarkably specific, different types of craft for different purposes, detailed instructions for their construction and operation, accounts of aerial battles between opposing forces. The Vaimanika Shastra, though of disputed age, provides technical specifications that read almost like a manual for advanced aircraft. Similarly, the book of Ezekiel in the Bible describes the prophet's vision of wheels within wheels, of creatures with multiple faces, of a craft that could move in any direction without turning. Modern UFO researchers have seized upon this as evidence of ancient alien visitation. But what if the truth is both simpler and more profound? What if Ezekiel was describing not visitors from another world, but technology from another time, remnants of a human civilization so advanced that its machines seemed divine to those who encountered them? The Aboriginal Australians speak of the Wangina, sky beings who came from the clouds and taught the first people the laws of existence. Their rock art, some of it tens of thousands of years old, depicts these beings with large eyes and radiating headdresses that look remarkably like modern depictions of astronauts or pilots. But the Wangina were not aliens. They were the ancestors, the first people, the ones who came before. In the Americas, the Aztecs told of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who brought knowledge and civilization to humanity before departing across the eastern sea, promising to return. The Incas spoke of Viracocha, the creator god who emerged from Lake Titicaca and taught the arts of civilization before disappearing into the Pacific. The Maya had Kukulkan, another feathered serpent deity associated with knowledge, astronomy, and the promise of return. These are not stories of gods in the supernatural sense, but of teachers, of culture bringers, of those who possessed knowledge that seemed divine to those who received it. And in every case these beings departed, leaving behind only their teachings and the promise, or threat, that they would return. What if they were not gods at all, but survivors? What if they were the remnants of the previous civilization, the keepers of ancient knowledge, wandering a world that had forgotten how to read the stars or work metal or build in stone? What if they were trying to restart civilization, to pass on what they could before they too passed into legend? The myths tell us something else, something that should make us pause in the darkness and listen more carefully. They tell us that the Golden Age did not end gradually, through slow decline or natural evolution. It ended suddenly, catastrophically, in fire or flood or war. It ended so completely that the survivors had to start over from almost nothing, carrying only fragments of the old knowledge, stories that would become myths, technologies that would become magic. And they tell us something else, something that whispers through the night like wind through ruins. It has happened before, not once but many times. The Hindus speak of cycles within cycles, ages within ages, each one ending in destruction and beginning in renewal. The Maya calculated vast cycles of time, cosmic ages that stretched across millennia. The Hopi speak of 4 previous worlds, each one destroyed when humanity forgot the proper way to live. What if these are not metaphors for spiritual development, but memories of actual cycles? What if civilization on Earth has risen and fallen not once, but many times? What if we are not the first to split the atom, to reach for the stars, to unlock the secrets of genetics and artificial intelligence? What if we are simply the latest in a long line of species that have achieved technological sophistication, only to destroy themselves or be destroyed by forces beyond their control? The myths whisper these possibilities in the darkness, and as we listen, we begin to hear something else. The sound of our own footsteps echoing those who came before. These same ambitions, the same discoveries, the same fatal flaws that led to the end of worlds. And we begin to wonder, are we walking toward our own golden age or toward our own ending? Are we the inheritors of ancient wisdom, or are we simply repeating ancient mistakes? The stories our ancestors told around their fires were not just entertainment. They were warnings. They were maps of where we had been and signs pointing toward where we might go. They were the whispers of deep memory, trying to tell us something crucial about the nature of time, the fragility of civilization, and the terrible beauty of starting over. But that wasn't the whole story. The myths were just the beginning, the first clue in a mystery that would lead us deep into the earth itself, into stones that remember what flesh has forgotten, into ruins that challenge everything we thought we knew about the human journey through time. The stones that remember, beneath the myths, older than the stories, lie the stones. They wait in silence across the world, massive blocks of granite and limestone, perfectly fitted together without mortar, carved with precision that challenges our understanding of ancient capabilities. They rise from jungles and deserts, from mountain tops and ocean floors, speaking a language of engineering and astronomy that we are only beginning to decode. And in their silent testimony, they whisper of builders whose skill surpassed anything we attribute to the ancient world. In the high Andes of Peru, the fortress of Sacsayhuaman overlooks the city of Cusco like a sleeping giant. Its walls are built from stone so massive that modern cranes would struggle to lift them, fitted together so precisely that a knife blade cannot slip between them. The largest stone weighs over 300 tons. It was quarried from a site several miles away, transported across difficult terrain, lifted into place with mathematical precision, and shaped to fit perfectly with its neighbours. The conventional explanation is that the Inca built Sacsayhuaman using bronze tools, wooden rollers, and thousands of workers pulling on ropes. But when you stand before those walls in the thin mountain air, when you run your hands along joints so perfect they seem to have been melted together rather than carved, the explanation feels inadequate. The Inca themselves told the Spanish conquistadors that they did not build the great stoneworks, that these were the creations of the people who came before, the ones they called the Viracocha, the foam of the sea. The mystery deepens when you examine the stones themselves. Many show evidence of vitrification, a process where rock is heated to such extreme temperatures that its surface becomes glass-like. This requires temperatures of over 1,000 degrees Celsius, far beyond what any known ancient technology could achieve. Yet there it is, preserved in stone, evidence of a process we cannot explain. Similar megalithic sites dot the globe like markers on some vast forgotten map. At Baalbek in Lebanon, the Temple of Jupiter sits atop a foundation of stones so large they dwarf even those at Sacsayhuaman. The trilithon, 3 massive blocks that form part of the temple's base, consists of stones weighing over 800 tons each. Nearby lies the stone of the pregnant woman, a single block weighing an estimated 1,000 tons, still partially attached to the bedrock from which it was being quarried. The Romans built the visible temple, but they built it on foundations that were already ancient when they arrived. Local legends speak of a race of giants who placed the great stones in the time before memory. The Romans themselves seemed awed by what they found, incorporating the megalithic base into their own construction rather than attempting to replicate it. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza continues to confound researchers with its mathematical precision and engineering sophistication. Built from over 2 million stone blocks, some weighing 15 tons or more, it was the tallest structure on Earth for over 3,800 years. Its base is level to within just 2.1 centimetres. Its sides are aligned to the cardinal directions with an accuracy of 3/60th of a degree. The ratio of its height to its base perimeter equals pi to several decimal places. But perhaps most mysteriously, the pyramid incorporates knowledge that we didn't think the ancient Egyptians possessed. Its dimensions encode the circumference of the Earth, the length of the year, and the speed of light. The shafts that extend from the king's and queen's chambers point to specific stars: Orion, Draco, Sirius, with astronomical precision. The entire structure seems designed not just as a tomb, but as a kind of 3-dimensional encyclopedia, preserving mathematical and astronomical knowledge in stone. The conventional timeline places the pyramid's construction around 2580 BCE, during the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom. But this dating is based largely on circumstantial evidence: the presence of Khufu's cartouche in a sealed chamber, the similarity to other 4th dynasty monuments, the assumption that such sophisticated construction must have developed gradually from simpler predecessors. Yet the pyramid stands alone in its perfection. The pyramids that came before it were smaller, cruder, often collapsed or were abandoned mid-construction. The pyramids that came after it were inferior in every measurable way: smaller, less precise, built with inferior materials and techniques. It's as if the Great Pyramid represents not the culmination of a gradual development, but a singular achievement that was never equalled, let alone surpassed. Some researchers have suggested that the pyramid is far older than conventionally believed, that it was built during a previous period of high civilization and later appropriated by the pharaohs of the 4th dynasty. The evidence is circumstantial but intriguing. Water erosion patterns on the Sphinx that suggest it was carved during a much wetter climate, geological evidence of advanced machining techniques, the absence of any mummies or burial goods in the pyramid itself. But Egypt is not alone in preserving evidence of sophisticated ancient engineering. On Easter Island, nearly 900 massive stone statues called moai stand sentinel over the Pacific. The largest completed statue is over 30 feet tall and weighs 82 tons. They were carved from volcanic rock using only stone tools, transported across the island using unknown methods, and erected with precision that required sophisticated understanding of leverage and balance. The islanders themselves, when first contacted by Europeans, had no memory of how the statues were built or moved. They spoke of them as having walked into place, guided by the mana of the ancestors. Recent experiments have shown that the statues could indeed have been walked upright, using a complex system of ropes, but this would have required coordination and engineering knowledge that seems inconsistent with the island's small, isolated population. In Turkey, this site of Göbekli Tepe has revolutionized our understanding of prehistoric capabilities. Built over 11,000 years ago, 6,000 years before Stonehenge, 7,000 years before the pyramids, it consists of massive stone pillars arranged in circles, carved with intricate reliefs of animals and abstract symbols. The pillars weigh up to 16 tons each and were quarried, transported and erected by people who are supposedly still hunter-gatherers, lacking even pottery or metal tools. The site was deliberately buried around 8000 BCE, covered with tons of earth, in what appears to have been a massive coordinated effort. Why would a people invest enormous resources in building such a complex, then bury it completely? What were they trying to hide, or preserve, or protect? The carvings at Göbekli Tepe tell their own story. They depict animals that were not native to the region during the supposed time of construction. Lions, crocodiles, exotic birds. They show humans interacting with these animals in ways that suggest domestication, or at least close familiarity. And they include symbols and motifs that appear in later cultures around the world, as if Göbekli Tepe was a source from which knowledge spread to other civilizations. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of these megalithic sites is not their individual mysteries, but their global distribution and apparent interconnection. They appear on every continent, built by cultures that had no known contact with each other, yet they share remarkable similarities in construction techniques, astronomical alignments, and symbolic motifs. The precision-cut stones of Sacsayhuaman echo the megalithic walls of Baalbek. The astronomical alignments of the pyramids mirror those found at Stonehenge and Angkor Wat. The spiral motifs carved into stones in Ireland appear also in New Mexico and Easter Island. It's as if these sites were built according to a common template, following shared knowledge that somehow spread across the globe long before the supposed dawn of civilization. Some researchers have proposed that these similarities result from a common human tendency to build in certain ways, to align structures with celestial bodies, to carve similar symbols. But the level of technical sophistication involved suggests something more than coincidence. The ability to quarry, transport, and precisely place stones weighing hundreds of tons requires not just manpower, but advanced understanding of physics, engineering, and logistics. Consider the problem of the Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera in 1901. This bronze device, dating to around 100 BCE, is a complex mechanical computer capable of predicting the positions of the sun, moon, and planets decades into the future. Its gear system is so sophisticated that nothing comparable appears in the historical record until astronomical clocks began appearing in medieval Europe over 1,000 years later. The mechanism suggests that ancient Greek technology was far more advanced than we previously believed. But it also raises a troubling question. If the Greeks could build such sophisticated devices, what else could they build? What other technologies might have existed in the ancient world that we have no record of because they were made from materials that don't survive, or because the knowledge was lost during periods of collapse and chaos? The stones remember what the written records have forgotten. They preserve evidence of capabilities that don't fit our timeline of human development. They suggest that the ancient world was not a place of primitive peoples struggling with bronze tools and wooden wheels, but a world where at least some cultures possessed knowledge and abilities that we are only now beginning to understand. And they raise the most haunting question of all. If these monuments were built by the civilizations we know about, the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Inca, then why do they seem so far beyond those civilizations' other achievements? Why do they stand alone in their sophistication, like islands of advanced knowledge in a sea of more primitive technology? The answer whispered by the stones is one that challenges our most basic assumptions about the past. What if these monuments were not built by the civilizations that claimed them, but inherited by them? What if they are the last surviving works of an earlier people, a previous civilization that possessed knowledge and capabilities that were lost when that civilization fell? The stones cannot tell us who built them or when, not with certainty. But they can tell us that someone did. Someone with knowledge of mathematics and astronomy, with engineering capabilities that rival our own, with the organizational ability to coordinate massive construction projects across generations, someone who understood the movement of the stars, the properties of stone, the principles of leverage and balance and precision. Someone who built not just for their own time, but for ours, as if they knew that their civilization would not last, that their knowledge would be lost, that their very existence would be forgotten, as if they were trying to leave us a message encoded in stone, waiting for us to become sophisticated enough to read it. But the stones were not the only witnesses to the deep past. Hidden in the earth itself, in layers of rock and sediment, in the chemical signatures of ancient atmospheres, lay evidence of events so catastrophic they could erase entire civilizations from the record of time. The scars of catastrophe. The earth remembers everything, in layers of ice and sediment, in the chemical composition of ancient atmospheres trapped in amber, in the magnetic signatures locked within cooling lava. Our planet preserves a record of its history that spans billions of years, and within that record, written in the language of isotopes and impact craters, of mass extinctions and climate shifts, lies evidence of catastrophes so vast they could reset the entire course of life on Earth. We know about the big ones, the events that make it into textbooks and documentaries, the asteroid impact that ended the age of dinosaurs 66 million years ago, leaving behind a layer of iridium-rich clay that circles the globe like a funeral shroud. The Permian-Triassic extinction 252 million years ago, which eliminated 96% of marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrates, earning it the nickname the Great Dying. The Toba supervolcanic eruption 74,000 years ago, which may have reduced the human population to as few as 10,000 individuals, creating a genetic bottleneck that we still carry in our DNA. But these are just the catastrophes we can easily see, the ones that left clear signatures in the geological record. What about the smaller ones, the regional disasters that could destroy a civilization without leaving a global trace? What about the events that happened so recently, in geological terms, that their evidence has been obscured by erosion, sedimentation, and the relentless recycling of the Earth's surface? Consider the Younger Dryas, a period of rapid climate change that began around 12,900 years ago and lasted for over a millennium. In the span of just a few decades, global temperatures plummeted, ice sheets advanced, and sea levels dropped. Entire ecosystems collapsed. The megafauna of North America, giant ground sloths, saber-toothed cats, woolly mammoths, went extinct in what appears to have been a sudden, coordinated die-off. The conventional explanation for the Younger Dryas involves changes in ocean circulation patterns as the great ice sheets melted. But a growing body of evidence suggests something more dramatic. A cosmic impact event that triggered the climate shift and the mass extinctions. The evidence includes a layer of sediment from this period that contains high concentrations of platinum, nanodiamonds, and other materials typically associated with extraterrestrial impacts. The proposed impact wasn't a single large asteroid, but a swarm of fragments from a disintegrating comet that struck the Earth's atmosphere and surface across multiple locations. The impacts would have triggered massive wildfires, filled the atmosphere with dust and debris, and disrupted climate patterns across the globe. The effects would have been devastating for any advanced civilization that might have existed at the time. And there's evidence that such a civilization might indeed have existed. The end of the Younger Dryas, around 11,700 years ago, coincides with what archaeologists call the Neolithic Revolution, the sudden, seemingly spontaneous development of agriculture in multiple locations around the world. Within a few thousand years, humans went from hunter-gatherers to farmers, from nomadic tribes to settled communities, from stone tools to complex societies. This transition has always puzzled researchers. Why did it happen so suddenly? And why in so many places at once? The standard explanation is that climate change at the end of the Ice Age created conditions favourable for agriculture, and humans independently discovered farming techniques in different regions. But what if the truth is more complex? What if the Neolithic Revolution wasn't the beginning of civilization, but its restart? What if there had been an earlier civilization, one that had already developed agriculture, metallurgy, and complex social organization, but was destroyed by the cosmic impacts that triggered the Younger Dryas? What if the survivors of that civilization, scattered and reduced to small groups, carried with them fragments of agricultural knowledge that they gradually reintroduced as conditions improved? This would explain the sudden, simultaneous appearance of farming in regions as distant as the Fertile Crescent, China, and Mesoamerica. The evidence for such a scenario is necessarily fragmentary. Any civilization that existed before the Younger Dryas would have had its traces largely erased by the catastrophe itself and the subsequent climate changes. But there are hints, tantalizing suggestions that something more complex was happening in the deep past than our current models suggest. Take the mystery of the Carolina Bays, thousands of elliptical depressions scattered across the southeastern United States. These features, which can be seen clearly from aerial photographs, all point in the same direction, toward the Great Lakes region. They appear to have been created by some kind of impact event, but not from a single large object. Instead, they suggest a shower of smaller impacts, exactly what you might expect from a fragmenting comet. The dating of the Carolina Bays is controversial, but some evidence suggests they were formed around the time of the Younger Dryas. If so, they provide physical evidence for the kind of cosmic catastrophe that could have destroyed an advanced civilization. The impacts would have been devastating across a wide area, triggering fires, floods, and climate disruption that could have wiped out entire populations. Similar impact features have been identified in other parts of the world. In Argentina, a field of glass-like objects called tektites suggests a major impact event in the relatively recent past. In Australia, Aboriginal oral traditions speak of a time when the sky fell and the land burned, descriptions that sound remarkably like eyewitness accounts of cosmic impacts. The traditions are said to be tens of thousands of years old, passed down through countless generations of storytellers. But cosmic impacts are not the only catastrophes that could erase a civilization from the historical record. Supervolcanic eruptions, massive earthquakes, and sudden climate shifts could all have similar effects. The Earth's crust is far more dynamic and unstable than most people realize, capable of dramatic changes that could reshape entire continents in a matter of years or decades. The Lashump event, which occurred around 41,000 years ago, saw the Earth's magnetic field weaken to just 5% of its current strength, and the magnetic poles flip completely. During this period, the planet would have been bombarded by cosmic radiation, potentially causing widespread mutations, cancer, and sterility in surface-dwelling organisms. Any technological civilization dependent on electronics would have found their systems failing as the protective magnetic shield collapsed. More recently, the 1815 eruption of Mount Tambora in Indonesia caused global climate disruption that lasted for years. The following year, 1816, was known as the Year Without a Summer in Europe and North America. Crops failed, famines spread, and social upheaval followed. This was the result of a single volcanic eruption. Imagine the effects of a supervolcanic event like the Toba eruption, but occurring when a technological civilization was at its peak. The geological record shows that such catastrophes are not rare exceptions, but regular features of Earth's history. Years, with smaller but still devastating events happening far more frequently. Volcanic winters, massive earthquakes, tsunami events, and magnetic field reversals are all part of the planet's natural rhythm, a rhythm that could easily interrupt the rise of any technological species. Perhaps most sobering is the realization that our own civilization exists in a brief window of unusual geological stability. The Holocene epoch, which began around 11,700 years ago, has been characterized by a remarkably stable climate and low levels of catastrophic activity. It's during this period of calm that human civilization has been able to develop and flourish. But the geological record suggests that such stable periods are the exception, not the rule. Most of Earth's history has been marked by dramatic swings in climate, frequent catastrophic events, and conditions that would make the development of complex civilization extremely difficult. What if previous attempts at technological civilization arose during earlier stable periods, only to be cut short by the return of geological chaos? What if the rise and fall of civilizations is tied not just to social and political factors, but to deep cycles of planetary stability that operate on timescales far longer than human history? The ice cores from Greenland and Antarctica tell a story of climate that shifts rapidly and unpredictably. Temperature changes of 10 degrees Celsius or more have occurred in the span of just a few decades. Ocean currents that regulate global weather patterns have stopped and started again like a vast planetary engine cycling on and off. During the last ice age, massive freshwater floods from melting glacial lakes repeatedly disrupted ocean circulation, causing sudden shifts between warm and cold periods that would have made long-term planning nearly impossible for any civilization. And yet, scattered throughout this record of chaos and catastrophe, there are anomalies, traces of something that doesn't quite fit the narrative of a planet populated only by hunter-gatherers and simple agricultural communities. In 1972, French scientists discovered something extraordinary in the Oklo uranium mines of Gabon, Africa. The uranium here showed clear evidence of having undergone nuclear fission reactions, but not recent ones. The isotopic signatures indicated that these reactions had occurred approximately 1.8 billion years ago and had continued for several 100,000 years. The reactions were so well controlled and sustained that they could only have occurred under very specific conditions that shouldn't exist naturally. The official explanation is that these were natural nuclear reactors, created when groundwater acted as a moderator for uranium that was naturally concentrated in the ore body. But the precision required for such reactions to sustain themselves for hundreds of millennia is extraordinary. Some researchers have quietly wondered whether the Oklo reactors might represent something else entirely, evidence of nuclear technology from a previous epoch of Earth's history, when conditions were very different and other forms of life might have achieved technological sophistication. The idea sounds impossible until you consider the vast timescales involved. Complex life has existed on Earth for over 600 million years. Dinosaurs ruled the planet for 865 million years, over 800 times longer than humans have existed. During such immense periods of time, could intelligence have evolved multiple times? Could there have been previous technological species that rose, flourished and vanished long before the first mammals appeared? The challenge of finding evidence for such ancient civilizations would be enormous. Over geological time, the Earth's surface is constantly renewed. Tectonic plates shift and collide, mountains rise and erode away, ocean floors are subducted and recycled. Very little survives unchanged for millions of years, let alone billions. Any artifacts or structures from such ancient times would have been ground to dust long ago. But there might be subtle traces, isotopic anomalies in ancient rocks, unusual mineral deposits, chemical signatures that hint at industrial processes. The Oklo reactors might be just such a trace, a ghostly fingerprint of nuclear technology from an unimaginably distant past. Closer to our own time, other anomalies whisper of possibilities that challenge conventional archaeology. In 1938, German archaeologist Wilhelm König discovered a clay jar in the Iraq Museum that contained a copper cylinder and an iron rod. When filled with an acidic solution, the device produces an electrical current, leading some to call it the Baghdad battery. While mainstream archaeology dismisses it as a curiosity with no practical purpose, others wonder whether it represents evidence of electrical knowledge in the ancient world. Similarly, the Antikythera mechanism, with its incredibly sophisticated gear system, suggests that ancient Greek technology was far more advanced than previously believed. If they could build mechanical computers, what other technologies might they have possessed that left no trace in the historical record? But perhaps the most intriguing anomalies are those that hint at knowledge of things that ancient peoples shouldn't have been able to know. The Piri Reis map of 1513, compiled from much older sources, shows the Antarctic coastline as it would appear without ice, something that wouldn't be discovered by modern explorers until the 20th century. The map appears to be based on ancient sources that had somehow mapped Antarctica during one of the brief periods when it was ice-free, something that last occurred millions of years ago. The Nazca lines of Peru present another puzzle. These massive geoglyphs, carved into the desert floor, can only be properly viewed from the air. They depict animals, geometric patterns, and strange figures that stretch for miles across the landscape. Why would an ancient people create artworks that could only be appreciated from a vantage point they supposedly couldn't reach? Some researchers have suggested that the lines were created for astronomical purposes, as a kind of giant calendar or star map. But others wonder whether they might be evidence of ancient flight, whether the people who created them possessed the technology to view their work from above. The idea seems impossible, but then again, so did many other supposed impossibilities that have since been proven true. The science of forgetting. There is a disturbing truth that archaeologists rarely discuss in public. Most of the past is simply gone. The organic materials that made up the bulk of any ancient civilization, wood, textiles, leather, paper, flesh and bone, decay rapidly under most conditions. What we call the archaeological record is really just the debris, the small fraction of material culture that happened to be made from stone, metal or ceramic, and happened to survive in conditions that prevented decay. We're trying to reconstruct entire civilizations from their garbage dumps and broken pottery, like archaeologists of the future trying to understand our world based solely on landfills and the foundations of buildings. This realization becomes particularly unsettling when you consider how quickly even our most impressive achievements could vanish without maintenance. The steel and concrete that make up our cities are not permanent materials. They are temporary borrowings from the earth that will return to rust and dust in a matter of centuries without constant upkeep. Our electronics, our computers, our vast networks of information storage, all of it depends on continuous maintenance and renewal. Pull the plug on human civilization tomorrow, and within 1,000 years most traces of our technological achievement would be unrecognizable. The only things that would survive in recognizable form would be our stone monuments, Mount Rushmore perhaps, or the Great Dams, and even these would eventually succumb to erosion and collapse. Within 10,000 years, an alien archaeologist visiting Earth would find mostly puzzling ruins, strange isotopic signatures in the soil, and perhaps some very durable plastics that had somehow survived the intervening millennia. Now imagine that timeline extended not just thousands of years into the future, but millions. What would be left of us then? What would survive to tell future investigators that humans had once built cities, split atoms, and reached for the stars? The answer is sobering. Almost nothing. Perhaps some isotopic anomalies from our nuclear tests, a thin layer of unusual materials in the geological record, maybe some extremely durable artifacts buried in very specific conditions. Future scientists would have to be extraordinarily clever and persistent to detect our presence in the deep geological record. This is the problem that faces us when we try to look for evidence of previous technological civilizations on Earth. If such civilizations existed hundreds of thousands or millions of years ago, their traces would be incredibly faint and difficult to detect. We would need to know exactly what to look for and where to look for it. But there might be subtle signs, fingerprints of industrial activity that could persist across geological time. Large-scale mining operations would leave permanent scars in the Earth's crust. The use of fossil fuels would alter the carbon isotope ratios in the atmosphere in ways that might be preserved in ice cores or sedimentary rocks. Nuclear technology would leave distinctive radioactive signatures. Mass extinctions caused by environmental degradation would show up in the fossil record. Some researchers have begun to search for such signatures systematically. The concept has been dubbed the Silurian hypothesis, named after a science fiction race of reptilian beings who ruled Earth before humans. The idea is not to look for artifacts or ruins, but for the subtle geochemical traces that an industrial civilization would inevitably leave behind. The search has turned up some intriguing possibilities. There are periods in Earth's history marked by unusual isotopic signatures, sudden changes in atmospheric composition, and mass extinctions that seem to occur too rapidly to be explained by known natural processes. The Permian-Triassic extinction, for instance, involved not just the death of most species on Earth, but dramatic changes in ocean chemistry and atmospheric composition that happened over an extremely short period of time. Could such events have been caused by runaway industrial activity rather than natural catastrophes? Could previous civilizations have triggered their own extinction through environmental destruction, leaving behind only the chemical signatures of their final collapse? The idea is speculative, but it highlights a crucial point. The absence of obvious evidence for previous civilizations doesn't mean they didn't exist. It might simply mean we don't yet know how to recognize their traces. Consider how much of our own history would be lost if not for written records. The vast majority of human cultures throughout history were pre-literate, preserving their knowledge through oral tradition alone. When those cultures disappeared, through conquest, disease, or environmental collapse, their stories, their technologies, their entire ways of understanding the world vanished with them. Even literate civilizations are incredibly fragile. The Library of Alexandria, which once contained perhaps 500,000 scrolls representing the accumulated knowledge of the ancient world, was gradually destroyed through neglect, religious persecution, and political upheaval. When it finally burned, centuries of scientific and philosophical achievement turned to ash in a matter of hours. The same pattern has repeated throughout history. The Maya developed sophisticated writing systems, advanced astronomy, and complex mathematical concepts. Then their civilization collapsed, and most of their books were deliberately burned by Spanish conquistadors who saw them as works of the devil. Today, we have only 4 surviving Maya codices from a culture that once produced thousands of books. The lesson is clear. Knowledge is far more fragile than we like to believe. Entire bodies of learning can vanish in a single generation if they are not actively preserved and transmitted. Technologies can be lost, rediscovered, and lost again. The wheel, for instance, was invented multiple times by different cultures, and was also abandoned by some cultures that had previously used it. If this can happen to civilizations separated by mere centuries or millennia, what about those separated by hundreds of thousands or millions of years? How many times might intelligence have emerged on Earth, reached technological sophistication, and then vanish so completely that no trace remains? The possibility becomes even more intriguing when you consider the deep time perspective. Earth has been habitable for billions of years. Complex life has existed for over 600 million years. Dinosaurs ruled for 165 million years, a period so vast that entire species evolved and went extinct without leaving any trace in the fossil record. During such immense spans of time, natural selection has had countless opportunities to produce intelligence. We tend to think of human-level intelligence as the pinnacle of evolution, but there's no reason to assume we represent the first or only time such intelligence has emerged. Indeed, given enough time, it seems almost inevitable that intelligence would evolve multiple times, in multiple forms. Some of these intelligences might have been very different from our own. They might have been aquatic civilizations that built their cities on the sea floor, leaving no trace after the ocean basins were recycled through tectonic processes. They might have been silicon-based rather than carbon-based, creating technologies we wouldn't recognize as such. They might have been collective intelligences, vast networks of cooperating organisms that achieved technological sophistication without ever developing individual consciousness as we understand it. The more we learn about the diversity and resilience of life on Earth, the more plausible such scenarios become. We have discovered organisms that thrive in conditions previously thought to be lethal, in boiling acid springs, in the crushing depths of ocean trenches, in solid rock miles beneath the surface. Life is far more adaptable and creative than we ever imagined. If life can flourish in such extreme environments, why not intelligence? Why not technological civilization? The only reason we assume such things are rare or unique is that we have only one example to study, ourselves. But what if we are not unique at all, but simply the latest in a long series of intelligent species that have risen and fallen across the vast expanse of Earth's history? The Watchers in the Deep. In the deepest parts of our oceans, where sunlight has never penetrated and pressure would crush human bones to powder, strange things move in the eternal darkness. We know less about our own ocean depth than we do about the surface of Mars. Less than 20% of the ocean floor has been mapped in detail, and less than 5% has been directly explored. The deepest parts of the ocean trenches might as well be alien worlds. So little do we understand about what lies beneath the crushing weight of miles of water. But what we have discovered in those depths is extraordinary. Entire ecosystems that exist independent of sunlight, drawing energy from chemical processes around volcanic vents. Creatures so bizarre they seem like products of science fiction. Transparent organisms with bioluminescent organs, ancient species that have remained virtually unchanged for hundreds of millions of years, vast networks of bacterial colonies that might represent some of the oldest forms of life on Earth. In 1977, researchers exploring the Galapagos Rift discovered something that revolutionized biology: hydrothermal vents surrounded by thriving communities of life in the complete absence of sunlight. These ecosystems are based on chemosynthesis rather than photosynthesis, using chemical energy from the Earth's interior to support complex food webs. The discovery suggested that life might be far more widespread in the universe than previously thought. If life could thrive in Earth's deepest, darkest places, it might also exist in the subsurface oceans of moons like Europa or Enceladus. But the deep ocean holds other mysteries that are harder to explain. In recent years, underwater exploration has revealed structures that don't fit easily into our understanding of natural geological processes. Strange geometric formations on the sea floor, perfectly circular depressions that extend for miles, underwater roads of fitted stones that seem too regular to be natural. Most of these anomalies are dismissed as pareidolia, our tendency to see patterns and purpose in random natural formations. But some are harder to explain away. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument appears to be a massive stepped pyramid submerged beneath 75 feet of water. The structure shows clear evidence of right angles, straight edges, and geometric precision that seem inconsistent with natural erosion patterns. Mainstream archaeology insists that Yonaguni is a natural formation, carved by water and tectonic activity over millions of years. But marine geologist Robert Schoch, who has studied the site extensively, argues that while the basic structure may be natural, it shows clear evidence of human modification. Tool marks, carved steps, and geometric alterations suggest that someone worked the natural formation into a more regular, purposeful shape. If Schoch is correct, the implications are staggering. The Yonaguni Monument was last above sea level over 12,000 years ago, during the Ice Age when ocean levels were much lower. This would mean that sophisticated stoneworking cultures existed in the region long before conventional archaeology suggests such capabilities developed. But Yonaguni is not alone. Similar underwater structures have been reported off the coasts of India, Cuba, and the Mediterranean. In the Gulf of Cambay off western India, sonar has detected what appears to be a large city submerged beneath 120 feet of water. The site includes geometric structures, grid-like street patterns, and what look like step pyramids. Carbon dating of artifacts dredged from the site has yielded dates of up to 9,500 years ago. The implications are profound. If these underwater sites are indeed artificial, the remains of cities and monuments built when sea levels were lower, they suggest that sophisticated civilizations existed during the Ice Age, thousands of years before conventional history begins. And if such civilizations existed, they would have been perfectly positioned along the then exposed continental shelves, in the most fertile and resource-rich areas of the ancient world. When the Ice Age ended and sea levels rose by 400 feet or more, these coastal civilizations would have been inundated. Their cities, their ports, their monuments. Everything would have disappeared beneath the waves. Only scattered survivors would have remained, carrying fragments of knowledge to higher ground, preserving what they could in stories and myths while struggling to rebuild in a changed world. This scenario would explain many of the puzzles that have long perplexed archaeologists. Why do the earliest known civilizations appear so suddenly and fully formed, without clear developmental stages? Why do isolated cultures around the world share similar technologies and architectural styles? Why do flood myths appear in nearly every human culture? The answer might be that civilization didn't begin with the rise of agriculture 11,000 years ago. It restarted then, rebuilt by survivors of much older cultures that had been destroyed by rising seas and climate change at the end of the Ice Age. But the deep ocean might hold more than just the ruins of lost cities. In the abyssal depths, where pressure and cold have preserved organic materials for millions of years, there might be evidence of life forms that evolved intelligence long before vertebrates colonized the land. Consider the cephalopods, octopi, squid, and their relatives. These creatures evolved complex nervous systems and sophisticated behaviors completely independent of the vertebrate line that eventually produced humans. Octopi demonstrate problem-solving abilities, tool use, and what appears to be individual personality. They can change their skin color and texture to communicate complex messages, effectively giving them a form of language written in living color across their bodies. But octopi have short lifespans and no way to pass knowledge from one generation to the next except through genetic programming. They must learn everything anew in each short life. What if, in the deep past, some branch of cephalopod evolution had overcome this limitation? What if they had developed longer lifespans or, better yet, collective memory systems that allowed knowledge to accumulate across generations? Such a species might have developed a very different kind of intelligence from our own, one based on fluid adaptation and rapid learning rather than tool-making and environmental modification. They might have built cities from coral and cultivated sea gardens rather than smelting metals and quarrying stone. Their technology might have been biological rather than mechanical, leaving no trace that we would recognize as artificial. In the deepest ocean trenches, isolated from surface changes for millions of years, such civilizations might have risen and fallen without ever leaving evidence that surface-dwelling archaeologists would recognize. Their ruins would be dissolved by the corrosive deep-sea environment, their artifacts consumed by bacteria, their very existence erased by the slow, patient chemistry of the abyss. The idea sounds like science fiction, but recent discoveries have revealed that the deep ocean is far stranger and more dynamic than we ever imagined. Vast communities of microorganisms exist in the sediments of the ocean floor, some of them billions of years old, living at the very edge of what we consider possible for life. These deep biosphere communities might represent the most ancient forms of life on Earth, preserving genetic and biochemical information from epochs when the planet was very different. What if some of these ancient communities evolved beyond simple microorganisms? What if, given the vast timescales available, they developed complex behaviors, communication systems, even forms of consciousness that we cannot recognize because they operate on completely different principles from our own? The ocean depths might be inhabited by forms of intelligence so alien to our experience that we lack the conceptual framework to even recognize them as intelligent. They might communicate through chemical signals that take years to propagate across ocean basins. They might think in geological time, with individual thoughts lasting centuries and conversations spanning millennia. They might perceive reality through senses we don't possess. experiencing the world as patterns of pressure and chemical gradients, magnetic fields and subsonic vibrations. Such intelligences might have watched the rise and fall of surface civilizations with the detached interest of gods observing the brief lives of mayflies. They might have accumulated knowledge across millions of years, developing understanding of the universe that makes our science seem primitive and limited. And they might still be there, in the crushing depths, patiently observing as we take our first tentative steps into the deep ocean that has been their domain since long before the first fish crawled onto land. This possibility, that Earth's oceans might harbour ancient intelligences that predate terrestrial life by millions or billions of years, adds yet another layer to the mystery of what came before us. We search for evidence of previous civilizations in stone monuments and mythological stories, but perhaps we should be looking deeper, into realms so alien and hostile to our form of life that we never thought to consider them as potential homes for intelligence. The deep ocean keeps its secrets well. In its crushing darkness and impossible cold, in its corrosive chemistry and alien pressures, evidence of previous intelligences might rest beyond our ability to detect or comprehend. We are surface dwellers, creatures of air and light, trying to understand a world that is fundamentally underwater, fundamentally dark, fundamentally different from everything we know about the requirements for complex life. But as our technology improves and our understanding deepens, we are beginning to probe those depths more systematically. Each dive, each sonar survey, each sample brought up from the abyssal plains adds to our knowledge of what lies beneath. And sometimes, just sometimes, we find things that don't quite fit our expectations, anomalies that hint at complexities we haven't yet learned to interpret. The ocean depths are vast beyond imagination, deeper than our highest mountains, more alien than the surface of Mars. If intelligence has evolved multiple times on Earth across its billions of years of history, some of those intelligences might have chosen the depths over the shallows, the eternal darkness over the brief flicker of sunlight. They might still be there, waiting in the deep, watching and remembering everything that has ever lived and died on the surface of their water world. The genetic ghosts. Hidden within the spiral staircase of human DNA lies a library more vast and mysterious than any archive built from stone or paper. Our genome contains not just the blueprint for building a human body, but the entire evolutionary history of life on Earth, a genetic memory that stretches back billions of years to the first replicating molecules that learned to copy themselves in ancient seas. But DNA holds more than evolutionary history. It holds evidence of bottlenecks and expansions, of populations that nearly went extinct and others that exploded across continents. It records the effects of diseases, disasters, and dramatic environmental changes. And within that record, geneticists are discovering patterns that don't quite match the neat timelines of human migration and development that we've constructed from archaeological evidence. The most startling revelation has been how recently our species came close to extinction, not once, but multiple times. The genetic evidence suggests that around 70,000 years ago, the human population crashed to perhaps as few as 2,000 breeding individuals. The entire future of our species balanced on the edge of oblivion, survivors scattered across a continent, carrying with them a severely restricted gene pool that we still carry today. This bottleneck coincides roughly with the Toba supervolcanic eruption, one of the largest volcanic events in the past 2 million years. The eruption threw enough ash and sulfur into the atmosphere to trigger a volcanic winter that lasted for years, dramatically reducing global temperatures and making survival extremely difficult for human populations that were still heavily dependent on hunting and gathering. But the genetic evidence suggests this wasn't the only near-extinction event in human history. There are signs of earlier bottlenecks, earlier crashes in population that reduced our ancestors to small, isolated groups, struggling to survive in a hostile world. Each time, somehow, the species recovered, but not without losing something in the process. What's particularly intriguing is that some of these population crashes don't correspond to any known natural disasters. The genetic signatures suggest sudden, dramatic reductions in population that occurred during periods when the climate was relatively stable and conditions should have favoured human expansion. It's as if entire populations simply vanished, leaving only small remnant groups to carry the human lineage forward. This pattern becomes even more mysterious when you consider the genetic diversity of modern human populations. Despite having spread across the entire globe, humans are remarkably genetically uniform compared to other species. We have less genetic diversity than chimpanzees, who are confined to a much smaller area of Africa. This suggests that our global expansion happened very recently and from a very small founding population. But there are anomalies in our genetic structure that hint at a more complex history. Traces of DNA that don't fit the straightforward narrative of human evolution from Africa. Genetic markers that suggest ancient admixture with populations that shouldn't have existed according to conventional timelines. Sequences that appear to have been acquired through horizontal gene transfer, a process common in bacteria but supposedly impossible in complex organisms like humans. Most controversial are the findings related to what geneticists call ghost populations, human-like groups that contributed genetic material to modern humans but left no direct descendants and no archaeological trace. These populations are detected only through their genetic signatures, like shadows cast by people who have long since walked out of the light. The most famous of these ghost populations are the Denisovans, known only from a few fragments of bone found in a Siberian cave, but whose genetic legacy makes up 2 to 3% of the genome of modern Melanesians and Aboriginal Australians. The Denisovans apparently lived across a vast area of Asia for hundreds of thousands of years, yet we have almost no physical evidence of their existence, just their genetic fingerprints preserved in the DNA of their distant descendants. But genetic analysis suggests there were other ghost populations as well, groups that contributed to human ancestry, but whose physical remains have never been found. Some of these populations appear to have had unusual characteristics, genetic adaptations that suggest they lived in extreme environments or had unusual physiological capabilities. Perhaps most intriguingly, some researchers have identified genetic sequences in modern humans that appear to be much older than they should be, according to standard models of human evolution. These archaic sequences don't match any known human ancestor, but seem to represent genetic contributions from populations that diverged from the main human line hundreds of thousands or even millions of years ago. The conventional explanation is that these sequences represent contamination from other hominin species that modern humans encountered and interbred with during their expansion out of Africa. But some researchers have proposed a more radical possibility, that these genetic ghosts represent the remnants of earlier human civilizations that achieved technological sophistication long before our own. The idea is based on the observation that technological development can dramatically affect evolutionary pressures. A species that develops agriculture, medicine, and complex social organization can survive in environments and in population densities that would be impossible for hunter-gatherers. They can also develop genetic adaptations to the artificial environments they create, resistance to diseases spread by dense urban populations, ability to digest agricultural products, tolerance for the toxins produced by metallurgy and manufacturing. If such a technological species existed, in the deep past their genetic signature might persist even after their civilization collapsed, and their descendants reverted to hunter-gatherer lifestyles. The technological adaptations would become evolutionary baggage, genetic sequences that served no function in a post-civilizational environment, but persisted simply because they weren't actively harmful. Over thousands or tens of thousands of years, most such sequences would be gradually eliminated by natural selection. But some might persist, especially if they were linked to other genes that did provide survival advantages. These genetic ghosts would be detectable by modern analysis as sequences that seem too old, too complex, or too specialized for the environments in which they're found. The genetic evidence becomes even more intriguing when combined with recent discoveries about the antiquity and sophistication of human behavior. Archaeological sites like Blombos Cave in South Africa have revealed evidence of symbolic behavior, artistic expression, and complex tool-making dating back over 100,000 years, much earlier than previously thought possible. At Blombos, archaeologists have found carefully crafted shell beads, ochre crayons with abstract engravings, and sophisticated bone tools that required advanced planning and technical skill to create. The site suggests that modern human cognition and behavior emerged much earlier than the Great Leap Forward that supposedly occurred around 40,000 years ago. But if modern human behavior emerged 100,000 or even 200,000 years ago, what were our ancestors doing during the intervening millennia? The archaeological record shows long periods of apparent stasis punctuated by sudden bursts of innovation. Technologies appear, disappear, and reappear again thousands of years later. Artistic traditions start and stop with no clear explanation. This pattern is puzzling if you assume steady progressive development, but it makes perfect sense if you assume that human populations went through repeated cycles of advancement and collapse. Technologies would be developed during periods of population growth and cultural stability, then lost during environmental crises or social upheaval. Survivors would preserve fragments of knowledge, but it might take thousands of years for conditions to become favorable enough for that knowledge to be fully redeveloped and expanded upon. The genetic evidence supports this cyclical model. The population bottlenecks recorded in our DNA correspond to periods when technologies and cultural traditions would have been most vulnerable to loss. Each crash would have scattered the surviving populations, breaking up the social networks that preserved and transmitted complex knowledge. But each recovery would have started from a higher baseline than the previous cycle. The survivors would carry not just genetic memories of adaptation, but cultural memories of what was possible. They would know that humans could work metal, build monuments, navigate by the stars. Even if they had temporarily lost the specific knowledge of how to do these things. This might explain the sudden appearance of sophisticated technologies in the archaeological record. The Neolithic Revolution, the Bronze Age, the development of writing and mathematics, all of these might represent not the first invention of these technologies, but their reinvention by populations who carried genetic and cultural memories of earlier achievements. The human genome is a palimpsest, a manuscript that has been written over and erased and written over again countless times. Each layer tells a different story about our past, and the deepest layers preserve memories so ancient that we're only now learning how to read them. As our techniques for genetic analysis become more sophisticated, we're uncovering evidence of complexities in human history that challenge our most basic assumptions about who we are and where we came from. We are the children of survivors of volcanic winters and cosmic impacts, of climate shifts and population crashes, of the rise and fall of civilizations whose names we never learned because they forgot how to write them down. We carry within our cells the genetic memories of all those who came before us, the accumulated wisdom and experience of 1,000,000 generations of ancestors who faced the darkness and somehow found a way forward. But we also carry something else, the genetic potential for all the capabilities and achievements of those who came before us. If previous human populations developed sophisticated technologies, if they built civilizations and created art and music and literature, then the genetic capacity for those achievements still exists within us. We are not just the inheritors of their failures, but of their possibilities. In the spiraling darkness of our DNA, the ghosts of previous civilizations whisper their secrets to anyone who knows how to listen. They tell us that we have been here before, that we have risen and fallen and risen again, that the human story is far older and more complex than we ever imagined. And they tell us something else, something that echoes through the generations like a promise or a warning. We can do it again. The Keepers of Time. In the pre-dawn darkness of winter solstice morning, atop the hill of Newgrange in Ireland, something miraculous happens that has been happening for over 5,000 years. As the sun rises above the horizon, a single shaft of golden light penetrates the roof box of the ancient passage tomb, travels down the 60-foot corridor, and illuminates the triple spiral carved into the back wall of the burial chamber. For exactly 17 minutes, the heart of the monument blazes with light, then returns to darkness for another year. This is not an accident. The entire massive structure, 200 feet in diameter, built from 200,000 tons of stone and earth, was designed and constructed with mathematical precision to capture this single moment of cosmic alignment. The builders had to understand not just basic astronomy, but the complex mechanics of Earth's orbit, the precession of the equinoxes, and the subtle variations in the sun's path across the sky that occur over centuries. Newgrange predates Stonehenge by 500 years and the Great Pyramid by 600 years. It was built by Neolithic farmers who supposedly had only stone tools, wooden rollers, and basic agricultural knowledge. Yet the astronomical calculations required for its construction would challenge modern engineers equipped with computers and precise instruments. This is the paradox that haunts our understanding of the ancient world. Again and again, we find evidence of astronomical knowledge so sophisticated, so precise, so far-reaching in its implications that it seems to come from a completely different level of civilization than the one we think we're studying. The phenomenon is global. In the jungles of Guatemala, the Maya calculated the length of the solar year to 365.420 days, more accurate than the Julian calendar that Europe would use for another 1,000 years. They tracked the cycles of Venus with an error of only 2 hours over a period of 500 years. They predicted eclipses centuries into the future and recorded astronomical events from centuries in the past. At Nabta Playa in the Egyptian desert, stone circles arranged by cattle herders 7,000 years ago align with the rising of Sirius and the summer solstice. But the alignments were not designed for the time when they were built. They point to where these celestial events occurred thousands of years earlier, suggesting the builders were working from much older astronomical records. In Cambodia, The massive temple complex of Angkor Wat, built in the early 12th century, mirrors the constellation Draco as it appeared at the spring equinox in 10,500 BCE, over 11,000 years before the temple was constructed. The correlation is so precise that it seems impossible to attribute to coincidence. These examples multiply across every continent and every epoch of human history. Ancient structures aligned to celestial events with pinpoint accuracy, calendars that track cosmic cycles spanning thousands of years, myths and texts that preserve astronomical data from times so remote that the knowledge they contain couldn't have been gathered by the cultures that preserved them. The conventional explanation is that ancient peoples were keen observers of the sky, and that over many generations they accumulated accurate astronomical knowledge through patient observation and record keeping. This explanation works for simple phenomena, tracking the phases of the moon, noting the seasonal movement of constellations, predicting the annual flood cycles. But it falls apart when we examine the more sophisticated examples. The precession of the equinoxes, for instance, is a phenomenon that takes 25,020 years to complete one full cycle. It's caused by a wobble in Earth's axis that makes the position of the north celestial pole shift slowly against the background of stars. To detect this movement requires not just centuries of careful observation, but a conceptual framework sophisticated enough to separate this subtle effect from all the other complex motions of celestial objects. Yet evidence for knowledge of precession appears throughout the ancient world. The Egyptians encoded it in their mythology, describing ages ruled by different gods that correspond to different precessional epochs. The Greeks inherited this knowledge and developed it into a formal astronomical theory. Hindu and Buddhist texts describe vast cosmic cycles that match precessional periods with remarkable accuracy. Most intriguingly, this knowledge appears to be embedded in monuments and myths from cultures that had no known contact with each other. The precessional cycle appears in Norse mythology, in Mesoamerican calendars, in the astronomical alignments of temples across Asia and Africa. It's as if this knowledge was part of a global heritage, preserved and transmitted by different cultures across vast spans of time. Consider the problem of longitude. For most of human history, determining one's position east or west on the globe was one of navigation's greatest challenges. The problem wasn't solved in Europe until the 18th century, with the development of accurate marine chronometers that could keep precise time during long ocean voyages. Yet the ancient Egyptians somehow managed to align the Great Pyramid with true cardinal directions to within 3/60th of a degree. The pyramid's base is also level to within just 2.1 centimetres across its entire 230-metre width. This level of precision requires not just sophisticated surveying techniques, but accurate knowledge of the Earth's shape and rotation. Similarly, many ancient sites around the world are positioned at locations that seem to have been chosen for their geometric relationships to other sites thousands of miles away. The Great Pyramid sits at exactly 30 degrees north latitude, 1/3 of the way from the equator to the pole. Angkor Wat is precisely 72 degrees of longitude east of the pyramids at Giza, a relationship that corresponds to the precessional number 72, the number of years it takes for precession to shift the celestial pole by 1 degree. These geometric relationships appear too frequently and too precisely to be coincidental. They suggest a level of global coordination and mathematical sophistication that seems impossible for ancient civilizations using supposedly primitive technologies. How did builders in Egypt communicate with builders in Cambodia? How did they achieve such precise measurements across continental distances? One possibility is that these monuments were built according to a master plan developed by a civilization with global reach and sophisticated technology, a civilization that predated the individual cultures we credit with their construction. The monuments we see today might be reconstructions or modifications of much older sites, built according to plans and alignments established in a remote antiquity. This would explain another puzzling aspect of ancient astronomical sites. Many of them seem to commemorate celestial events that occurred thousands of years before the monuments were built. The Sphinx's gaze toward the constellation Leo corresponds to the spring equinox of 10,500 BCE, when Leo rose directly in front of the monument at dawn. The star maps in Egyptian temples show the night sky, as it appeared millennia before those temples were constructed. It's as if the builders were trying to preserve memories of specific moments in deep time, cosmic anniversaries that held special significance for reasons we no longer understand. But why would ancient peoples go to such extraordinary effort to commemorate astronomical events from their distant past? What was so important about these particular moments in cosmic history? The answer might lie in the growing realization that Earth's relationship with the cosmos is far more dynamic and dangerous than we once believed. The solar system moves through different regions of the galaxy over vast periods of time, encountering varying densities of cosmic dust, different levels of radiation, and gravitational influences from nearby stars. These cosmic environments can have profound effects on Earth's climate, magnetic field, and the evolution of life itself. Recent research has revealed that the solar system's orbit around the galactic center brings us through regions of space with very different properties. Every 26 million years or so, we pass through the galactic plane, where the density of matter and energy is much higher than in the quieter regions where we normally reside. These passages correlate with periods of increased cosmic radiation, climate disruption, and mass extinctions in Earth's geological record. The cycle isn't perfectly regular. It's influenced by the gravitational effects of nearby stars, the structure of spiral arms in the galaxy, and other cosmic factors that can accelerate or delay our passage through these dangerous regions. But ancient astronomers, given enough time and careful observation, might have detected these patterns and learned to predict when Earth would be most vulnerable to cosmic catastrophes. This could explain the obsession with long-term astronomical cycles that appears in so many ancient cultures. The Maya long count calendar, which tracks a cycle of 5,125 years, might not be arbitrary. It might correspond to a period during which specific cosmic dangers recur. The Hindu concept of yugas, vast cosmic ages lasting hundreds of thousands of years, might preserve knowledge of even longer cycles that affect the stability of civilizations on Earth. If previous civilizations had achieved a level of astronomical sophistication that allowed them to detect these cosmic cycles, they might have devoted enormous resources to preserving this knowledge for their descendants. The monuments and calendars and myths might all be part of a vast early warning system designed to help future civilizations recognize when dangerous periods were approaching and prepare accordingly. This interpretation gives new meaning to many ancient texts that describe cycles of creation and destruction, golden ages followed by catastrophic endings. The Hindu Puranas describe 4 yugas that repeat endlessly, with each cycle ending in dissolution and renewal. The Maya believed in multiple creation cycles, each ending when the gods became dissatisfied with their creations and destroyed the world to start over. Norse mythology describes Ragnarok as part of an eternal cycle, where the world is destroyed and reborn with each cosmic age. These might not be metaphysical concepts or moral allegories, but practical astronomical information encoded in mythological language. The gods who destroy and recreate the world might represent cosmic forces, galactic radiation, solar variations, gravitational disruptions that periodically threaten the stability of Earth's biosphere. The ages might correspond to real periods of cosmic safety and danger that repeat according to astronomical cycles spanning thousands or millions of years. From this perspective, the ancient monuments take on a different significance. They weren't just temples or tombs, but observatories and record-keeping systems designed to track humanity's progress through these cosmic cycles. The precise astronomical alignments weren't just religious symbolism, but functional instruments for measuring Earth's position in space and time. The Great Pyramid, for instance, might have served as a kind of cosmic clock, its internal chambers and passages aligned to track the movement of specific stars and constellations over vast periods of time. The King's Chamber points toward Orion, associated in Egyptian mythology with Osiris, the god of death and rebirth. The Queen's Chamber points toward Sirius, linked with Isis, the goddess of magic and renewal. These weren't arbitrary choices. They might represent stars whose behavior serves as markers for Earth's passage through different cosmic environments. Similarly, Stonehenge's complex arrangement of stones creates multiple sight lines that track not just annual solar and lunar cycles, but much longer periods of celestial motion. The monument was built in phases over more than 1,500 years, with each phase adding new capabilities for astronomical observation and calculation. The final structure could predict eclipses decades in advance and track the 18.6-year cycle of lunar standstills with remarkable precision. But Stonehenge's most mysterious feature might be its acoustic properties. Recent research has revealed that the circle of stones creates a unique sound environment, amplifying certain frequencies while dampening others. Specific locations within the circle produce distinct resonances when sounds are made, almost as if the monument was designed as a kind of acoustic instrument. This raises intriguing possibilities about how astronomical knowledge was preserved and transmitted in ancient times. Sound and music can encode complex information in memorable patterns that persist across generations even when written records are lost. The specific frequencies produced at Stonehenge might correspond to astronomical cycles, with different tones representing different periods of cosmic time. Many ancient cultures associated music and mathematics with cosmic harmony. The Pythagoreans believed that celestial bodies produced musical tones as they moved through space, and that understanding these cosmic harmonies was the key to understanding the structure of the universe. Hindu traditions describe the universe as being created and sustained by sound vibrations, with different frequencies corresponding to different levels of cosmic manifestation. If advanced ancient astronomers had discovered mathematical relationships between cosmic cycles and harmonic frequencies, they might have encoded crucial astronomical data in musical forms that could be preserved and transmitted through oral tradition, even during periods when written records were lost. The songs and chants that accompany ancient rituals might contain sophisticated astronomical information disguised as religious or ceremonial content. This possibility becomes more intriguing when we consider how much astronomical knowledge has been preserved in seemingly primitive cultural forms. Aboriginal Australian songlines encode precise navigation information across thousands of miles of continent, with each song corresponding to specific landmarks, water sources, and seasonal patterns. The information is so accurate that modern GPS systems confirm the precision of traditional navigation techniques that have been passed down orally for tens of thousands of years. Similarly, Polynesian navigators used traditional charts and stick charts to guide voyages across thousands of miles of open ocean, using techniques that allowed them to determine their position by reading wave patterns, star positions, and subtle environmental cues. These methods were far more sophisticated than European navigation techniques available at the same time, yet they required no written records or mechanical instruments, just precise cultural knowledge passed down through generations of master navigators. If such sophisticated information could be preserved in traditional forms for thousands of years, what about astronomical knowledge developed by previous technological civilizations? What if the myths and monuments we've inherited contain not just simple observations of celestial phenomena, but precise mathematical data about cosmic cycles that affect the long-term survival of Earth's biosphere? The implications are staggering. Every ancient culture might be the guardian of fragments of a vast astronomical database compiled over millions of years by successive civilizations. The monuments might be backup systems designed to preserve crucial information, even if the cultures that built them collapse completely. The myths might be mnemonic devices that encode complex mathematical relationships in story form, allowing essential knowledge to survive even when its scientific context is forgotten. From this perspective, our current civilization occupies a unique position in the cosmic cycle. We have developed the technological capability to verify and extend the astronomical knowledge preserved by our predecessors, but we may be running out of time to fully decode and understand it before the next dangerous period in Earth's cosmic journey begins. The ancient astronomers knew something that we're only beginning to rediscover, that Earth's fate is intimately connected to cosmic cycles operating on scales much larger than human history. They devoted enormous resources to tracking these cycles and preserving the knowledge for future generations. The question now is whether we can decode their warnings quickly enough to benefit from their hard-won wisdom. As we stand at the threshold of becoming a truly spacefaring civilization, we might be approaching a cosmic test that previous civilizations failed. The monuments they left behind might not just be archaeological curiosities, but survival manuals for navigating the dangerous periods that lie ahead. The time has come to take their warnings seriously and learn from their example, before it's too late to avoid repeating their fate. The archive of everything deep beneath the Giza Plateau in chambers that official archaeology claims do not exist. Legend speaks of a vast library containing the complete records of human civilization. The Hall of Records, as it has been called, supposedly holds not just the history of Egypt, but the entire story of humanity's rise and fall across multiple epochs of deep time. No such chamber has ever been found, despite decades of ground-penetrating radar surveys, drilling projects, and exhaustive exploration of the Giza complex. Yet the legend persists, supported by ancient Egyptian texts that speak of hidden repositories of wisdom, by the testimony of classical authors who claim to have seen such archives, and by the nagging sense that a civilization capable of building the Great Pyramid must have possessed knowledge far beyond what their surviving texts reveal. But what if the Hall of Records was never meant to be a single physical location? What if the ancient keepers of knowledge were far cleverer than we imagined, distributing their most precious information across multiple storage systems designed to survive different types of catastrophes? The more we study ancient monuments, texts, and traditions, the more they seem to function as components of a vast distributed archive, a global information storage network that preserves crucial knowledge in multiple redundant formats designed to survive the collapse of individual civilizations. Consider the mathematical constants embedded in the Great Pyramid. Its dimensions encode not just pi and the golden ratio, but the circumference of the Earth, the length of the year, the speed of light, and dozens of other physical constants that supposedly weren't discovered until modern times. These numbers aren't just carved into the stone, they're built into the very structure of the monument, preserved in ratios and proportions that would survive even if all surface decorations were eroded away. This technique of encoding information in architectural proportions appears at sites around the world. Angkor Wat's dimensions correspond to cosmic cycles measured in thousands of years. Stonehenge's geometry encodes astronomical constants and mathematical relationships. The Mayan pyramids at Chichen Itza and Teotihuacan contain precise numerical data about planetary orbits and calendar calculations. The distributed nature of this information suggests a deliberate preservation strategy. If crucial knowledge was scattered across multiple monuments on different continents, it would be almost impossible for any single catastrophe to destroy it completely. Even if several sites were lost, enough would survive to allow future civilizations to reconstruct the complete database. But the ancient archivists didn't stop with monuments. They also encoded information in stories, mathematical concepts, and cultural practices that could survive even the complete destruction of physical structures. The stories we call myths often contain precise astronomical data, mathematical relationships, and scientific concepts disguised as narratives about gods and heroes. The Hindu epics, for instance, contain remarkably accurate descriptions of nuclear weapons, aerial warfare, and genetic engineering techniques, all embedded in stories about divine beings and magical powers. The Ramayana describes Vimanas, flying vehicles, with specifications so detailed that modern engineers have used them to design working aircraft. The Mahabharata contains passages about weapons that sound suspiciously like nuclear bombs, complete with descriptions of radiation sickness and environmental contamination. These descriptions are usually dismissed as fantasy or primitive attempts to understand natural phenomena. But what if they represent something else entirely? Technical manuals disguised as religious literature, preserved across thousands of years by cultures that no longer understood the original scientific context. The same pattern appears in traditions around the world. Aboriginal Australian Dreamtime stories contain precise geological information about events that occurred tens of thousands of years ago, including the formation of specific landforms and the effects of sea level changes at the end of the Ice Age. These stories were supposedly created by Stone Age peoples with no understanding of geology, yet they preserve accurate scientific information with remarkable precision. Polynesian creation myths describe the formation of island chains with geological accuracy that matches modern scientific understanding. Norse legends contain detailed descriptions of climate cycles and their effects on human populations. Native American traditions preserve information about astronomical events, geological catastrophes, and environmental changes spanning thousands of years. The consistency and accuracy of this information across so many different cultures suggests that it comes from a common source, a sophisticated understanding of Earth's history and cosmic environment that was systematically preserved in story form when more direct recording methods became unavailable. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of this distributed archive is how it seems designed to reveal itself gradually as human knowledge advances. The mathematical constants in the pyramids only became apparent when we developed the tools to measure them precisely. The astronomical alignments of ancient monuments only made sense when we understood precession and long-term celestial mechanics. The scientific information in ancient texts only becomes recognizable when we rediscover the technologies they describe. It's almost as if the ancient archivists anticipated that future civilizations would develop knowledge in a particular sequence and designed their information storage system to provide confirmation and additional data as we reached each level of understanding. The monuments function like a cosmic combination lock, revealing their secrets only when we demonstrate that we possess the conceptual keys to interpret them correctly. This interpretation explains many of the anomalies that have puzzled researchers for decades. Why do ancient monuments contain information about physical constants that their builders supposedly couldn't have known? Because the builders weren't the original designers. They were reconstructing from plans created by a previous civilization with advanced scientific knowledge. Why do myths from isolated cultures contain such similar descriptions of advanced technologies and cosmic catastrophes? Because they're all fragments of the same original database, preserved in different cultural contexts but ultimately deriving from the same source. Why do ancient astronomical sites commemorate celestial events from thousands of years before they were built? Because they're part of a long-term monitoring system, designed to track cosmic cycles that operate on timescales much longer than individual civilizations. The distributed archive theory also explains why so much ancient knowledge seems to be concentrated in specific locations and cultures. Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, China, and Mesoamerica weren't just the birthplaces of civilization. They were the designated repository sites where survivors of an earlier global civilization concentrated their efforts to preserve and transmit crucial knowledge. These cultures became the inheritors and guardians of information systems they didn't fully understand, but which they faithfully maintained and transmitted across thousands of years. The priest classes that preserved ancient traditions weren't just religious figures. They were the human components of a vast data storage network, biological hard drives programmed to maintain and transmit information, even when its original purpose was forgotten. This would explain the remarkable continuity of certain traditions across millennia, even through periods of political collapse and cultural upheaval. The essential information was too important to lose, so it was embedded in religious practices, architectural traditions, and cultural rituals that were maintained even when their original scientific context was no longer understood. As our own civilization advances, we're beginning to recognize the sophistication of this ancient information storage system. Modern attempts to preserve knowledge for future civilizations face exactly the same challenges that the ancient archivists did: how to encode essential information in formats that will survive technological collapse, environmental catastrophe, and cultural discontinuity. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault attempts to preserve genetic diversity in a frozen repository designed to survive climate change and political upheaval. The Long Now Foundation is building a 10,000-year clock designed to encourage long-term thinking and preserve information across multiple civilizations. Various projects have proposed encoding human knowledge in crystalline matrices, DNA sequences, and astronomical markers that could survive geological timescales. But all of these modern efforts pale in comparison to the elegance and redundancy of the ancient system. By distributing information across multiple formats, architectural, mythological, mathematical, astronomical, and cultural, the ancient archivists created a storage network that has already survived multiple civilizational collapses and continues to reveal new information as our ability to decode it improves. We are not just uncovering the history of ancient civilizations. We are accessing a vast database of human knowledge that spans hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of years. Each new archaeological discovery, each decoded text, each recognized astronomical alignment adds another piece to a puzzle that reveals not just where we came from, but where we might be heading. The ancient archive is still active, still transmitting its carefully preserved information to anyone with the knowledge and wisdom to decode it. The question is whether we'll prove worthy inheritors of this vast repository of human experience, or whether we will repeat the mistakes that led to its original creator's downfall. The stones are still speaking. The numbers are still adding up. The stars are still marking time in their ancient patterns, and somewhere in the intersection of all this preserved knowledge lies the key to understanding not just our past, but our future, if we can learn to listen before it's too late. The Consciousness Codex. In the sacred cave of Lascaux, 17,000 years beneath the surface of France, ancient artists created something that challenges everything we think we know about the development of human consciousness. The paintings that cover these underground galleries are not primitive scratchings or simple animal portraits. They are sophisticated works of art that demonstrate perspective, movement, shading, and compositional sophistication that rivals anything created in recorded history. But the caves hold secrets that go far beyond artistic technique. Recent analysis has revealed that many of the paintings correspond to star maps, with the positions of animals matching the locations of constellations in the night sky, as they appeared tens of thousands of years ago. The caves function as both art galleries and planetariums, encoding astronomical information in symbolic form that has survived since the end of the Ice Age. Even more mysteriously, the acoustic properties of the caves suggest they were designed to produce specific sound effects. Certain chambers create echoes that enhance particular frequencies, while others produce resonances that can induce altered states of consciousness. The painted areas correspond precisely with the locations that produce the most dramatic acoustic effects, as if the visual and auditory experiences were designed to work together. This combination of visual art, astronomical data, and consciousness, altering sound environments, points towards something far more sophisticated than the shamanic rituals that archaeologists usually invoke to explain cave art. It suggests that Paleolithic humans possessed an understanding of consciousness itself, how it could be modified, enhanced, and used to access information beyond the reach of ordinary perception. This pattern appears at sacred sites around the world. The oracle at Delphi delivered prophecies while in trance states induced by ethylene gas seeping from geological fissures beneath the temple. The design of the chamber amplified these natural psychoactive effects, creating a controlled environment for accessing altered states of consciousness. Recent geological surveys have confirmed that the ancient Greeks positioned their most important oracle precisely over a unique combination of geological features that produced the optimal conditions for consciousness modification. In the Amazon basin, indigenous shamans have used ayahuasca and other plant medicines for thousands of years to access what they describe as plant intelligence, direct communication with the molecular consciousness of the forest. The knowledge they gain through these experiences includes detailed information about the medicinal properties of hundreds of plant species, complex ecological relationships, and sustainable resource management techniques that modern science is only beginning to understand. What's remarkable is that this plant-derived knowledge often proves to be scientifically accurate when tested in modern laboratories. Shamans with no formal training in chemistry or pharmacology somehow know exactly which plants contain specific alkaloids, how to combine them for maximum effectiveness, and how to neutralize dangerous compounds through precise preparation techniques. The conventional explanation is that this knowledge was developed through trial and error over many generations, but the complexity and precision of traditional pharmacology suggests something more sophisticated, a systematic method for accessing information directly from natural systems through altered states of consciousness. This possibility becomes more intriguing when we consider that many of the world's most important scientific discoveries have occurred during altered states of consciousness. Kekule's discovery of the benzene ring came to him in a dream about a snake seizing its own tail. Tesla's alternating current system was revealed to him during a walk while reciting poetry. Einstein's theory of relativity emerged from thought experiments that involved imagining himself riding beams of light. The history of science is filled with examples of breakthrough insights that occurred not through logical analysis, but through intuitive leaps that seem to come from beyond the reach of normal conscious thought. These discoveries often arrived complete and fully formed, requiring only mathematical verification rather than conceptual development. What if this represents not just the quirky psychology of creative genius, but access to a deeper layer of information that exists beyond individual consciousness? What if consciousness itself is not generated by the brain, but is instead something the brain accesses, like a radio receiver tuning into broadcasts from a larger information field? This interpretation is supported by an increasing body of research suggesting that consciousness may not be localized in the brain at all. Studies of near-death experiences, out-of-body phenomena, and remote viewing suggest that consciousness can operate independently of physical brain function. Quantum physics has revealed that information appears to exist at a fundamental level of reality, suggesting that consciousness and information might be different aspects of the same underlying phenomenon. If consciousness functions as a kind of cosmic internet, connecting all living systems to a vast reservoir of information, then the altered states practiced by ancient cultures might represent sophisticated technologies for accessing this network. The cave paintings, the oracle chambers, the plant medicine ceremonies, all of these might be hardware components of an ancient consciousness modification system designed to download information from non-local sources. This would explain many of the anomalies we find in ancient knowledge systems. How did ancient astronomers know about celestial phenomena that couldn't be observed with the naked eye? How did traditional healers discover complex medicinal compounds without modern research methods? How did ancient architects encode mathematical constants that weren't supposed to be discovered for thousands more years? The answer might be that they accessed this information directly through consciousness technologies that we have largely forgotten how to use. The sophisticated practices preserved in mystery schools, shamanic traditions, and esoteric teachings might be the remnants of scientific protocols for consciousness research that were once as systematic and rigorous as modern laboratory methods. Ancient texts often describe specific techniques for achieving altered states that sound remarkably like modern consciousness research protocols. The Egyptian Book of the Dead provides detailed instructions for navigating non-ordinary reality. The Tibetan Book of the Dead describes precise methods for maintaining awareness during the dissolution of ordinary consciousness. Hindu and Buddhist traditions preserve sophisticated maps of consciousness that catalogue different types of awareness and the techniques for accessing them. These texts weren't religious in the modern sense. They were technical manuals for consciousness exploration, preserved in symbolic language that disguised their scientific content from those who weren't initiated into the proper protocols. The ancient mystery schools that preserved these techniques operated more like research institutions than religious organizations. They required years of training, maintained strict protocols for consciousness modification experiments, and preserved detailed records of their findings. The initiates weren't worshippers. They were consciousness researchers, using systematic methods to explore the nature of reality at levels beyond ordinary perception. What they discovered through these investigations might have included not just information about the natural world, but knowledge about the deep structure of time itself. If consciousness can access information non-locally, it might also be able to access information non-temporally, gathering data from past and future events through some mechanism that transcends ordinary causality. This could explain how ancient cultures possessed knowledge about future astronomical events, future geological catastrophes, and future technological developments. The prophecies preserved in ancient texts might not be supernatural predictions, but scientific reports based on consciousness-based information-gathering techniques. From this perspective, the decline of ancient civilizations might be connected not just to external catastrophes, but to the loss of consciousness technologies that had allowed them to anticipate and prepare for future challenges. When the techniques for accessing non-local information were lost, civilizations became vulnerable to surprises that their predecessors could have foreseen and avoided. Our own civilization might be approaching a similar crossroads. We have developed powerful technologies for manipulating the external world, but we have largely abandoned the exploration of consciousness itself. We can split atoms and sequence genomes, but we have little systematic understanding of how consciousness operates, or how it might be enhanced to access broader ranges of information. Meanwhile, the challenges we face, climate change, resource depletion, social inequality, technological risks, might require exactly the kind of long-term perspective and systemic understanding that consciousness-based information gathering could provide. We might need to rediscover and modernize the ancient consciousness technologies if we want to navigate successfully through the dangerous period ahead. The good news is that the knowledge hasn't been completely lost. Indigenous traditions around the world still preserve consciousness modification techniques that could be studied and developed using modern scientific methods. Psychedelic research is beginning to reveal the neural mechanisms underlying altered states, while quantum physics provides theoretical frameworks for understanding how consciousness might access non-local information. What we need now is the wisdom to recognize that consciousness itself might be the most important technology we can develop, not just for understanding the past, but for creating a sustainable future. The ancient consciousness codex is still accessible to anyone willing to undertake the training and research necessary to decode it. The cave painters of Lascaux might have been trying to tell us something crucial about the nature of consciousness and its role in human survival. Their message, encoded in pigment and stone and carefully designed acoustic chambers, might still be waiting for us to develop the proper protocols for receiving it. In the darkness of those ancient caves, surrounded by star maps painted by Paleolithic astronomers, we might finally understand what our ancestors were trying to preserve. Not just information about the external world, but techniques for expanding consciousness itself to embrace the full spectrum of available knowledge. The question now is whether we have the courage and wisdom to pick up where they left off, before the window of opportunity closes and we lose access to the consciousness codex forever. In the end, we circle back to where we began, to the stories told around fires, to the myths that refuse to die, to the whispers of deep memory that insist we have been here before. But now, having followed the evidence through stone and bone, through DNA and disaster, through the depths of oceans and the heights of mountains, the whispers have become something else. They have become a chorus, a symphony of clues that harmonize into a single haunting melody. The song of return, the eternal rhythm of rise and fall that beats like a heart through the deep time of our planet. We are not the first, we may not be the last, but we are here now, in this moment between forgetting and remembering, between the end of one cycle and the beginning of the next. We stand at the same crossroads that every previous civilization has faced, carrying the same gifts and curses that led them to greatness and to ruin. The evidence we have gathered does not prove that advanced civilizations existed in the deep past, but it suggests, no, it insists, that the possibility cannot be dismissed. Too many anomalies align, too many patterns repeat, too many voices across too many cultures tell variations of the same story for it all to be coincidence or wishful thinking. The megaliths that stretch across continents like the remnants of some vast construction project. The genetic bottlenecks that record near extinctions followed by mysterious recoveries. The flood myths that remember the same catastrophe from 1,000 different perspectives. The technologies that appear and disappear and reappear as if drawn from some common well of knowledge that periodically runs dry and is then rediscovered. The myths were trying to tell us something important, that human history is not a straight line from primitive to sophisticated, from ignorant to enlightened, from weak to powerful. It is a spiral, a series of cycles that repeat but never exactly, each one building on the ruins of the last while adding something new to the mix. We have been farmers before, and we forgot how to grow food and had to learn again. We have been builders before, and we forgot how to cut stone and had to rediscover the techniques. We have been astronomers before, mapping the movements of the stars, only to lose the knowledge and have to relearn that we live in a vast cosmos that cares nothing for our small ambitions. And we have been destroyers before. We have poisoned our environment, depleted our resources, turned our technologies against each other in wars that left nothing but ash and radiation, and the slow, patient work of healing that takes generations to complete. We have risen to heights that touch the sky and fallen to depths that nearly ended our story entirely. The difference this time, the thing that makes our moment in history unique, is that we are beginning to remember. We have developed the tools to read the genetic record, to decode the stories written in stone, to map the ocean floors where the ruins of previous worlds might lie hidden. We are learning to recognize the signatures of past civilizations, the subtle traces they left in ice cores and isotope ratios, in impact craters and mass extinctions. For the first time in human history, we have the possibility of learning from the mistakes of our predecessors. We can see the warning signs they missed, understand the forces that brought them down, recognize the patterns that repeat across the cycles of rise and fall. We can choose to be different, to break the cycle, to create something that lasts beyond the next catastrophe. But only if we listen to the warnings the evidence provides, only if we pay attention to the whispers of deep memory that tell us what we once were and what we might become again. Only if we remember that we are not the culmination of history, but part of an ongoing story that began long before us and will continue long after we are gone. The stones remember, the genes remember, the myths remember, and now finally we're beginning to remember too. The question is, what will we do with that memory? Will we use it to avoid the mistakes of the past, or will we repeat them as every previous civilization has done? The Earth is patient. It has watched civilizations rise and fall before. It will watch again, recording everything in its slow, careful script of stone and ice and bone. It will remember us as it has remembered all the others long after our cities have crumbled. What if humanity was never truly alone on the surface? What if the first civilization, the one that came before all others, never vanished, but simply moved beneath the waves? Think about it for a moment. We stand on the shores of vast oceans, staring out at horizons we can barely comprehend, and we tell ourselves we know this planet. We map the continents, name the mountains, chart the rivers. But beneath those waves lies something else entirely, a world so immense, so alien, that we have explored less than 5% of it. 5%. The rest remains hidden in darkness, pressed under miles of water, silent and untouched. And in that silence, in that crushing depth where light cannot reach, what if something ancient still breathes? The question sounds like fantasy, like the kind of story told around campfires or whispered in the pages of old books. But what if it isn't? What if the myths we inherited, the stories of sunken cities, of civilizations swallowed by floods, of beings who retreated into the deep, what if they were never myths at all? What if they were memories, passed down through generations, distorted by time but rooted in something real? What if the first civilization, the one that walked this earth long before recorded history, never truly disappeared? What if they simply descended, choosing the ocean over the land, and have been watching us ever since? This is not a story with easy answers. It is a journey into the unknown, a slow descent through layers of myth and science, rumour and evidence, wonder and fear. It begins with the oldest tales humanity ever told, and it ends in the deepest trenches of the ocean, where pressure crushes steel and darkness swallows everything. Somewhere between those two places, between the ancient past and the unexplored present, lies a possibility that refuses to fade. The possibility that we are not the first, that we are not alone, and that the true masters of this world have been hiding beneath the surface all along. The stories are everywhere, scattered across every culture, every continent, every corner of the ancient world. They speak of floods that drown the earth, of cities that sank beneath the waves, of civilizations so advanced they seemed almost divine, until the waters rose and swallowed them whole. These are not isolated tales. They are echoes, reverberating through time, appearing again and again in languages and lands that should have had no contact with one another. And yet the stories align. They speak of the same catastrophe, the same loss, the same descent into the deep. The most famous, of course, is Atlantis. Plato wrote of it in his dialogues, describing an island nation beyond the Pillars of Hercules, a place of unimaginable wealth and power, ruled by kings descended from the sea god Poseidon himself. Atlantis was a marvel, he said, a civilization that had mastered engineering, architecture, and warfare. Its capital was a wonder of concentric rings, canals, flowing with seawater, temples gleaming with gold and silver. But the Atlanteans grew arrogant. They waged war on their neighbours, seeking to dominate the known world, and for their hubris, the gods punished them. In a single day and night, Plato wrote, Atlantis was consumed by earthquakes and floods, sinking into the ocean and vanishing forever. For centuries, scholars dismissed Atlantis as allegory, a cautionary tale about pride and downfall. But what if Plato was recording something real? What if he had access to older sources now lost that spoke of an actual civilization destroyed by rising seas? The timeline he gave, 9,000 years before his own time, would place Atlantis at the end of the last ice age, a period when global sea levels rose dramatically as glaciers melted. Coastlines shifted, islands disappeared, Entire regions were submerged. If a civilization had existed along those ancient shores, it would have been erased, drowned beneath hundreds of feet of water. And if survivors fled, carrying their stories with them, those stories would have spread across the world, mutating into legend. But Atlantis is not alone. In the Pacific, the myths speak of Lemuria, sometimes called Mu, a vast continent that once stretched across the ocean, home to an advanced people who understood the secrets of the earth. According to these legends, Lemuria sank beneath the waves in a cataclysm, leaving only scattered islands behind. This story appears in Tamil literature, in Polynesian oral traditions, in the cosmologies of mystics and occultists who claim to have accessed ancient knowledge. Mainstream science rejects Lemuria as pseudo-history, pointing out that no geological evidence supports a sunken Pacific continent. But the stories persist. They refuse to die. And they raise a question. If Lemuria never existed, why do so many cultures remember it? In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians spoke of the Abzu, the primordial ocean beneath the earth, home to Enki, the god of wisdom and water. The Abzu was not merely a mythological concept. It was described as a real place, a subterranean realm where fresh water flowed and where the secrets of creation were kept. Enki was said to dwell there, shaping humanity, teaching them the arts of civilization. But the Abzu was also dangerous, a place of chaos and power, guarded and hidden from mortal eyes. Could the Abzu have been a memory of something real? A place where an older civilization once thrived, deep beneath the surface, in caverns filled with water? The Maori of New Zealand tell of a sunken homeland, a place their ancestors fled when the seas rose. The Aboriginal Australians speak of coastal lands now drowned, where their people once lived before the waters came. In India, the legend of Dwarka persists, a golden city built by the god Krishna, said to have sunk into the Arabian Sea after his death. For years this was dismissed as pure mythology, but then, in the 1980s, marine archaeologists discovered submerged structures off the coast of Gujarat, stone walls, geometric patterns, artifacts dating back thousands of years. The discovery was controversial, debated, questioned, but it was there. Something had been built, and something had sunk. These stories are not random. They are not coincidences. They are fragments of a shared memory, a collective trauma that humanity has never fully processed. The flood myths appear in the Bible, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, in Greek, Norse, Chinese and Mesoamerican traditions. They all describe the same event, a world-ending deluge, a rising of the waters, a loss so profound that it reshaped civilization itself. And in nearly every version, there is a detail that stands out, a detail that suggests something more than natural disaster. The floods are often described as punishment, as divine retribution. But what if they were not punishment at all? What if they were escape? What if the first civilization, seeing the waters rise, chose not to flee to higher ground, but to descend with the ocean, adapting to a new world beneath the waves? It sounds impossible. But evolution has shown us that life adapts in ways we cannot predict. Species that once walked on land return to the sea. Whales, dolphins, seals. They transformed, their bodies reshaping over millennia to thrive in an aquatic environment. If animals could make that transition, why not humans? Why not an entire civilization, armed with knowledge and technology we can barely imagine? What if they built cities in the deep, harnessing geothermal vents for energy, cultivating bioluminescent organisms for light, developing ways to breathe and move and survive in a world without sun? What if they are still there, hidden in the trenches, watching us from below? The myths do not answer these questions, but they do not dismiss them either. They linger, like shadows at the edge of vision, refusing to fade. And as we move from ancient legend into modern discovery, those shadows begin to take shape. The ocean is not silent. It hums with sound, whale songs that travel thousands of miles, the grinding of tectonic plates, the rush of underwater currents. But sometimes the ocean produces sounds that do not fit, sounds that defy explanation, sounds that suggest something vast and unknown moving through the deep. In 1997, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded one such sound. It was picked up by hydrophones stationed across the Pacific, sensitive instruments designed to monitor underwater activity. The sound was unlike anything they had heard before, a low-frequency rumble that rose and fell, travelling across the ocean with immense power. It was loud enough to be detected over 3,000 miles away. Scientists analysed it, compared it to known sources. It did not match any whale, any submarine, any geological event. They called it the bloop, and to this day, no one knows what made it. The official explanation, offered years later, suggested it might have been an ice quake, a massive iceberg fracturing and carving into the sea. But the sound did not quite match that either. It had a pattern, a rhythm, almost organic in nature. Some researchers noted that if you sped up recordings of whale songs, they sounded mechanical. If you slowed down the bloop, it sounded biological, it sounded alive. And if something that large, that powerful, was moving through the ocean, what was it? Where did it come from? And why have we never seen it? The bloop is not alone. Over the decades, hydrophones have captured dozens of unexplained sounds. Upsweep, whistle, Julia, slow down. Each one strange, each one defying easy categorization. Some repeat, some appear once and vanish. Some seem to come from the deepest parts of the ocean, places where no known creature should exist. Scientists offer theories: underwater volcanoes, shifting ice, unknown species. But the theories never quite fit. The sounds remain mysteries, echoes from a world we cannot see. And then there are the structures. In 1986, a diva named Kihachiro Aratake was exploring the waters off Yonaguni, a small island at the southern tip of Japan. He was searching for hammerhead sharks when he found something else: massive stone formations rising from the seabed, carved with sharp angles and flat surfaces, terraces, steps, platforms. The structures stretched over several hundred feet, arranged in ways that seemed deliberate, almost architectural. Aratake surfaced and reported his discovery. Soon, researchers descended to investigate. What they found sparked decades of debate. The Yonaguni monument, as it came to be known, looked like the ruins of an ancient city. There were walls, pillars, what appeared to be roads and staircases. Some sections had markings that resembled carvings, symbols etched into the stone. Geologist Masaki Kimura studied the site extensively, arguing that it was man-made, constructed by an unknown civilization thousands of years ago before rising sea levels submerged it. He pointed to the precision of the angles, the symmetry of the formations, the presence of what looked like tool marks. But other scientists disagreed. They argued that the formations were natural, the result of erosion and tectonic activity. Sandstone, they said, fractures along straight lines. Water and time can create shapes that look artificial. The debate continues, unresolved. Mainstream archaeology leans toward natural origin, but the questions remain. If it is natural, why does it look so much like architecture? And if it is man-made, who built it? When? And what happened to them? Yonaguni is not the only site. Off the coast of India, near the city of Mahabalipuram, divers have discovered submerged ruins, stone structures, walls, what appear to be the remains of temples. Local legends speak of 7 pagodas that once stood along the shore, 6 of which were swallowed by the sea. For centuries this was considered myth. But the ruins are there, lying beneath the waves, silent and ancient. In the Mediterranean, entire cities have been found underwater. Pavlopetri in Greece, Heraklion in Egypt. These were real places, thriving settlements that sank due to earthquakes or rising seas. If we know these cities existed and were lost, how many others remain undiscovered? The ocean floor is not flat. It is a landscape of mountains and valleys, ridges and trenches, vast plains and towering seamounts. In some places, sonar has detected anomalies, geometric shapes, straight lines, formations that do not match natural geology. In the Baltic Sea, divers exploring a sonar anomaly found what looked like a massive disk, partially buried in sediment, with features that resembled ramps and edges. They called it the Baltic Sea Anomaly. Some suggested it was a sunken ship, others a glacial deposit. But the shape was strange, too regular, too deliberate, and when divers approached it, some reported that their electronic equipment malfunctioned, compasses spinning wildly, cameras failing. The phenomenon was never fully explained. Then there are the reports. Whispers from naval personnel, fishermen, deep-sea explorers, of objects moving underwater at impossible speeds. Unidentified submerged objects, or USOs, tracked on sonar, appearing and disappearing without explanation. In 1968, a Soviet submarine reportedly encountered something in the Pacific, a massive object moving faster than any known vessel, diving to depths no human craft could reach. The crew tracked it for hours before it vanished. Similar reports have surfaced from the US Navy, from commercial shipping vessels, from research teams. Objects that accelerate instantly, that change direction without slowing, that seem to defy the laws of physics. Are these natural phenomena? Tricks of sonar, misidentified marine life, glitches in equipment? Perhaps. But the reports keep coming, and they raise a question that refuses to go away. If something is moving through the deep, something fast and intelligent and hidden, what is it? And why does it avoid us? The ocean is vast. It covers more than 70% of the planet's surface. Its average depth is over 12,000 feet. The deepest point, the Mariana Trench, plunges nearly 7 miles down, a place of crushing pressure and absolute darkness. We have sent more people to the moon than to the bottom of that trench. We have mapped the surface of Mars in greater detail than we have mapped our own ocean floor. And in that unmapped darkness, in those unexplored depths, anything could exist. Entire ecosystems thrive around hydrothermal vents, sustained by chemicals rather than sunlight. Creatures live there that seem alien. Giant tube worms, eyeless shrimp, bioluminescent fish. Life finds a way, even in the most hostile environments. So what if an ancient civilization found a way too? What if they did not merely survive the floods, but embraced them, descending into the ocean and building a new world in the deep? What if the structures we find, the sounds we hear, the objects we track, what if they are not remnants of the past, but evidence of the present? What if the first civilization never died? What if they simply moved beyond our reach, into a realm we cannot follow, and have been living there ever since? The myths suggested it. The anomalies hint at it. And now, as we turn to science, we must ask, Is it even possible? But what if they have already made contact? What if the encounters we dismiss, the sightings we rationalize, the stories we laugh at? What if they were real? What if the first civilization has been reaching out, testing us, appearing at the edges of our understanding just long enough to plant a seed of doubt, a whisper of possibility? The reports exist, scattered across decades, buried in naval archives and fishermen's tales, logged in the journals of explorers and researchers who saw something they could not explain. Most are forgotten, filed away as mistakes or hoaxes, but some refuse to fade. Some carry a weight, a consistency, a strange believability that lingers long after the rational explanations have been offered and rejected. In 1963, during a naval exercise off the coast of Puerto Rico, multiple ships and aircraft tracked something underwater. It was moving at speeds exceeding 150 knots, far faster than any submarine, any torpedo, any known technology of the era or even today. The object maneuvered with precision, diving to depths that should have crushed any vessel, then rising rapidly without slowing. The exercise was classified. The reports were sealed. But years later, witnesses came forward describing what they had seen, something massive, something intelligent, something that seemed to know it was being watched and chose to demonstrate its capabilities anyway. Similar incidents have occurred throughout history. During World War II, both Allied and Axis sailors reported encounters with what they called ghost rockets and Foo fighters, objects that followed their ships, dove beneath the waves, reappeared miles away. At the time, each side assumed they were secret weapons of the enemy. But after the war, when records were compared, it became clear that neither side had possessed such technology. The objects remained unexplained. The encounters remained in the files, gathering dust. In 1967, a group of Canadian fishermen off the coast of Shag Harbour, Nova Scotia, witnessed something fall from the sky and crash into the ocean. It glowed as it descended, leaving a trail of light, then disappeared beneath the surface. The impact was seen by dozens of people. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police investigated, assuming it was a downed aircraft. Divers searched the area. They found nothing. No wreckage, no debris, no oil slick. But local fishermen reported strange lights beneath the water in the days that followed, moving in patterns, pulsing with colour. The official investigation was closed without conclusion. The object was never found, or perhaps it was never lost. And then there are the abductions, not the sensationalized stories of alien encounters, but the quieter, stranger tales of people who went missing near water and returned with gaps in their memory, with stories of descent, of pressure, of breathing underwater, of seeing structures and lights and beings that moved through the deep with purpose. Most are dismissed as hallucinations, as psychological breaks, as fiction. But the consistency is unsettling. They describe similar things, cities that glow with bioluminescence, beings that communicate without speaking, a sense of being studied, examined, then released, back to the surface with no explanation and no proof. Yeah, one such account comes from a deep sea researcher named Dr. Elena Vasquez, who disappeared during a solo dive in 2003 off the coast of Chile. She was exploring a previously unmapped section of the Atacama Trench when she lost contact with her support vessel. Her submersible was designed to withstand the pressure at those depths. Equipped with emergency beacons and redundant systems, she was experienced, cautious, thorough. And then she vanished. The search lasted 3 weeks. They found nothing. 6 months later, she reappeared. She was discovered on a beach in Peru, hundreds of miles from where she had disappeared, with no memory of how she'd gotten there. Her submersible was never found. She was dehydrated, disoriented, but physically unharmed. When authorities questioned her, she spoke in fragments, describing lights in the darkness, structures that seemed to grow from the rock, a sensation of being pulled deeper, not by force but by curiosity. She remembered breathing, though she knew that was impossible. She remembered voices, though she heard no sound. She remembered hands, or things like hands, guiding her through passages, showing her things she could not comprehend. The official report concluded that she had experienced a psychological episode, possibly caused by nitrogen narcosis or equipment malfunction, and had somehow reached the surface and drifted to shore. But Dr. Vasquez never dove again. She left her research position, moved inland, and refused to speak publicly about what happened. In a private letter to a colleague, later leaked online, she wrote, "They wanted me to see. They wanted me to know they exist. But they also wanted me to understand that I am not ready. That we are not ready to know more. Not yet." These stories are easy to dismiss. Individually they prove nothing. Collectively they suggest a pattern, not of misidentification or hoax, but of something deliberate, something measured, something that appears just often enough to be noticed but never often enough to be confirmed. As if the first civilization is testing the waters, so to speak, gauging our readiness, our reaction, our ability to accept what we cannot explain. And perhaps they have been doing this for a long time. Perhaps the myths of sea gods and mermaids, of sirens and selkies, were not fantasies but encounters. Perhaps the ancient sailors who reported seeing figures in the waves, beings that watched from the depths, were not hallucinating but witnessing. Perhaps every culture that revered the ocean, that offered sacrifices to the sea, that spoke of beings who lived below, perhaps they were responding to something real. Not gods, but people. People who had become something else, something adapted to a world we cannot enter, but who still remembered the surface and occasionally carefully made themselves known. The implications are staggering. If the first civilization still exists beneath the ocean, it changes everything. It rewrites human history, challenges our understanding of evolution, upends our assumptions about intelligence and survival. But more than that, it forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about ourselves, about our place in the world, about what it means to be human. First, it means we are not alone. We have searched the stars for signs of intelligent life, building telescopes and sending signals into the void, hoping for a response from distant worlds. But what if the intelligence we seek has been here all along, living in a realm we have barely explored, watching us from below? What if we have been so focused on looking up that we forgot to look down? The psychological impact would be immense. Humanity has built its identity on the belief that we are the pinnacle of evolution on this planet, the most advanced species, the inheritors of the earth. We tell ourselves that we conquered nature, that we rose above the animals, that we alone possess consciousness and culture and technology. But if another civilization exists, one older, possibly wiser, certainly more adapted to their environment, it shatters that narrative. It humbles us. It forces us to see ourselves not as masters, but as one species among many. Not as the culmination of the evolution, but as a single branch on a much larger tree. Second, it raises questions about contact. If they exist, why have they not revealed themselves? Why do they remain hidden, appearing only in glimpses and whispers? The answer might be simple. They do not trust us. And why would they? Look at what we have done to the ocean. We have treated it as a dumping ground, filling it with plastic and chemicals, draining it of life through overfishing, destroying coral reefs and coastlines, pumping oil from the seabed and spilling it into the water. We've taken from the ocean without giving back, exploited it without understanding it, polluted it without remorse. If an ancient civilization lives beneath the waves, they have witnessed all of this. They have seen humanity's capacity for destruction, our disregard for the environment, our inability to live in balance with the world around us. They have watched us wage wars, develop weapons capable of annihilating entire populations, poison the very air and water we need to survive, and they have made a choice to stay hidden. Not because they fear us. They have survived for thousands of years in the most extreme environment on Earth, but because they have learned that revealing themselves would accomplish nothing. We are not ready. We would exploit them, weaponize them, turn them into enemies or commodities. We would do to them what we've done to everything else. Or perhaps the reason is even simpler. They do not care. They have moved beyond the concerns of the surface world, built a society that functions without us, evolved past the need for contact or conflict. The ocean is vast enough for both civilizations to exist without interfering with each other. They have their realm, we have ours. They have chosen isolation, not out of fear or distrust, but out of indifference, content in their hidden cities, uninterested in the struggles of a species that chose a different path. But there is another possibility, one that is both hopeful and terrifying. They are waiting for us to mature, to evolve, to reach a point where contact would be meaningful rather than catastrophic, waiting for us to stop destroying the planet and start understanding it, waiting for us to develop the technology and wisdom necessary to enter their world without collapsing under the pressure, literal and metaphorical. And if that is true, it means that everything we do, every choice we make regarding the ocean, regarding the environment, regarding our future is being observed. It means we are being judged, and the verdict will determine whether the first civilization ever reveals itself or whether it remains hidden forever, watching as we repeat the mistakes that may have driven them beneath the waves in the first place. There is also the question of what we would do if contact were made. If tomorrow a delegation from the deep emerged, surfacing in full view of the world, announcing their existence and offering proof, what would happen? How would humanity react? The optimists believe it would unite us, that the revelation of another intelligent civilization would force humanity to set aside its differences, to recognize that we are all part of the same species, the same planet, the same story. That we would work together to establish communication, to learn from them, to build a new relationship based on mutual respect and curiosity. That it would be the beginning of a new era, a merging of two worlds, a partnership that could solve the problems neither civilization could solve alone. The pessimists see something darker. They believe it would trigger panic, fear, conflict, that governments would scramble to control the narrative, to weaponize the discovery, to exploit the technology and knowledge of the underwater civilization for military advantage. That religious institutions would struggle to reconcile the existence of another intelligent species with their doctrines. That conspiracy theorists would claim the underwater civilization had been secretly controlling world events all along. That nations would compete to make contact first, to claim exclusive rights, to turn discovery into dominance. That humanity would do what it has always done, react with suspicion, aggression, and self-interest. The realists suspect it would be somewhere in between. Some would embrace the revelation, others would reject it. Some would see opportunity, others would see threat. The world would fracture along familiar lines. Those who seek to understand and those who seek to control, those who welcome the unknown and those who fear it. There would be debates, protests, international summits, treaties proposed and ignored. Scientists would demand access for research. Militaries would prepare for conflict just in case. Corporations would calculate profit margins, and through it all the first civilization would watch, observing our response, deciding whether they made the right choice in revealing themselves or whether they should have remained hidden after all. But perhaps the most profound impact would not be political or economic or scientific. It would be philosophical. The existence of another civilization, one that survived a cataclysm, adapted to an alien environment, and built a society in the deep, would prove that life is more resilient than we thought. That intelligence can take many forms. That survival is not about dominating the environment, but about harmonizing with it. That the choices we make today determine not just our future, but whether we have a future at all. The first civilization, if it exists, is a mirror. It reflects what we could become if we adapted instead of resisted, if we descended instead of fled, if we chose transformation over extinction. It shows us that the end of one world can be the beginning of another, that catastrophe does not have to mean annihilation, that civilization can survive even when everything changes. But it also shows us the cost: isolation, separation from the light, a life lived in the cold and the dark, forever cut off from the sun and the stars and the warmth of the surface. Is that a price worth paying? Would we make the same choice if faced with the same circumstances, or would we fight to the last, clinging to the world we know, refusing to adapt, believing that somehow we can bend the planet to our will, rather than bending ourselves to fit the planet? The ocean does not care about these questions. It existed long before humanity, and it will exist long after. It does not judge, does not take sides, does not favour one species over another. It simply is. Vast, deep, patient, eternal, and in its depths it holds secrets that may never be revealed, mysteries that may never be solved, possibilities that may never be confirmed. But the ocean also connects. Every drop of water that falls as rain eventually finds its way to the sea. Every river, every stream, every underground aquifer, all roads lead to the ocean. It is the circulatory system of the planet, the medium through which life flows, the cradle from which all life emerged and to which all life returns. We are made of water, our bodies echoing the salinity of the ancient seas. We carry the ocean within us, in our blood and our cells and our tears. We are, in a sense, creatures of the deep, even if we live on the surface. And perhaps that is why the idea of an underwater civilization haunts us so deeply. It is not just about discovering something external, something other. It is about reconnecting with something we lost, something we left behind when we crawled onto land and forgot where we came from. The ocean is our origin, and the thought that part of humanity might have returned to it, might still live within it, is the thought of a reunion, a coming home. There are those who believe that the future of humanity lies not on land but in the sea, that as climate change accelerates, as sea levels rise, as coastal cities flood and temperatures soar, we will be forced to adapt just as the first civilization may have adapted, that we will build floating cities, underwater habitats, structures that move with the currents and draw energy from the tides, that we will learn to live in harmony with the ocean rather than in opposition to it, that we will, in a sense, return to the sea, completing a cycle that began billions of years ago when the first organisms swam in the primordial waters. If that future comes to pass, we may one day meet the first civilization not as strangers but as neighbours. We may descend into the deep and find them waiting, no longer hidden but ready to welcome us, to teach us, to share the knowledge they have accumulated over millennia. We may discover that they have been preparing for this moment, knowing that eventually, inevitably, humanity would be forced to leave the land and join them below. That they have been patient, watching and waiting, ready to extend a hand when we finally arrive. Or we may descend and find nothing, no cities, no technology, no ancient beings waiting in the dark. We may find only rock and water, creatures that swim and hunt and die, the natural world in all its beauty and brutality, but nothing more. We may confirm that the myths were only myths, that the anomalies were only misunderstandings, that the sounds were only ice and stone. We may prove, once and for all, that we are alone, that there is no hidden civilization, that the ocean holds no secrets beyond the ones we have already discovered. But even then, the mystery will remain, because the ocean is too vast, too deep, too unknowable for us to ever search every corner, to ever say with certainty that nothing is there. There will always be trenches we have not explored, canyons we have not mapped, depths we have not reached. There will always be the possibility, however remote, that somewhere in the darkness something waits, something ancient, something intelligent, something that has been there all along, hidden just beyond the reach of our instruments and our understanding. Let us imagine then a final scenario, not as fact, not as prediction, but as thought experiment. Let us imagine that one day humanity finally makes contact, not through sonar or submarines, not through chance encounters or fleeting glimpses, but through deliberate, unmistakable communication. The first civilization decides the time has come. They surface, not literally perhaps, but digitally, broadcasting a signal that cannot be ignored, a message that reaches every nation, every screen, every device on the planet simultaneously. The message is simple. We are here. We have always been here, and we are ready to talk. The world stops. Everything else becomes irrelevant. Politics, economics, entertainment, conflict. Humanity fixates on a single question. What do they want? The answer comes quickly. They want nothing. Or rather, they want only what we can freely give: recognition. They are not interested in conquest or trade or sharing technology. They do not need our resources. They do not fear our weapons. They simply want to be acknowledged, to end the isolation, to establish a relationship based not on dominance or dependence, but on mutual existence. Two civilizations sharing one planet, living in separate worlds, but connected by history and by the ocean that links all things. Ambassadors are chosen, submersibles are prepared. The first humans descend to meet them, not as invaders but as guests, guided by coordinates provided in the message. The journey takes hours, sinking past the sunlight zone through the twilight, into the midnight depths where no natural light penetrates. And then, in the distance, a glow appears, not harsh, not artificial, but soft and organic, pulsing with life. The city is nothing like what we imagined. It is not built of metal or concrete, but of living material, coral-like structures that breathe and grow, pathways that shift and flow with the currents. Bioluminescent organisms line the streets, casting gentle light in shades of blue and green and violet. Beings move through the water, humanoid in shape but adapted, their bodies streamlined, their skin reflecting light in patterns that shift with meaning. They communicate not with words but with colour and movement, a language more akin to music than speech. And they welcome us, not with fanfare or ceremony, but with quiet acceptance, as if they have been expecting this moment for a very long time. They show us their world, the gardens where they cultivate food, the energy stations built around hydrothermal vents, the archives where they have preserved their history, carved into stone and encoded in DNA. They tell us their story, how they survived the floods, how they chose the ocean, how they built a new civilization in the deep, and they ask us about ours, how we lived, how we struggled, what we learned. The exchange is cautious at first, tentative. Trust must be earned on both sides. But slowly, over months and years, a relationship forms, not a merging, not an alliance, but an acknowledgement. Two ways of living, two responses to the same planet, coexisting. We do not become them. They do not become us. But we learn from each other. They teach us about sustainability, about living within limits, about adapting to the environment rather than forcing the environment to adapt. We share our art, our music, our stories, the things that define us beyond survival. And perhaps, in time, the boundary between surface and deep begins to blur. Perhaps humans venture further into the ocean, not to exploit but to understand. Perhaps some choose to stay, to join the underwater civilization, to undergo the transformations necessary to live in the deep. Perhaps members of the first civilization choose to visit the surface, to experience the sun and the wind, to walk on land for the first time in millennia. Perhaps children are born who belong to both worlds, equally comfortable in air and water bridging the divide. Or perhaps it does not go that way at all. Perhaps contact is brief, cordial, and final. Perhaps the first civilization shares what they are willing to share, listens to what we have to say, and then retreats back into the deep, closing the door behind them. Perhaps they decide that coexistence is impossible, that our two species are too different, that the risk of conflict outweighs the benefit of communication. Perhaps they leave us with a warning, protect the ocean or lose it, respect the deep or face the consequences. And then they disappear, and we are left to wonder if they are still there, watching, or if they have moved deeper still, beyond our reach, into places we will never find. But this is all speculation, imagination, a story we tell ourselves because the alternative, that the ocean is empty, that we are alone, that there is no hidden civilization, is somehow less interesting, less wondrous, less comforting. We want the mystery. We need it. Because mystery is hope. It is the possibility that there is more to the world than what we see, more to existence than what we understand, more to the story than what we have been told. The first civilization may not exist, probably does not exist. Logic and evidence suggest that the structures are natural, the sounds are geological, the myths are metaphors, that we are alone on this planet, the only species to achieve technological civilization, the only ones asking these questions. And if that is true, it places an enormous responsibility on our shoulders. It means we are the custodians of this world, the only ones who can choose its future. It means the ocean is ours to protect or destroy, and the choice will define not just our survival, but the survival of everything that lives within it. But what if we are wrong? What if the absence of proof is not proof of absence? What if the first civilization is there, hidden in the places we have not looked, living in ways we have not imagined, waiting for us to be ready? What if the ocean holds not just the history of life on Earth, but the future of intelligence itself? These questions do not demand answers. They demand attention. They demand that we take the ocean seriously, that we explore it with respect rather than arrogance, that we listen to its rhythms and learn its secrets. They demand that we recognize our ignorance, acknowledge the limits of our knowledge, and approach the unknown with humility and wonder. Because whether the first civilization exists or not, the ocean remains. It remains vast, deep, powerful, alive. It remains the largest habitat on the planet, the source of weather and climate, the foundation of the food chain, the engine of life itself. It remains mostly unexplored, mostly misunderstood, mostly taken for granted, and it remains, in a very real sense, our future. As the land becomes more crowded, more hostile, more degraded, the ocean offers space and resources and possibilities. It offers a frontier, a challenge, a chance to reimagine what civilization can be. And perhaps that is the real lesson of the first civilization, whether they exist or not. That survival is not about clinging to the past, but about adapting to the future. That catastrophe can be an ending or a beginning, that when the world changes, we can change with it, or be left behind. That the difference between extinction and evolution is the willingness to descend into the unknown, to embrace transformation, to let go of what we were and become what we must be. The ocean teaches this lesson every day. It is a place of constant change, where creatures evolve in the darkness, where ecosystems thrive in the most extreme conditions, where life persists against all odds. It is a place of death and birth, destruction and creation, endings and beginnings. It is a place where the past is buried and the future is born, and it is a place perhaps where another version of humanity learned these lessons long ago and chose a different path, a path that led not to the stars but to the depths, not to conquest but to harmony, not to extinction but to survival. We may never know if they are there, but we can choose to live as if they are. We can choose to treat the ocean with the respect it deserves, to protect it rather than exploit it, to explore it with wonder rather than greed. We can choose to see the deep not as an empty void, but as a living world, full of mystery and possibility, deserving of care and attention. We can choose to believe that we're not alone, that something ancient and wise might be watching, judging, waiting to see what we will do. And maybe, just maybe, if we make the right choices, if we prove ourselves worthy, the ocean will reveal its secrets. The first civilization will emerge from the deep, not to conquer but to connect, not to judge but to welcome. And we will finally understand that the Earth has always been a planet of two worlds, the surface and the deep, the land and the sea, the known and the unknown, and that we belong to both. Until then, the mystery endures, the ocean breathes, the depths remain unexplored, and somewhere, in the darkest trenches and the hidden canyons, in the places where light cannot reach and pressure crushes everything but life itself, something might be stirring, something might be waiting, something might be watching, and the story continues, unwritten, unfinished, as deep and endless as the sea. But let us go deeper. Let us move past the question of whether they exist and ask instead, how? How could a human civilization, or something that was once human, survive beneath the ocean? What would the transformation require? What biological miracles, what technological leaps, what desperate adaptations would be necessary to leave the surface behind and build a life in the crushing darkness of the deep? The answer begins with evolution, but not the slow, patient evolution that takes millions of years. It begins with crisis, with necessity, with a choice made at the edge of extinction: adapt or die. Imagine the moment. The waters are rising, the ice sheets are melting, the coastlines where your civilization has thrived for generations are disappearing beneath the waves. You watch your cities flood, your farmlands drown, your monuments to permanence proven temporary. You have a choice. You can flee inland, competing with other survivors for dwindling land, fighting wars over what remains. Or you can do something unprecedented, something desperate. You can follow the water down. But humans cannot breathe underwater. We cannot withstand the pressure at depth. Our bodies are designed for air, for warmth, for light. To survive in the ocean would require us to become something else. And perhaps, just perhaps, an ancient civilization possessed the knowledge to make that transformation possible. Consider what we know about the human body. We are more aquatic than we admit. Human fetuses develop in amniotic fluid, a saltwater environment that mirrors the ocean. Newborns can instinctively hold their breath underwater, a reflex called the bradycardic response that slows the heart and redirects oxygen to vital organs. We lose this ability as we age, but it proves that our biology remembers the water, carries instructions for aquatic survival buried in our DNA. Free divers have pushed the limits of human aquatic adaptation. They can hold their breath for over 10 minutes, dive to depths exceeding 700 feet on a single breath. Their bodies responding to pressure and oxygen deprivation in ways that seem superhuman. Their spleens contract, releasing stored red blood cells. Their heart rates drop to as low as 14 beats per minute. Blood shifts from the extremities to the core, protecting vital organs. Their lungs compress to the size of fists, yet do not collapse. The human body, it turns out, is more capable of aquatic adaptation than we ever imagined. But free diving is temporary. To live underwater permanently would require something more. Gills, perhaps. Biological structures capable of extracting oxygen directly from water. This sounds like science fiction, but nature has provided blueprints. Some amphibians can breathe through their skin, absorbing oxygen directly from water. Certain fish have developed bimodal respiration, using both gills and primitive lungs, and human technology has begun to experiment with liquid breathing, using oxygen-rich perfluorocarbon fluids that can fill the lungs and sustain life. It is crude, experimental, uncomfortable, but it works. The mysis survived. The dogs survived. And if an ancient civilization possessed biotechnology more advanced than ours, if they understood genetic manipulation in ways we are only beginning to grasp, could they have re-engineered themselves? Could they have given themselves gills, or lungs that could process water, or skin that could breathe? Then there is pressure. At the ocean surface, we experience 1 atmosphere of pressure, 14.7 pounds per square inch. For every 33 feet of depth, that pressure increases by another atmosphere. At 1,000 feet, the pressure is crushing, over 30 atmospheres, enough to compress air to a fraction of its volume, to rupture human lungs, to turn nitrogen in the bloodstream into a poison. At the deepest points of the ocean, 7 miles down, the pressure exceeds 1,000 atmospheres. It would crumple a human body like paper. But again, nature shows us that adaptation is possible. Deep-sea fish have no air pockets, no swim bladders that would collapse under pressure. Their bodies are filled with water, making them neutrally buoyant, equalizing internal and external pressure. Their cell membranes contain unique lipids that remain flexible under conditions that would solidify normal fats. Their proteins are structured to function in the cold and crushing environment where ordinary enzymes would fail. They are not fighting the pressure, they are living with it, their entire biology redesigned for the deep. Could humans do the same? Could an ancient civilization have bioengineered themselves, removing air pockets from their bodies, restructuring their tissues to withstand pressure, redesigning their biochemistry for life at depth? It would require knowledge we do not possess, technology we cannot imagine. But if such knowledge existed in the distant past, if a pre-flood civilization had mastered genetics and biological engineering, then the transformation would be possible. Difficult, perhaps irreversible, certainly terrifying, but possible. And then there is temperature. The deep ocean is cold, hovering just above freezing in most places. Surface-dwelling humans would die of hypothermia within minutes, but again, adaptation exists. Seals and whales maintain body heat through thick layers of blubber, through countercurrent heat exchange systems in their flippers that minimize heat loss. Some fish produce antifreeze proteins that prevent ice crystals from forming in their blood. The human body can adapt to cold through repeated exposure, increasing brown fat deposits, improving circulation. And an underwater civilization could go further, engineering biological insulation, developing metabolic processes that generate more heat, or even embracing the cold, allowing their body temperature to drop, slowing their metabolism, living in a state between warm-blooded and cold-blooded existence. The transformation would not be easy. It would require generations, perhaps. The first volunteers would be pioneers, test subjects, martyrs. Some would fail, their bodies rejecting the changes, unable to adapt, but some would succeed, and their children would be born different, more adapted, carrying the modifications in their genes, and their children's children would be more adapted still. Natural selection would accelerate the process, favouring those who could dive deeper, hold their breath longer, withstand greater pressure and cold. Within a few generations, they would no longer be quite human. Within a few more, they would be something else entirely, a new species, born from necessity, shaped by the ocean, belonging to the deep. But biology alone would not be enough. They would need technology as well, shelters that could withstand the pressure and provide stable environments, energy sources to power their cities, food production systems to sustain a population, communication methods that worked underwater, transportation that could move through the viscous resistance of water at depth. They would need to build an entire technological infrastructure from scratch, one suited to an environment fundamentally hostile to the civilization they once knew. And perhaps they succeeded. Perhaps the ruins we find, Yonaguni, the structures off India, the anomalies detected by sonar, are not from surface civilizations that sank, but from the first attempts at underwater construction. Practice runs, prototypes, the early experiments of a civilization learning to build in a new world, and perhaps deeper down, in the places we have never explored, the real cities exist, the successful ones, the ones that have lasted for millennia, hidden and thriving beyond our reach. If such a civilization exists, they would not be alone in the deep. The ocean is full of intelligent life, creatures with complex behaviors, sophisticated communication, problem-solving abilities that rival our own. And if an underwater civilization has been living in the ocean for thousands of years, they would have encountered these creatures, learned from them, perhaps even formed relationships with them. Consider the cetaceans, whales and dolphins. These are not simple animals. They possess large, complex brains, some even larger than human brains when adjusted for body size. They live in social groups, with cultures that vary between populations. They communicate using sophisticated vocalizations, dialects that differ between regions, names for individuals, possibly even grammar and syntax. They demonstrate self-awareness, passing the mirror test, recognizing themselves as distinct entities. They show empathy, helping injured members of their pod, even assisting other species. They mourn their dead, carrying deceased calves for days, refusing to let go. Whales sing songs that travel thousands of miles through the ocean, complex compositions that change over time, evolving like human music, spreading through populations as whales learn new patterns from each other. Scientists have recorded whales from different oceans converging on migration routes and exchanging songs, a global network of acoustic culture spanning the planet. We do not fully understand what they are saying, but we know it is meaningful, deliberate, sophisticated. They are telling each other something. The question is, what? And more importantly, could they be talking to someone else? Could an underwater civilization have learned the language of whales, communicated with them, formed an alliance or understanding? Whales migrate across vast distances, travelling routes that span entire oceans. They dive to great depths, exploring regions humans have never reached. They would make ideal scouts, messengers, intermediaries between a hidden civilization and the surface world. And there are stories, ancient and modern, of whales behaving strangely, of dolphins guiding lost sailors to shore, of orcas protecting humans from sharks, of cetaceans approaching humans with what seems like curiosity, intelligence, intention. In 2012, a humpback whale was found entangled in fishing nets off the coast of California, drowning under the weight of hundreds of pounds of line and gear. A team of divers went down to free it, cutting through the nets with knives, working carefully to avoid the whale's powerful tail. It was dangerous work. The whale could have killed them with a single movement. But it remained still, seeming to understand that the divers were helping. And when the last net was cut away, when the whale was finally free, it did something unexpected. It swam to each diver individually, making eye contact, gently touching them with its fins, as if expressing gratitude. The divers reported feeling an intelligence behind those eyes, a presence that was aware, deliberate, communicative. One diver described it as the most profound moment of his life, like being acknowledged by another person. Could such intelligence be natural? Or could cetaceans have been taught, guided, elevated by contact with an underwater civilization? Could they serve as the eyes and ears of the deep, reporting back to their hidden allies, watching the surface dwellers, carrying messages between two worlds? Then there are the cephalopods, octopuses, squid, cuttlefish, creatures so alien in their intelligence that scientists debate whether they are even conscious in the way we understand consciousness. Their nervous systems are decentralized, with 2/3 of their neurons located in their arms, allowing each limb to act semi-independently. An octopus does not think with a single brain, but with 9, one central brain and 8 peripheral ones, a distributed intelligence that perceives and processes the world differently than any vertebrate, and they communicate not with sound but with light. Their skin contains millions of chromatophores, cells that can change colour and pattern in milliseconds, creating displays of astonishing complexity. An octopus can turn its entire body into a moving canvas, generating ripples of colour, textures that mimic rocks or coral, patterns that pulse and shift. Scientists believe this is primarily for camouflage and mating displays, but some researchers suspect it might also be a form of communication, a visual language written directly on the skin, too fast and complex for humans to decode. Imagine an underwater civilization that had learned this language, that could communicate with cephalopods using bioluminescent displays, patterns of light and colour conveying meaning. Imagine octopuses serving as spies or scouts, their boneless bodies capable of squeezing through impossibly tight spaces, their intelligence allowing them to solve problems, open containers, manipulate objects. Imagine giant squid, creatures of nightmare size, serving as guardians of deep-sea cities, their presence keeping curious humans away, their rare appearances on the surface generating legends of sea monsters. There are accounts, dismissed as folklore, of fishermen encountering octopuses that behaved with unnatural intelligence, that seemed to recognize traps and avoid them, that appeared to deliberately sabotage nets, that left markings or arrangements of stones that looked almost intentional, almost like messages. Most scientists attribute this to anthropomorphism, to humans seeing intelligence where there is only instinct. But what if some of those accounts were accurate? What if some cephalopods have been taught, trained, enlisted by a civilization that understands them better than we do? And then there are the unknowns. The ocean is full of creatures we have seen only rarely or not at all. Giant squid, reaching lengths of 40 feet or more, have been photographed alive only a handful of times. Colossal squid, even larger, are known only from carcasses that wash ashore or are found in the stomachs of sperm whales. What else exists in the deep that we have never seen? What other intelligences might swim in the darkness, undetected, uncategorized, unknown? Sonar has detected massive organisms moving through the ocean, organisms too large to be any known species. Fishermen tell stories of encounters with creatures that should not exist. Fish with strange proportions, eels of impossible length, things that defied classification. Most are explained away as misidentifications, exaggerations, hoaxes, but not all. Some remain mysteries. Some suggest that the ocean holds biodiversity we cannot imagine, species that live their entire lives in regions we never visit, creatures adapted to environments we have never studied. If an underwater civilization exists, they would know these creatures. They would have catalogued them, studied them, perhaps domesticated or befriended them. They would possess knowledge of marine biology that would make our scientific understanding look primitive, and they might use that knowledge in ways we cannot predict, engineering new species, forming symbiotic relationships, integrating life and technology in ways that blur the boundary between biology and machine. But where? Where could such a civilization hide? The ocean is vast, but it is not infinite. We have satellites that map the surface, sonar that penetrates the depths, submarines that explore the trenches. Surely we would have found something, some structure, some signal, some undeniable proof. Unless they are hiding in places we cannot easily search, unless they have chosen locations so remote, so hostile, so inaccessible that even our best technology struggles to reach them. The Mariana Trench is the most obvious candidate. It is the deepest place on Earth, plunging nearly 7 miles beneath the surface, deeper than Mount Everest is tall. Only 4 descents to the bottom have ever been made, 3 manned, 1 unmanned. The most recent was in 2019, and even with modern technology, the journey took 4 hours of descent through absolute darkness, the pressure increasing with every meter, the temperature dropping to just above freezing. At the bottom, The pressure is over 1,000 times that at sea level, 16,000 pounds per square inch, enough to crush almost anything. But life exists there. The first explorers to reach the bottom found fish, amphipods, sea cucumbers, creatures living in conditions that should be lethal. If life can exist at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, could civilization? Could a city be built there, carved into the rock, powered by geothermal vents, protected from the surface by miles of water and darkness? The trench is over 1,500 miles long and 43 miles wide. Most of it has never been explored in detail. We have better maps of Mars than we do of the Mariana Trench. If something were hidden there, we might never find it. Then there are the mid-ocean ridges, underwater mountain ranges where tectonic plates pull apart, creating volcanic activity and hydrothermal vents. These ridges stretch for over 40,000 miles across the ocean floor, forming the longest mountain range on the planet. They are tectonically active, unstable, prone to earthquakes and eruptions. But they are also rich in energy and minerals, producing heat and chemicals that support thriving ecosystems. A civilization that learned to harness geothermal energy could build cities along these ridges, drawing power from the Earth itself, using volcanic heat to generate electricity, to warm their habitats, to support life. Most mid-ocean ridges are poorly mapped. They lie at depths of 8,000 to 10,000 feet, beyond the reach of casual exploration. The water is too deep for conventional diving, the terrain too rugged for easy navigation. And the volcanic activity creates constant change. New rock forming, old structures buried, the landscape shifting over time. If a civilization built along the ridges, their cities would be constantly evolving, adapting to the dynamic environment hidden among the natural formations, indistinguishable from the geology unless you knew what to look for. There are also the abyssal plains, vast flat expanses of ocean floor that cover more than half the planet's surface. These are some of the least explored places on Earth, featureless landscapes of sediment and rock lying at depths of 10,000 to 20,000 feet. They are cold, dark and seemingly empty, which is precisely why they're perfect for hiding. No one explores empty plains. No one looks for cities in barren wastelands. But beneath the sediment, hidden under layers of mud and debris accumulated over millennia, structures could exist. Entire civilizations could be buried there, waiting to be discovered, invisible to sonar, protected by the very emptiness that makes them seem uninteresting. And then there are the underwater cave systems. Caves exist throughout the ocean floor, formed by lava tubes, limestone erosion, tectonic fractures. Some are small, barely large enough for a human to squeeze through. Others are vast, extending for miles through the rock, creating labyrinths of passages and chambers. The Bahamas alone contain thousands of underwater caves, many of which have never been fully explored. Some connect to underground river systems, creating networks that extend beneath islands and even beneath the continental shelf. In Mexico, divers have explored cenotes, sinkholes that connect to massive underground cave systems, some stretching for hundreds of miles. These caves contain fresh water, even far from shore, creating unique environments where fresh and salt water mix. And they contain artifacts, evidence of ancient human activity, bones, pottery, tools, suggesting that people explored these caves thousands of years ago, before rising sea levels flooded them. But the caves extend deeper than any diver has reached, down into darkness where no light penetrates, where the passages narrow and twist, where getting lost means never being found. Could an underwater civilization have made their home in these cave systems? Could they have found or created chambers deep within the rock, protected from the open ocean, insulated from temperature fluctuations, hidden from sonar and detection? Caves would provide natural shelter, stable environments, protection from surface threats, and if the caves connected to geothermal sources or underground aquifers, they could provide energy and fresh water as well. There is also Antarctica. The continent is surrounded by frigid ocean, much of it covered by ice shelves, massive platforms of ice floating on the sea, some hundreds of feet thick. Beneath these ice shelves, in the space between the ice and the ocean floor, exists an environment we have barely begun to explore. It is dark, cold, and hostile, but it is also stable, protected from storms and surface activity, isolated from human observation. In recent years, scientists drilling through the ice have discovered ecosystems beneath the Antarctic ice, shelves, communities of fish, amphipods, and other creatures living in near-freezing water, feeding on nutrients carried by ocean currents. Some of these creatures have been found hundreds of miles from the edge of the ice shelf, living in total darkness, far from any obvious food source. How they survive remains a mystery, but their existence proves that life can thrive in the most unlikely places. Could a civilization exist there, hidden beneath the ice, using the shelf as a roof, drawing heat from volcanic vents beneath the ocean floor? Antarctica has active volcanoes, some beneath the ice, creating pockets of warmth in the frozen continent. And the ice shelf is constantly shifting, calving, breaking apart and reforming. Any structures beneath it would be hidden from satellites, protected from ships, accessible only through the water, in an environment so hostile that few humans would willingly venture there. And finally, there are the seamounts, underwater mountains that rise from the ocean floor but do not break the surface. There are estimated to be over 100,000 seamounts in the world's oceans, most of them unmapped, unexplored, unknown. Some are volcanic, still active, releasing heat and gases. Others are ancient, extinct, covered in corals and sediment. They create unique environments, disrupting ocean currents, generating upwelling that brings nutrients to the surface, supporting diverse ecosystems. But seamounts also create natural fortresses. Their slopes are steep, their peaks sometimes thousands of feet below the surface, surrounded by deep water. A city built on or within a seamount would be difficult to detect, protected by depth and geography, blending with the natural structure. And if the seamount were volcanic, it could provide energy and heat, making it an ideal location for a hidden civilization. The locations exist. The biological adaptations are possible. The technology is conceivable. But none of this proves that an underwater civilization exists. It only proves that existence is plausible, that the ocean contains spaces vast and hidden, enough to conceal an entire society, that nature provides mechanisms for adaptation and survival, that the question of how has answers, even if the question of whether remains unanswered. But plausibility is not proof, and the skeptic in all of us demands more. We need evidence, not speculation. We need data, not stories. We need something concrete, something undeniable, something that cannot be explained away. And yet, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It is merely evidence of not looking, or not looking hard enough, or not looking in the right places. The ocean covers 71% of the planet. We have explored less than 5% of it in any detail. The remaining 95% is unknown, unmapped, unseen. That is an area larger than all the continents combined. a space vast enough to contain entire worlds, civilizations, ecosystems we cannot imagine. We have sent probes to Mars, rovers to the surface of distant worlds, telescopes into the depths of space. We have mapped the surfaces of moons orbiting Jupiter and Saturn, but we have not mapped the floor of our own ocean. We have not explored our own deep trenches. We have not catalogued the creatures that live there, the structures that exist, the mysteries waiting to be discovered. Why? Because the ocean is hard. It is hostile, dangerous, expensive to explore. Space is easier. The vacuum is predictable. Pressure decreases as you go higher, not increases. There is no corrosion, no currents, no life to interfere with instruments. Space is clean. The ocean is messy. But the ocean is also here. It is part of our planet, part of our history, part of our future. And if there are secrets hidden in the deep, if there is a civilization watching us from below, we will only find them by looking, by descending, by asking the questions that seem crazy, impossible, absurd, by admitting that we do not know what is down there, and that not knowing is both terrifying and thrilling. Because in the end, the ocean is a mirror. It reflects our curiosity and our fear, our ambition and our limits, our desire to understand and our willingness to remain ignorant. We can choose to believe it is empty, that we are alone, that the mysteries are just geology and biology and nothing more, or we can choose to wonder, to imagine, to accept that the universe is stranger than we think, that our planet holds secrets we have barely begun to uncover, that intelligence might exist in forms and places we never expected. The first civilization may be a myth, but myths persist for a reason. They point to truths we sense but cannot prove, to possibilities we feel but cannot confirm, to stories that resonate because some part of us knows, or wants to believe, that they might be real. And so the ocean waits, deep and dark and patient, full of wonders and terrors, mysteries and revelations known and unknown. And somewhere in those depths, in the places we have never been, in the trenches and caves and mountains beneath the waves, something might be waiting, something ancient, something watching, something that remembers when we were one people, one civilization, before the flood divided us, before the waters rose, before half of humanity descended into the deep and disappeared from history. Or perhaps nothing is there. Perhaps the ocean is exactly what it seems, a wilderness of water and life, beautiful and brutal, but empty of intelligence beyond what nature has already given it. Perhaps we're alone, the only civilization on this planet, the only ones asking these questions, the only ones wondering what lies beneath, but we will not know until we look, and looking, truly looking, deeply looking, humbly looking, might be the most important thing we ever do. Not because we will find the first civilization, but because we will find the ocean, and in finding the ocean, we will find ourselves. But if they exist, what would they have become? Not just biologically, not just geographically, but culturally, psychologically, spiritually. How would living in the deep for thousands of years change not just their bodies, but their minds, their values, their understanding of existence itself? The environment shapes consciousness. This is not metaphor, but fact, demonstrated across every culture that has ever existed. Desert peoples develop different worldviews than forest peoples. Island cultures think differently than continental ones. The landscape seeps into language, into art, into the fundamental structure of thought, and the ocean, vast, dark, three-dimensional, timeless, would shape consciousness in ways we can barely comprehend. First, there is the question of time. On the surface, we measure our lives by the sun, days and nights, seasons and years, the rhythm of light and dark that governs agriculture, sleep, activity, ritual. Our calendars are solar. Our clocks divide the day into hours determined by the Earth's rotation. Our entire conception of time is built on the presence of the sun. But in the deep ocean, there is no sun, no day, no night, no seasons. The temperature remains constant. The darkness is absolute. The only rhythms are those of the tides, subtle shifts in current and pressure that mark the moon's passage overhead, but nothing like the dramatic transition from day to night. Time in the deep becomes something else. Not cyclical, but flowing. Not measured, but felt. Not divided into discrete units, but experienced as a continuous present. An underwater civilization would have no need for clocks as we understand them. No alarm clocks to wake them. No schedules tied to sunrise or sunset. No division of activity between day work and night rest. They would live in perpetual twilight, their circadian rhythms either abandoned or fundamentally altered. They might sleep when tired, work when inspired, gather when moved to do so, following internal rhythms divorced from the sun's tyranny. And without the sun to mark the passage of years, without seasons to structure agricultural cycles, how would they measure age? How would they mark birthdays, commemorate anniversaries, remember the dead? Perhaps they would not. Perhaps their conception of personal identity would be less fixed, more fluid, less tied to the accumulation of years and more to the accumulation of experience. Perhaps they would measure life not in time but in depth. How far you have descended, what pressures you have survived, what darkness you have explored. The absence of the sun would reshape their art as well. On the surface, human art has always been obsessed with light. Paintings that capture the play of sunlight on water, on skin, on landscapes. Sculpture that exists to be seen, to catch light and cast shadow. Architecture designed around windows, around the entry of natural light. But in the deep, visual art as we know it would be impossible, or rather, it would take entirely different forms. They would become masters of bioluminescence. Their cities would glow with living light, organisms cultivated and bred for their luminosity, arranged in patterns that shift and pulse with meaning. Buildings that breathe light, pathways that guide through colour gradients, public spaces that dim and brighten with the collective mood of their inhabitants. Their art would not be static but dynamic, not preserved but performed, not viewed but experienced. And their music, what would it sound like? Sound travels differently in water, faster and farther than in air. Whale songs cross entire oceans, clicks and whistles carry for miles. An underwater civilization would have developed instruments and compositions suited to this medium, using frequencies and timbres impossible in air. Perhaps they would create symphonies that span hundreds of miles, compositions that take hours to pass from beginning to end, ensemble performances where musicians are separated by vast distances yet perfectly synchronized through the ocean's acoustic properties. Or perhaps they would not separate music from communication at all. Perhaps their language would be inherently musical, each sentence a melody, each conversation a duet, each gathering a chorus. Perhaps they would have retained or enhanced the colour-changing abilities of cephalopods, communicating through patterns of bioluminescence that dance across their skin, a visual language more information-dense than spoken words could ever be. Imagine a conversation where your entire body becomes an expression, where emotion and meaning are displayed simultaneously, where deception is nearly impossible because your thoughts are literally written on your skin. This would create a culture of radical transparency. On the surface, we hide ourselves behind clothes, behind facial expressions we've learned to control, behind words we choose carefully to conceal as much as reveal. We have developed elaborate social mechanisms for maintaining privacy, for presenting curated versions of ourselves to the world. But in a civilization where communication is visual and involuntary, where emotion displays itself automatically in waves of colour and light, privacy as we know it could not exist. How would that change them? Would they become more honest, more emotionally intelligent, more empathetic, forced to witness each other's inner states constantly? Or would they develop new forms of psychological distance, new ways of maintaining individual identity in the face of perpetual transparency? Perhaps they would value solitude more intensely than we do, needing regular periods of isolation to maintain sanity in a society where nothing is hidden. And what would they believe? What religions, what philosophies, what cosmologies would emerge from a civilization living in eternal darkness? On the surface, most human religions have centered around the sun, around light as metaphor for divinity, goodness, truth. Darkness is evil, ignorance, death. But in the deep, darkness is home. Darkness is safety. Darkness is where life happens. They might revere the darkness, see in it not absence but presence, the presence of depth, of mystery, of infinite possibility. They might view the surface not as a paradise lost, but as a harsh, exposed realm of dangerous light where nothing can hide, where the sun burns and blinds. They might tell their children cautionary tales about the terrible surface, where beings live flattened against a two-dimensional plane, where the sky is a hard limit you cannot penetrate, where light reveals everything and destroys the sacred mystery of the unknown. Or perhaps they would have moved beyond religion entirely. In the deep, surrounded by demonstrable wonders, bioluminescent creatures, volcanic vents spewing the building blocks of life, ecosystems sustained by chemistry rather than sunlight, perhaps they would have developed a purely empirical world view, a scientific spirituality that finds meaning in understanding rather than in worship. Perhaps their philosophers would be their biologists, their priests would be their engineers, their temples would be their laboratories. But more likely, they would have developed something we cannot imagine, a belief system shaped by experiences we have never had. What does it do to consciousness to live in 3 dimensions, not 2? On the surface, we are essentially planar creatures. We move forward and back, left and right, but vertical movement is limited and temporary. We climb, we jump, but gravity always pulls us back to the ground. Our cities are built on horizontal planes, our maps are flat, our sense of direction is cardinal, north, south, east, west. But in the ocean, there is no ground in the same sense. Movement is omnidirectional. Up and down are as natural as forward and back. Navigation becomes 3-dimensional. Spatial thinking becomes volumetric. How would this reshape cognition? How would it change mathematics, geometry, architecture, art? Perhaps they would have developed forms of spatial reasoning we cannot comprehend, seeing relationships and patterns invisible to surface-dwelling minds, constrained by 2-dimensional thinking. And what would they build? What would their technology look like? We imagine technology as hard, metal and plastic, circuits and screens, rigid structures that impose order on chaos. But that is surface thinking, shaped by our environment where materials must be strong to resist gravity, where structures must be solid to stand against wind and weather. In the ocean, technology would take different forms. They would build with the ocean, not against it. Their structures would be organic, grown rather than constructed. We have already seen the beginnings of this on the surface. Scientists experimenting with mycelium construction, with bacteria that produce limestone, with coral reefs that can be guided and shaped. An underwater civilization would have perfected these techniques millennia ago. Imagine buildings that are alive, that grow and repair themselves, that breathe and metabolize. Cities built from modified coral, structures that expand as the population grows, that adapt to changing currents and pressures, that absorb nutrients from the water and process waste back into useful materials. Walls that are permeable membranes, filtering and purifying water, extracting oxygen, adjusting their porosity based on needs. Architecture that is biotechgy, where the boundary between life and infrastructure dissolves. Their energy would come from the earth itself. We know hydrothermal vents exist throughout the ocean floor, spewing superheated water rich in minerals and gases. These vents support entire ecosystems without sunlight, proving that life can thrive on geothermal energy alone. An underwater civilization would have learned to harness these vents, not just for heat but for electricity, for chemical synthesis, for industrial processes. Perhaps they would cultivate specialized bacteria that live around the vents, engineering them to produce specific compounds, to generate electricity through biochemical processes, to convert dissolved minerals into useful materials. Perhaps they would have developed biological batteries, organisms that store energy chemically, releasing it on demand, living power plants integrated into their city's metabolism. Perhaps their entire civilization would be a symbiotic system, a macroorganism where individual beings and the structures they inhabit and the organisms they cultivate all form a single, integrated whole. Transportation would be elegant, minimal, biomimetic. They would not need vehicles in the way we do. With bodies adapted for swimming, with the entire ocean as their highway, they would move through the water as fish do, efficiently, gracefully, following currents rather than fighting them. But for long distances, for carrying cargo, for moving large numbers of people, they would need something more. Perhaps they would have domesticated large marine animals, whales, sharks, even species we have never seen, creatures bred or genetically modified for transportation. Imagine riding within a whale, a symbiotic relationship where the creature provides transport and the riders provide direction, grooming, food supplementation. Or perhaps they would have developed living vessels, organisms grown and trained for specific purposes, that respond to chemical or electrical signals, that navigate using biological sonar, that are as much partners as vehicles. Or perhaps their transportation would be current-based. The ocean is crisscrossed with currents, rivers within the sea that flow with predictable patterns. The Gulf Stream, the Kuroshio, the Antarctic Circumpolar Current. These are highways that move water across entire oceans. An underwater civilization would have mapped these currents in exquisite detail, understanding their patterns, their seasonal variations, their connections. They would build their cities along major current systems, design their transportation networks around natural flows, using the ocean's own movement to travel vast distances with minimal energy expenditure. But what about manufacturing? What about tools, materials, objects? We build things from metal and plastic, materials that require intense heat to process, that rust or corrode in salt water. An underwater civilization could not smelt iron, could not refine oil, could not use most of the materials that define our technology. Instead, they would use what the ocean provides: ceramics made from silica and calcium compounds, harder than steel and impervious to corrosion, composites woven from kelp and algae fibers, flexible yet strong, biodegradable yet durable, glass formed from volcanic minerals, shaped by biological acids rather than by fire, and materials we cannot imagine, created through bioengineering and chemistry we have not yet discovered. Their tools would be biological. Why build a knife when you can grow one, shaping tooth or bone or shell into precise cutting edges? Why forge metal when you can culture organisms that secrete materials stronger than steel? Why manufacture electronics when you can breed organisms that process information, that transmit signals, that store and retrieve data through biological means? We're beginning to understand biological computing on the surface, DNA data storage, bacterial logic gates, neural networks that literally are neural. An underwater civilization would have taken this infinitely further. Their computers would be living things, possibly colonies of specialized organisms working in concert, processing information through biochemical reactions faster and more efficiently than silicon ever could. And they would have no need for our binary logic. Biology operates in spectrums, in gradients, in multidimensional possibility spaces. Their information technology would be fundamentally different from ours, based on principles we're only beginning to grasp. Quantum biological effects, electromagnetic field manipulation, chemical computation happening in parallel across millions of cells simultaneously. They would not think of data as discrete bits, but as flowing states, not of programs as linear instructions, but as emergent behaviors of complex systems. But perhaps the most profound difference would be in how they think about resources, about scarcity, about wealth and power. Surface civilization has been defined by competition over finite resources. Land is limited, so we fight wars to control territory. Freshwater is scarce in many regions, so we build infrastructure to capture and distribute it. Food must be grown or hunted, requiring labor and land. Fuel must be extracted, processed, transported. The entire structure of our economy, our politics, our conflicts, is built on managing scarcity. But in the ocean, scarcity looks different. There is no land to own. The ocean floor stretches for millions of square miles, most of it empty. There is no fresh water to fight over. If they have adapted to salt water, the entire ocean is their resource. Food is abundant near vents and upwelling zones, renewable, requiring no agriculture in the traditional sense. Space is three-dimensional and vast, eliminating the density constraints that create urban crowding. The scarcities would be different. Energy might be limited to areas near hydrothermal vents or volcanic activity. Certain minerals might be rare. Population might be constrained by the carrying capacity of vent ecosystems or by the complexity of maintaining biological infrastructure. But the fundamental competition over land and water that has driven surface history would not exist. This could create a fundamentally different social structure, perhaps one without the concept of property as we know it, perhaps without nations or borders, since there are no natural boundaries in the ocean, no rivers or mountains to define territories, perhaps without class hierarchies based on land ownership, since land ownership is meaningless when everyone lives in 3 dimensions and can simply move elsewhere. Or perhaps their conflicts would be even more intense, fought over things we consider valueless, particular current patterns, access to specific mineral deposits, proximity to energy-rich geological features. Perhaps their wars, if they have them, would be silent and invisible, fought with biological weapons we cannot imagine, with engineered diseases, with acoustic weapons that disorient or kill, with chemical releases that poison vast regions of ocean. We do not know. We cannot know. Because they are not us, and the ocean is not the land, and the forces that shape their civilization would be different from the forces that shaped ours. And what would they think of us? If they exist, if they watch us, what is their judgment? Perhaps they see us as children, reckless, destructive, playing with forces we do not understand. They watch us poison the ocean with our waste, collapse fish populations through our greed, acidify the water with our carbon emissions. They see us developing weapons that could end all life on the surface, waging wars over resources that will run out, building civilizations on coastlines that will inevitably flood. And they shake their heads, or whatever gesture they use for dismay, and think, they have not learned, they have not adapted, they are making all the mistakes we made, repeating the cycle that nearly destroyed us. Perhaps they pity us, trapped on the surface, confined to 2 dimensions, slaves to the sun's cycle, vulnerable to weather and climate and the slow violence of environmental collapse. They look at our cities, rigid, static, built in places that will soon be uninhabitable, and feel a sadness for a species that cannot see its own future, cannot make the hard choices necessary for survival. They remember when they were like us, when they lived in the light, and they remember the terror of the decision to descend, and they wonder if we will have the courage to make that choice when the time comes. Perhaps they fear us. They have built a hidden civilization precisely because they know what surface dwellers are capable of. They know our capacity for violence, for exploitation, for destroying what we do not understand. They have stayed hidden because they remember what happened when they were exposed, when they tried to coexist, when they believed that 2 civilizations could share one planet, and they learned, through tragedy, that we cannot be trusted, that we take more than we need, destroy more than we use, turn everything we touch into weapons or commodities. So they hide, and they watch, and they hope we never find them, because they know what will happen if we do. Or perhaps they have moved beyond caring. Perhaps they have lived in the deep so long, adapted so completely, that they no longer consider themselves related to us. We are surface creatures, air breathers, remnants of a world they left behind. They have become something new, something ocean-born, and we are as alien to them as jellyfish or plankton. They do not hate us or fear us or pity us. They simply observe us with the same detached curiosity we might observe an interesting bacterial culture, noting our behaviours, our patterns, our life cycle, but feeling no kinship, no responsibility, no connection. Or perhaps, and this is the most hopeful possibility, they wait for us with patience born of millennia, knowing that eventually we will be ready, that eventually we will exhaust the surface, destroy our current civilization, face the same choice they faced. And when that moment comes, when the waters rise and the land fails and humanity stands on the edge of extinction, they will reveal themselves, not to conquer or to judge, but to offer a hand, to say, we survived this, we made the transition, we can teach you, we can show you how to breathe, water instead of air, how to live in darkness instead of light, how to build a civilization that lasts not centuries but millennia. Come, descend, join us, become what we became, survive. There are moments in history that make you wonder, events that do not quite make sense, that carry the whisper of outside influence, of invisible hands guiding outcomes. In 1968, the submarine USS Scorpion sank in the Atlantic Ocean with all hands lost. The official investigation concluded it was due to mechanical failure, possibly a torpedo malfunction. But the wreckage, when finally located, showed damage patterns that did not match the official explanation. Sections of the hull were crushed in ways suggesting external pressure, directional force, not internal explosion. Some researchers noted marks that looked almost like bite patterns, like something massive had gripped the submarine and squeezed. The Navy classified much of the evidence. The families of the sailors were told very little, and in the years since, occasional reports have surfaced from other submarine crews in that region. Reports of sonar contacts that moved impossibly fast, of sounds that seemed organic yet huge, of instruments malfunctioning in ways that suggested external electromagnetic interference. Nothing conclusive, nothing provable, just whispers in the deep. Or consider the strange rescue of the Essex, a whaling ship that sank in 1820 after being rammed by a whale, the incident that inspired Moby Dick. The survivors drifted in lifeboats for months, dying of thirst and starvation, resorting to cannibalism. But some survivors reported something that was never included in the official accounts, that on certain nights they saw lights beneath the water, organized patterns that moved in formations. That one survivor, delirious with thirst, swore he saw figures in the waves, humanoid but wrong, watching them with what seemed like judgment. The man was dismissed as mad, his testimony stricken from the record. But he insisted until his death that something had been watching them, deciding whether they deserved to be saved, ultimately choosing to let them suffer for the crime of killing whales. Or the lost city of Helike, a Greek city that sank into the sea in 373 BC during an earthquake. Ancient accounts describe the city being swallowed by the ocean, its buildings and inhabitants disappearing in a single night. But some accounts mention strange lights in the water after the city sank, sounds like singing coming from beneath the waves. Local fishermen refused to go near the site for generations, claiming that on quiet nights you could still hear the city, that it had not been destroyed but taken, absorbed by something beneath the ocean, its people transformed rather than drowned. These are stories, legends, accounts dismissed by historians as myth or madness, but they persist, they accumulate. And if you look at them together, if you map the locations and dates, patterns begin to emerge. Clusters of unusual events around deep ocean trenches, around volcanic regions, around areas of high seismic activity. As if something watches these places, as if something takes interest when surface events intersect with the deep. Consider the tsunami warning systems that sometimes activate with no earthquake, no obvious cause. Consider the mass strandings of whales and dolphins, dozens or hundreds beaching themselves simultaneously, their navigation systems apparently disrupted by something we cannot detect. Consider the sailors throughout history who reported being guided to safety by dolphins, by whales, by currents that seemed to flow contrary to natural patterns, carrying disabled ships to shore when they should have drifted out to sea. Coincidences? Natural phenomena we do not yet understand? Absolutely. Probably. Almost certainly. What if they are not? What if someone has been watching? What if the first civilization has been intervening in subtle ways, preventing certain disasters, allowing others, guiding surface history through gentle nudges invisible to those being guided? What if they have been testing us, measuring us, waiting to see if we will mature or destroy ourselves? We would never know. That is the genius of subtle influence. It looks like luck, like coincidence, like the natural chaos of a complex world. You cannot prove it. You can only wonder. And perhaps that is the point. Perhaps the question of whether the first civilization exists is less important than what the question does to us. How it changes us to consider the possibility. How it forces us to think differently about the ocean, about our place in the world, about the limits of our knowledge and the scope of our ignorance. The ocean teaches humility. It reminds us that we are small, that our civilization is young, that the planet existed for billions of years before us and will exist billions of years after. It reminds us that mysteries remain, that the world is not fully known, that our maps still have blank spaces, and those blank spaces contain depths we have barely begun to fathom, and perhaps that is enough. Perhaps we do not need to find the first civilization to benefit from imagining them. Perhaps the very act of asking "what if" opens doors in our thinking, makes us more curious, more respectful, more aware of how much we do not know. Perhaps believing that someone might be watching makes us more careful with the ocean, more conscious of our impact, more willing to protect what we do not fully understand. Or perhaps it is more than belief. Perhaps it is recognition. Perhaps some part of us knows, on a level deeper than conscious thought, that we are not alone, that the ocean holds more than fish and salt, that somewhere in the crushing darkness, in the volcanic vents and abyssal plains, in the trenches that plunge deeper than mountains rise, something ancient endures, something that remembers when the world was young and humanity was one and the choice had not yet been made between surface and deep, between light and darkness, between the civilization we became and the civilization they became. And perhaps, on quiet nights, when you stand at the edge of the ocean and stare out at the horizon, you feel it, a presence, a watching, a sense that the boundary between water and air is not a barrier but a membrane, thin and permeable, and that on the other side something looks back, something that knows you, something that waits. The ocean breathes, the ocean remembers, and somewhere in its depths the first civilization lives, or lived, or might live, or will live when we finally descend to join them, completing the cycle, returning to the water from which we came, becoming what we were always meant to become. Or none of this is true, and the ocean is empty, and we are alone, and the mystery is simply the universe's way of reminding us that not everything can be known, not everything can be answered, not everything can be reduced to data and proof and certainty. Either way, the ocean keeps its secrets, and we keep asking. And the story continues, unwritten, unfinished, as deep and endless as the sea itself. The evidence is scattered, fragmented, inconclusive. The myths speak of sunken cities and ancient floods. The anomalies suggest structures and sounds that defy explanation. The science shows us that the ocean is vast, unexplored, capable of supporting life in ways we're only beginning to understand. But none of it proves that the first civilization still lives beneath the waves. None of it offers certainty, and perhaps that is the point. Mystery is not a flaw. It is a feature of the universe, a reminder that we do not know everything, that the world is larger and stranger than we can comprehend. The ocean embodies that mystery. It is the last frontier on Earth, the place where our maps still say, "Here be dragons," where the unknown still reigns, and in that unknown possibilities flourish, possibilities that challenge our assumptions, that expand our imagination, that force us to ask questions we have never dared to ask. What if the first civilization still lives underwater? The question is not meant to be answered. It is meant to be felt, to linger in the mind, to open doors that logic and evidence alone cannot unlock. It is an invitation to wonder, to dream, to consider that the story of humanity is not the only story, that the surface is not the only world, that the past is not as dead as we believe. And maybe, just maybe, the ocean is not as empty as it seems. Maybe the darkness hides more than fish and rock. Maybe the silence is not silence at all, but a language we've not yet learned to hear. Maybe the first civilization is still there, deep below, watching and waiting, holding secrets that could change everything we think we know. Or maybe they are gone, and the ruins we find are all that remains, echoes of a world that rose and fell long before ours began. Maybe the sounds are just ice and stone, the structures just accidents of geology, the myths just stories we tell ourselves to make sense of the chaos. Maybe we are alone after all, the only intelligence on this planet, the only ones who will ever ask these questions. But the ocean